Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Microsoft Sunday here, brought to you by Esports Arena. I am your host, Yeso, excited to be here on what will be our final Halo 5 Microsoft Sunday here just for a little while. We're going to take a bit of a break. Obviously, everybody here at HQ, we are in the process of a very exciting move, closing down our iconic Santa Ana location, but we are staying here in SoCal. So we're excited about the move. We will take a bit of a break from our Microsoft Sunday Halo 5 tournaments, but we will be back in the future, so don't you worry. But what we can focus on today is another exciting tournament. We've had great events here since our return after that Kellogg's 25K Invitational. Definitely was a blast to watch, and it has been an awesome run here through all of our 4v4 tournaments since that one closed up. And our final one here today promises to be another great one. So super excited, happy to have you all here. Hope you are having a great weekend. Happy end of June. We're getting close to closing it up, getting into July, 4th of July, obviously a week away. So hope you guys are having fun. Do want to remind you guys of a couple of things. One, obviously the bracket is underway. If you want to keep tabs on everything that's going on in the bracket, you can use !bracket in Twitch chat right now. That'll give you the challenge link that you need to keep tabs on everything that is going on. Also, if you follow us on social media, you may have seen a few posts. We are in fact hiring right now. There are positions open to join us here at Esports Arena. So if you are interested, if you want to come and work with us, use !jobs in Twitch chat now. That'll give you the link that you need for a shot to join us here on the Esports Arena team. So definitely make sure to check that out. I absolutely love my job. This is an awesome company to work for. So if you want to join in, make sure to do that. We've got Clutch and Shyway on the cast today. Obviously, a couple of GOATs there. Excited to give the action over to them here in a little bit. Before I do that, though, do want to give a little shout out here. Good friend of mine, Carlos, I play hockey with him every week, and he told me a little something the other day. His son, Carlitos, is a huge Halo fan. I saw your Halo cosplay, your Master Chief cosplay, Carlitos. It is awesome. So wanted to give you a little shout out. Hope you enjoy the show today. Hope you are enjoying Halo as much as we all do here. So shout out to you, Carlitos, and enjoy your Sunday with your dad. I believe we're ready to get right into it, folks. We've got tons of matches here ahead of us that promise to be exciting to follow throughout the day. So don't miss any of it. We'll be here. I'll be here throughout the day to break down some stats and all of our matches. But let's just hand it over to the boys. We got Clutch and Shyway ready to go to start off the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Another Sunday, another Esports Arena 1K. Good to be back. Going to be a good day today as well. Can't wait to get into the matchups. Expecting to see, as usual, some of the top talent competing for their share of the profits. I'm Shyway, by the way. I'll be hosting the action today. We've got plenty of matches to get into, so let's get right into this. Of course, I have joining me Wes Clutch back on the mic once again. Clutch, how you been? I saw you playing Halo 5 by the way yesterday, which is a little off-brand for you. I haven't seen you play in a while.
Yeah, it was fun for the most part. It was really difficult to I don't know if it's like me playing a lot less controller nowadays. I play a lot of mouse keyboard stuff. But it was very difficult for me to feel like 70 FOV was brutal.
Yeah.
Like the movement and the shooting felt like so off. I could never find out like my sensitivity / dead zones. So like the competitive like hardcore style of game types were pretty hard, but like the sumo wrestling with like the mongoose and stuff like that was some fun times. So we had some good laughs. Had a reverse sweep in our first series, so that was cool. That was like it was fun to be a little part of a hype moment like that. So good time all around. It was good for a good cause.
Yeah.
Just like getting a chance to meet more people in the community. I know like one of my teammates was Humoron, and he like makes videos all the time. I've seen his like cringe YouTube videos that are actually kind of funny, but like they push the limits there. So it was good to meet him and just continue to grow the community and gives people something to watch, right? So good times.
Right. In case you're not aware, we had a community event yesterday, brought together E343 employees, pros, people in the community. Great time, a lot of great games. And speaking of great time, great games, we got more coming up, of course, with Esports Arena. So let's jump into our format for today. Take a look at what we're up against here. Of course, every single match is a best of 3 today, 4v4, double elimination. So you lose, you drop into the lower bracket. You got a chance to succeed. But if you want some money today, you got to appear in the top 3 placings. First place, 600, second place, 300, third place, $100. Considering some of the competition I've seen streaming, Wes, this is going to be pretty sweaty. We got Saiyan, we got Trippy playing today. They are streaming their own POVs. I see Envor with a stream up. I see Penguin. I see Ryan Noob with a stream up as well. We got a lot of big players in here. What do you think, Wes?
I don't think Ryan Noob's playing Halo 5 today. I could be wrong. Actually, he is.
It says, just doing my best, 1K tourney. He's doing it.
He was on MCC earlier, so I didn't know if he was going to be playing. But that NV roster with Sam, Penguin, Trippy, Oa, like they're by far the favorites coming into today. I mean, like they're monsters, right? Unless Renegade has some kind of a squad together, like Renegade Frosty. I don't know if those guys are playing in it today or whatnot, but Envy, I was in Trippy's chat last night as he was streaming some MCC, and he was saying that he was hyped and ready to get the boys back on the sticks for another Esports Arena tournament. So you know that they're hyped. You know that they're going to bring some A game, and a team like Flyers can potentially upset them, but we're going to see what kind of a game that Flyers has to bring today too, because when they're playing well, they can compete with anybody, and when they're not playing well, they can lose to some questionable teams at the same time. So.
Right, agreed. But like you said, it's good to see Envy back and grinding consistently, having, Ola on the roster. Of course, we know APG rounds that team out, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of APG as we get closer to Infinite. Still grinding MCC, of course. But yeah, great to see some heavy hitters. I know you talked about Flyers. KCP is another one of those teams that they could be mixing with Flyers. They did that last time where they had half KCP, half Flyers. So always kind of not a sleeper success story, but I expect these guys to rise up through the ranks and really give some competition to the boys on Envy. We had a surprise finish last week, though, Wes. I'm not sure if you're aware. We had PK win last week. So it was tapping Atso and Drift with Chester. Chester was the fourth who was on the team, and they won the entire tournament. So a lot of great surprises came in, and that was with Envy. That was with Flyers plus KCP kind of in the mix. So you never really know how this is going to go. We'll see how it's going to go right here. Of course, we got a dozen Deviled Eggs and Infine Dementor. Never gets easier with these team names, Wes, but I can't wait to see who's on them.
Yep. When the amateurs come out, so do the amateur team names.
Sure.
And with it, a dozen Deviled Eggs is going to be we need to ADDE. We need to create some acronyms for them so we're not saying complete sentences while we're casting these guys. But maybe maybe they put on a show and prove that their team name can live up to like the worth of saying those long sentences. But we'll have to see. Not sure, obviously, who's on either one of these teams, but I'm sure we'll see some familiar names because we've been doing these esports arena tournaments for a long time, and I feel like all the time we're seeing like the same like amateurs trying to compete, trying to like just get better, improve, and you love to see stuff like that. So hopefully this is another opportunity for individuals to get that kind of spotlight, showcase what they got, and then Infinite right around the corner, we might remember some names that start to climb up the ranks. Just from one of these Sundays.
Hopefully. It'd be nice to see some new names come out of nowhere right before Infinite comes out. Like, we'll see new names when the game finally does drop, but always nice to see, who's ready to step up to the plate. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams has our top players in the tournament today, because these guys, like last week,
yeah, they troll with their team names.
Right. They were called 37 Ninja Swords the entire tournament. So they could be dozen Deviled Eggs for all we know. We'll leave it just a surprise when we finally get in. But should be a fun time regardless here. Just can't wait to get into the matches. We got a big day of Halo 5, Wes. I think this might be our last one for a little while. So I hope you're ready to bring the energy today.
It's sad. It's sad to say that. It feels like we've been doing this for, like I said earlier, a long time. Like, I know you're here every Sunday. I'm here every other Sunday.
Oops. Did I lose him or we lost Clutch right in the middle of his little soliloquy there? That's unfortunate. Clutch will jump back in. We still have our match about to kick off, of course. This is winners round 3, as you can see on screen. I'm happy to kick off the cast. If we jump right into it, I'll do my best. And ideally, Wes will come right back as soon as possible. But of course, matchup coming up soon here. I expect these boys to be in the lobby getting ready to go in just a second. Typically how these matches go, we got our objective first, likely flag. There you go. So CTF, Kali to kick off our game 1. Wouldn't have it any other way. Our bread and butter game type here, of course. And look at, as I said, a dozen Deviled Eggs is the Envy team. So we got Saiyan, we got Ola, Penguin, Trippy, representing ADDE. And then on Infine Dementor, we have Valeri, I think that's Croxty. These are names that I'm not as familiar with, but this will be a fun one nonetheless. Snipe already down. Rockets in the hands of Saiyan. He's got an easy kill in front of him. That's Negativity, I believe, who's down for the count. Gets a second kill. Flag already up through top catwalk, so we're seeing an early flag cap in less than 30 seconds, kind of as expected from this talented red team here. Ola, let's see if he can put some damage together with the snipe. I mean, already cooking. You'll get 1. Same with the rocket. That's already 2 dead. We're working on flag numbers 2 already, and a double out of Ola, who's just popping off the start. Wes, is that you that I just heard joined in here? You picked a good time. Okay, well, I heard the sound, but he's maybe he disconnected. Either way, I'm still waiting on Wes. He's missing all the action. And this action ain't going to last long either because we're already 2 caps in here. Ola just looking for sneaky kills. He'll get his for free. And already 3 caps on the board, dozen Deviled Eggs. I mean, they're in it to win it today, so this is just child's play. even killing their own teammates doesn't look like a hard task. Apparently, Ola will seal that game out with a team kill. Of course, this is a best-of-3 series, so we will have at least one more game before we jump onwards. But considering how insanely overwhelming that defeat was, doesn't really bode well for our blue team going forward. I got a peek at the scoreboard, by the way. I think I saw 272% accuracies, and that's with the team shots and the team kills. So it just goes to show how incredible these guys are. I think Ola might have been one of the 72 percenters. So everyone looking good as expected on red side. As far as this blue team goes, the Infine Dementors, they have a chance. In Slayer, I'd like to see something exciting out of them. Hopefully they can pick up a snipe, put something together, because this is their last chance on the winner's side of the bracket. They lose this, they drop down to lower bracket. It's not going to get any easier, and they have no more chances left. So if you guys want to, take the spotlight and excite us, you got to do it here, do it now. Not sure what map we'll get when we jump into Slayer here, but I can't wait to see it. So hopefully they're loading it up, and we can go right back into the games. Once again, if you're just jumping in here, we are in Esports Arena. This is myself, Shyway, solo casting my way through the first game because Wes, my man, decided to drop out with his disconnection, leaving me alone and scared. No, Wes will be back shortly, hopefully. I'm just going to continue. Oh, I hear the Discord noise, so he might be there. He is back in here. So the moment that he's here, we'll jump in. We'll get the double cast going. Either way, I'm happy to go into game 2 as soon as that's ready to go. If by the way, Esports Arena, you can give me any sort of stats to read off, that would also help keep this entertaining for the viewers. Because I can't remember. It didn't last long. I think we saw, maybe a total of 10 kills, if we're lucky, in the entire team. There we go. Thank you. Penguin got the 3 caps right off the bat. Of course, literally zero for everyone else except for Trippy, who had, I think, maybe a return of defense. We got 1 kill at a Penguin. We got 2 geese, by the way. Hixie and Droxity, goose alert on both sides, 0403. That's unfortunate. And then, of course, Penguin didn't need to do anything. Ola with 6 kills, 6 snipes, maybe. The man went off. Same with 5 as well, 5-0. And then 4-2 for Trippy. So just a wonderful start. That's quite the report card. Had all 4 boys on red. Should be just about ready to get into game 2 here. And we can see whether or not we can, this blue team can salvage anything. Wes, help me salvage this situation. How you doing, buddy? You missed game 1. It was so quick. About 2 minutes.
There's a lot going on here. Somehow I missed an entire game. I saw that a dozen deviled eggs is actually the NV guys. And apparently that there was a 3-0 in 1 minute and 27 seconds. And that's how long it takes my computer to restart, apparently, because that's exactly what I had to just do, because it's, I don't know if you've seen the news or anything, but it's 111 degrees out here in Seattle, and I think my PC just overheated. I'm not quite sure. I've never had that problem before, but we're back. We're live. And with that, I've already missed the first game, which apparently was a easy solo cast because it was so quick for you. 2 players goosed. Ola leads the way with 6 kills. It's tough, right? Infine Demeter, like, you know who you're playing against. This is an opportunity to play against some of the people you look up to the most, probably aspire to play like, and unfortunately, you played him in the first round of the tournament. Trippy with the snipe already here on Plaza's got his team. Good map control, landing some good body shots, and I expect this game 2 to maybe not be as dominant as game 1 because it's a Slayer, but it's still going to be a dozen deviled eggs show.
Well, it is close, though it did just start, so that doesn't say too much. 4-3 on the board. We do have a snipe in the hands of dozen deviled eggs, so Penguin already cooking. He only got 1 kill last game, so you know he wants to do just a little bit more work on the scoreboard this time. He was the objective guy last time. But snipe in the hand of him. He's up on top yellow here, so great opportunity for a couple kills if his teammates don't get to them first. You got 1 right in front yard. Sane will pick it up, and this does force the spawns over to Cafe, so you can see Penguin. Look at this. He's just going to fly directly into it.
Players not knowing Penguin's there, but Penguin doesn't land the body shots with the sniping because of it. He gets taken down, so maybe a little bit of an opportunity to get out of what potentially was going to be a spawn trap from a dozen deviled eggs. But Infine Demeter now, first power up in hand, putting it to use, And that's got to bring you some confidence, getting a nice no-scope on some of your favorite players.
Yeah, popping off just a little bit. Also keeping the scoreline close as well. Just a 2-kill deficit here, so still some work can be done on Infine Dementor to really give us a show. LR can help as well, just holding down Flower's door. That's Negvity? I guess it's negativity, just with missing a couple letters down for the count there.
Missing the eyes.
Missing the eyes.
Vowels.
Oh, and he's lost his eyes right there, too. He just went blind from those 2 melees.
It's tough, right? If you're in Find the Meter, it's like, how long can you weather the storm? How long can you stay out of the spawn trap? Because these guys on a dozen Devil Days, we know these players, they're going to swarm. They're going to try and play, like, almost disrespectful Halo 5 right now, right? Like, they're going to try and dominate and play as fast-paced of a game. Infine Demeter might not have a ton of practice or prep playing against some speed that they're going to be facing right now. And with that, Overshield goes in the hands of Trippy, as well as a double kill. And this is where the score could start to get ugly once again. Players spawning over in blue, and Trippy knows exactly that that's the location of Infine Demeter spawn.
Things are already starting to bail out of control here. Trippy struggling a little bit to hit the shots, but he does make it work. That's 20-12 now. BR in hand, going to shred the opposition here. Ideally, unless this player can make a play. He's one shot, just trying to live. But Trippy, I like the patience. That's a spree out of him. Wall punch just for kicks. 10-kill advantage now. They're now forcing the spawn opposite side of map here. If they can just kill this last player who's being a nuisance, but he's now down for the count, and they can set up and destroy.
Yeah, and this is what I'm kind of worried about, right? A dozen Devil Days, when they get control, they get the first overshield that really is going to impact the game. All of a sudden, the 4-kill game goes into 12. You do see one answered back by Infine Demeter, but it's only a matter of time until Trippy's able to apply some more will. Been playing a lot of Halo 3, as you can tell, using the BR still from game to game. Not necessarily the best choice in Halo 5, but he's finding success with it as well.
Could be warming up for Halo Infinite, right? I think we might be getting some BR starts, so you might want to switch to BR, put the magnums down, get ready, prepare yourself. I don't know. Either way, it looks like no matter what weapon is in the hand of anyone on Dozen Deviled Eggs, it's going to lead to a success story. Though Hixie does have a chance here, and he does tag body. Can he? Oh, he does at least clean up Ola, and then spots one on top.
He actually hit that.
I think he did, but that player might have been just one step ahead, ready to finish him off.
You got the assist immediately after going down, so that was either the other player on glass or that was a player that was top arch there, or top yellow, sorry. And Trippy, once again, using all the weapons in the sandbox, putting the light rifle to some good use, using some nade damage as well. Picks up the second overshield of his for the game, keeps this 11-score lead intact, and looks for more.
Trippy in the best position to kill this player. Such a horrible gunfight to be stuck on garbage truck when somebody's on S4, and Trippy, especially with the OS.
With overshield.
Yeah, doesn't help his chances, that's for sure. Trippy now making a big flank here. Actually, he's not even quite aware of it. Player directly beside. Should be an easy melee. One below in loop, and probably regretting his decision to tag him up with the Magnum there. He's being chased down quickly.
And that was all 4 dead for Infine Demeter, so Dozen Devil Days gets this overshield, applies that pressure, makes it a 14-kill game. And although it's a better story than what you saw in Game 1, it's still looking like a Dozen Devil Days is looking to just take this series and move forward throughout the bracket. We knew that they were going to be one of the teams fighting for that final spots, probably that first place finish at the end of the day, but right now it looks like they don't really need much of a warm-up with the way that they're able to impose their will right here in Game 2.
If this keeps up, we are 5 kills away from a stake-tacular, so Trippy just going to stay alive and continue to put the damage in. Nice little finishing shot. 3 kills to close it here. The remaining 2 players are hiding. You can see one on garbage truck, one in hotel. They do not want to move, or lose their lives if they do. Seems like it must be brutal, up against this level of competition. They're so well coordinated. They hold angles so well. They don't miss shots either, and here's the result. So the destruction, that is a stake. That's 50-29 to close our Game 2 in our series.
An easy 2-0 early on in the tournament for a Dozen Devil Days. I don't think that's a shocker. We know who these guys are. We know they show up. 10 headshots for Trippy as he lays down the most kills in the game, and I love watching these guys play. I love the addition of Penguin as well. These are some of those, like, outside of Ola. I mean, when you're talking Trippy, Saiyan, Penguin specifically, like those guys feel like they're so young in their careers still, even though they've been competing for like a while, especially Trippy. It feels like something has clicked in Trippy's game, right? That's really been able to transfer from not only Halo 5 and towards the end of that story, but like going back to the MCC recently and being able to play multiple different Halos at such a high level. You can tell he's really gotten a grip for the highest level of Halo, and I'm excited for his future, for Penguin's future, and the rest of these dozen Deviled Eggs guys. Oa, you know you're already the best, so there's no more learning for you. You just apply will.
It is kind of wild, though, that for most of these young veteran players, like their career started with Halo 5, and the game's been out for, what, 6 years now. So not only did it start, they became, I said veterans to start. They are veterans in their own right now. They're not, I mean, they are still young, but it's
That's
just
what
wild
it
to
is. It's
see.
like young veterans. Like at some
Sure.
point, like you're either like it's so difficult to get to that point when you're that young to like have the knowledge and the experience, but these guys have done that. Penguin saying like these guys have had so much experience these last 5 years, and it feels like they still have so much more to give us. That's why I'm excited for their future specifically.
Yeah, it's been fun to see the growth, and I can't wait to see where it goes. So tell us what you think of that wonderful series we just saw.
Thanks, Shiley. I think it was one of the faster ones we will ever see. Welcome back into the GVO zone, folks, of the Esports Arena Orange County studio. Yeso here, and we have one match in the books, and that was a bit of a speed run, an under 90-second CTF match to kick it off, and then a very convincing Slayer win. I believe we have the stats just about ready to go, so we'll jump into those here momentarily, but that is... I want to say really not all that surprising. You see a squad put together like that with the caliber of players like Penguin and all of that squad, and it shouldn't be surprising that when they go up against a number 33 seed that they're going to crush it. So now the question is, we've seen over the last couple of weeks these number 1 seeds take impressive runs through the bracket, at times not even dropping a single game throughout the day. So now the challenge for these guys in a dozen deviled eggs is, can they do the same? It didn't work out a week ago as we saw some upsets late in the bracket, but they certainly have a shot this time around. So let's pull up those stats here for our first match of the day. Obviously, Penguin leading the way with all 3 caps in that CTF game, and you can see it right there. 1 minute and 27 seconds just running through that match, and what a quick win. Let's check out the Slayer stats for this game, and that shows you all you need to know. It was such a crushing and quick defeat that the most kills in the game go to Pistola. 6 kills there, no assists, no deaths, only 3 deaths across the board for the entire a dozen deviled eggs squad. Let's go to the final page here. We'll speed run through the first map just like a dozen deviled eggs did. And there it is. Pretty straightforward. That 72% accuracy. So Pistola and Saiyan hitting all of their shots. We didn't even get anybody over 800 damage. That's how fast it went. So that was the first map. Let's go to the second one. We hit up Slayer here. A bit of a closer match. In fine Demeter there, actually getting up close to that 30 kill mark. 50-29 was the win. It went just over 6 minutes. And look at Trippy there. 15 kills, 7 assists, just 4 deaths. That's a fantastic performance there from Trippy. Pistola looking great as well. 14, 8 kills, 6 deaths. Meanwhile, on the other side, Droxy, 10 kills, 10 assists. That's pretty good there, honestly, with the least deaths on the team as well. So Droxy doing his best to try and get his team back in the series, trying to grab that tie, but it wasn't going to happen. Let's check out the second page here. Just a quick cruise through. Yeah, Trippy hitting all the headshots that he needs. Let's go to the last one here. Check out the damage numbers, the accuracy percentages, and look at that, 58.4 from Pistola leading the lobby. Meanwhile, a respectable 53.4, 53.3 for Droxy and Bellieri there. Droxy able to get over 2,000 damage, so pretty good game there from Droxy. And remember, it is double elimination. Their day is not done, so they will have a shot. They got to run through what promises to be a tough lower bracket, though. We saw the KCCP KC Flyers roster a week ago take an impressive run through the losers bracket, and it is going to be a tough test for any team that goes down there. We see the Flyers already up into the winners quarterfinals, just like a dozen deviled eggs have. They're up against free Matt Hancock in that winners quarterfinal. So still plenty more of matches to go. Gambichos is in again today. They're the number 3 seed. They took out Lasso with a 2-0 win in the previous round. They're up against Potros, who we saw a week ago as well. So some interesting matchups. We see KCP back in. Looks like maybe their full roster has made a return. Fire and Ice playing for a shot to face up against the Flyers in those winners quarterfinals. So a lot of names, a lot of teams that we recognize, and things are going to really start to get interesting as we whittle down that winners bracket. We're going to get some really exciting matchups. Looks like the next round may be able to deliver on that. So again, a couple of reminders for you folks. If you want to check out the bracket that I'm looking at here, exclamation point bracket is all you need in Twitch chat to get the challenge link to follow along with me. Another reminder as well, job openings here at Esports Arena. Use exclamation point jobs. If you want to check those out, you can come and work with us. It is an awesome opportunity. So make sure, if you're interested, go and check that out. But let's keep things rolling. We've got more matches to go, plenty more Halo 5 action here today. I'm going to send it back to Clutch and Shyway to keep the action rolling.
Thank you. Yeso. I like the shirt, by the way, my man. It said Wasted Love. Sounds like my Friday night. Anyway, we've got one match in the books. It was quick. It was about 5 minutes. Wes heard that joke and he took his headset off because he didn't
nonsense.
approve.
Absolute nonsense. That's
come on, I'm trying to spice things up a little bit. We had one match that was so fast we barely even got to commentate it. So I'm hoping the next game is a little closer, a little more intense, you know?
Yeah, I think this happens, I feel like, every week, right? Where the earlier matches, you might see some teams that are further separated apart from each other in skill. And then as we continue to move on throughout the bracket, games get a little bit closer, more intense. They go a little bit longer than 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Right.
But no promises with this Dozen Deviled Eggs roster, right? Because they're a damn good team. And if they're all playing well and clicking, they can apply that kind of will and pressure to anybody.
Well, apparently they're going to continue to apply that pressure, and we're going to stay on board with them, Wes, because we got a Dozen Deviled Eggs coming up next year up against free Matt Hancock. That's got to be on purpose, right? We're going to have to go with free Matt, maybe? Got to try not to... I mean, I assume we can't continue to say that word on the broadcast. What do you think, Wes?
I don't think Hancock's inappropriate. Get your mind out of the gutter.
All right, I don't
know. Free Matt Hancock.
I already had the
wasted
wasted love. I already had the wasted love joke, so
Yep.
I only get so many. Only get so many chances, Wes.
Not sure who Matt Hancock is, but if he's in jail, he's probably there for a good reason. And all this free stuff typically is out of character, I'll say. But I don't know the guy. I don't know what he's in trouble for. If he's being locked up for something, that's a jury. We live in America. Well, sure. I guess I live in America. You don't. But
no.
Jury tried by 12 is all I'd say. But unfortunately for them, it's probably going to feel like the back of a cop car for them as well, because they're playing against a Dozen Deviled Eggs and they're going to get locked up real quick.
Wes actually used to be a sheriff, by the way, so he knows all about this nonsense here. But let's get into the game. On board with Saiyan, who's already got himself a camo, and he's going to get out free, maybe, as well. Looks like he will avoid jail this time.
Yeah, and lands himself a double kill. Saiyan already popping off. Got the railgun in hand, scatter shot to back it up. And, I mean, he's a walking juggernaut right now. And if there's one player on this Dozen Deviled Eggs team you don't want both power weapons going in the hands of, it's probably Saiyan.
Especially considering he's on the hunt right now. Easy kill onto Sticka, one below. The radar will tip him off, and Shoddy to the back of this man if he can just catch him. He doesn't want to sprint, so it's a bit of a ring around the rosy here, and he will whiff the first one. Teammate in position to take him out right quick, though. That's Outcast down. Spawner spawning up in the bunker, and Saiyan might have just missed one. They're going to try to rotate over to Nest here, but so far, all the power weapon and soon map control going to be handedly in the favor of Deviled Eggs here.
Yeah, they're trying to get Nest, but I don't think Saiyan's going to let that happen. Lands 2 nice railgun shots back to back, gets the double, keeps control of Nest, and now you see all the players for free Matt Hancock spawning over towards BR base, and they're going to get collapsed on here. Saying on a killing spree, you give him camo, scattershot, rail, you know he's going to go on a killing spree, and that's exactly the story we just saw.
You give Trippy a Magnum, and he'll get a series of 5 shots as well. He doesn't even need a power weapon. This player is going to drop down to low ground. Ola will pick up the kill. Trippy looking for it, does go down shortly after. Penguin, though, actually getting burned by a nice little double team. So nice to see a little bit of coordination coming out of Matt Hancock here. They do control Nest. They got BR and maybe a play onto basement if they can stay alive a little longer here. Mista with a kill onto Ola. So great opportunity.
Yeah, you're seeing Outcast right here trying to get basement. He actually does, but unfortunately it's that pressure that's always going to be continuously coming out unless you're able to slay while playing the objective. Turning those strongholds for a brief second isn't going to change the outcome too much because you're just going to go straight to the death cam and wash, rinse, repeat, dozen deviled eggs.
Oh.
Getting a railgun, getting a nice double kill. Spots the third player, makes it a triple, and Saiyan picks up the camo in the middle of the clip. Can he get the over here? It's too late, but the killing spree comes through. Railgun, scatter shot, camo once again in the hands of Saiyan, and once again on a killing spree. It's absolute madness. Saiyan is taking over already.
And then he went and missed the spring jump, though, saying, I see you. Not good enough. Nah, I'm kidding. That third shot for the triple was beautiful on the bottom of tower. Of course, in the very end there, he tried to connect into a jump to E2. But Saiyan, you can tell he's feeling himself. Also, just having a good time playing some Halo here. Saiyan at the top of the world in the Halo food chain. And I can't wait to see where this guy goes in Infinite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this kid has got so much skill. He's got some experience under his belt now, and you can tell how much more comfortable he just feels at all times while watching his gameplay. It was one of those kids that was really questioned, like, could he transfer his skills to, like, the tournament atmosphere in early Halo 5, I'd say. Made a name for himself, and by the end of Halo 5, he was one of the best. And right now, to your point, he's at the top of the food chain. He's in the same conversation as the Frosties and the Renegades, and rightfully so.
Trippy trying to get a piece of that action as well, though he will end up into a double team there. A little unfortunate for him, but that does delay the blue players as they try to break out of basement. They're kind of stuck against the back wall here. Penguin and team, they can keep them in carbine, and those shots are definitely going to make that player think twice. That's Mista about challenging. He's now down. You got multiple spawning up bunker, going to try to break through center map here, but Penguin being a nuisance on the bat ledge. Honestly, just sitting there. His teammates in a brawl on white corner. That's Marine. I think it went down for the count there. Sticka going to try to live, but Saiyan, we just talked about him. He's going to hit all of his shots. We're about to hit the 60-point mark as well here, and they're going to give Saiyan another rail. And it's been popping off. I saw that player just step off the platform. Let this man do work.
I mean, third railgun of the game. They got the trip cap in effect. He knows these players are back carbine somewhere. They've pushed towards long haul, but he's going to take down one, spots the second, take his time, reload the railgun, knows he has plenty of time to get this player out of the stronghold, does so accordingly, and unfortunately he wasn't able to get the scatter shot, and that was his demise at the end of it, but damage is already done, 75 to 15. The trip cap is over, but it's looking very poor for free Matt Hancock at this point.
Points still rolling here. Sticka with a nice double, though, just to keep these spawners back. So he did actually manage to get himself a double cap here. Going to dive up into Carbine, try to keep the pressure up, but he's diving into a spawn with 3 different players ready to shoot him down immediately. And hopefully teammates are there to at least help out, provide cover fire. You got one up in back, back BR. He didn't survive. Just a rough play there. You can see the drastic difference in these teams' approach to collapsing on spawns versus this dozen deviled egg team. They have actual great positioning to conquer the spawn. I mean, look at this from Trippy on the top of the map here. These types of positions make it so hard to die.
I mean, the pressure is just so difficult to deal with on a map like Rig, right? It's not the biggest map in the world, so like when you have that Halo 5 sandbox and you're able to traverse the map so quickly, pressure spawns. These top teams, these best players in the world, they can just apply their will so efficiently that it makes the other team feel like they're suffocated. They're in the back of a cop car, they're locked up, it's 94 to 20, and that's exactly what I feared for free Matt Hancock.
Yep, about to close out here for sure. Just the last couple seconds. Any final kills before the point total reaches? We will see one out of Trippy. Going to try to get himself a double as well. They do actually dive into BR base, manage to get a last-second capture, but all for naught. Of course, we'll be closing it here with a 100-22 scoreline. Another dominant game, as expected from Deviled Eggs, but hopefully this Matt Hancock team can wake up and Slayer give us a little bit more of a show.
Yeah, you're gonna have to not give Saiyan 3 camo railguns to start that off, and then add the scatter shot damage he was able to apply with the first 2 of them. Like, that's a recipe for a disaster. If you're free Matt Hancock, you got to figure out a way to get those into your own hands and use them efficiently. You got to make sure they don't go into Saiyan's hands. I know, like, everybody on a dozen deviled eggs is a monster, but when you give Saiyan railgun, I've been seeing this for 6 years, right? Like,
Yeah.
bad things happen to the other team when he's comfortable and has the power weapons.
I think a big difference, though, was just the way that blue team worked with the small advantages that they had versus the way the red team applied spawn pressure, right? We saw a couple different scenarios where blue had spawns in bunker, and instead of holding positions like E3 or top tower to make sure they get those free kills, they sent multiple players into BR to start the capture. And then try to get the kills at the same time, which is a difficult balancing act to follow, right? You don't have good positioning. It's hard to stay alive. Same type of issue happened in basement versus the car spawners. You had a player who pushed up the basement. That position isn't bad if you have teammates in other perimeter areas to support him, but he got there first before anybody, and 3 people spawned, and he's just getting melted immediately. By the time his teammates do join the action, they've joined with the timing isn't right? And they're alone. So it's just that timing aspect and positioning. It's very different and much more coordinated. And that's the biggest thing to note with Deviled Eggs.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the story of strongholds, especially for like Halo 5's sake. Like, you always feel like you need to jump into a stronghold and play the objective, but unless you get a couple kills, changing the banner of the stronghold to your teams for a brief second isn't going to do anything. If you're in a disadvantageous position and now all of a sudden you get slayed right out, they're going to transfer it right back, and now you're in the death cam, and they're going to be able to, like, pick up camos, scatter shots, whatever it is, rails. It's like you have to find that balance of slaying while playing the objective, even though the constant pressure of the enemy team scoring is on you.
Well, the pressure is only going to continue here, Wes. We've already got multiple slays on the feed, 2-1 to start, and Ola has snuck away with the camo. Only expecting big plays to follow. All spawners up in blue base as well, so Ola, he's just getting ready here, too. He doesn't want to shoot right away. He'll lead with the nades. Good way to do some damage. Also alert the enemy. They're not quite sure where he is, though. And everybody trying to hold separate angles, but Ola, look at the timing of attack for a beautiful little double with perfect shots. Didn't anticipate that third player, though, behind him. And he'll go down for now, but a good start out of Deviled Eggs.
Phenomenal reticle, or trigger discipline from Pistola there with the camo. That player coming up pink, really obscure position. He didn't expect to die from there. I didn't expect him to die from there either. But either way, damage was done. Some map control was given, and the lead already in dozen Deviled Eggs' favor, but they lose 3 guys' car, and all of a sudden it's just a 2-kill game. So there is some signs of life from Matt Hancock. Just a 1-kill game now. It's tied up. And a good job by them to kind of weather the storm of the damage Pistola could have done with that camo.
Here we go. Let's see if they can get a little roll going here. Just a 1-kill deficit. Marine with a big kill onto Trippy, but he does drop. Sticka up on Car here. Going to try to keep Penguin back, but got to watch out for flankers. You got Outcast to at least help him out get the kill. Keeping this within 1. Teammate underneath blue base as well. 1 directly below Sticka. I like this collapse. Nice, easy pickup for him. Mista with a kill. So we got a tie game here to start it. And shortly, a camo coming up as well. Here's Sticka, going to dive right up into Ola, though. He's got a little bit better positioning. You'll have to play this slow, but can't stay up.
Ola stays alive, and name of the game for Pistola right now. This is his biggest strength throughout his career, staying alive, being a nuisance, doing damage, while also making sure that his team's able to score in whatever objective it might be. Slaying, obviously, the goal of Team Slayer, and when you're able to do so much damage and not die, you're only creating so much space for your team right now. Ola feels pressed to go bottom blue to try and finish that kill. And unfortunately, Matt Hancock shows him a bit of his own recipe by staying alive there, trading efficiently. Now with camo coming up, can they make the play? The answer is no. Saiyan, Penguin, they use the teamwork, they shut it down. And now Saiyan, we saw the damage he was able to do in game 1 with camo, has now just found himself the second camo of the game. And we've seen what the score looks like when Saiyan's able to get comfortable with one of these power-ups.
Yeah, and this just keeps the snowball rolling as well. Like, Ola went down, but he really took one for the team. He kept the players back in blue. By the time they got to push out, the other teammates were in position. They didn't have the timing necessary to get to camo unscathed, and instead, Saiyan could put some to work here if his teammates don't take him down first. Got another one up in blue base. Just going to lend some shots in. Getting tagged up quite a bit, though, himself. Almost down here. And a player going to try to sneak up behind. And he's done all this work to get Saiyan down to no shields, but can't finish the job. Saiyan going to live just a little longer here. Camo no longer in play. Still a lead on the side of Deviled Eggs, but not a huge one. There's comeback potential here.
Yeah, not a ton done with his camo, but a big thing he is just being present on the map, right? Like, it's making free Matt Hancock have to worry about him this entire time. Although he's losing teammates and he can't really impact those fights that are happening across the map, like, his presence alone so far has done a lot for the spacing that a dozen Devil's Eggs has needed to keep this 5-kill lead, because it could be a lot worse based off the slays that have gone against them.
Saiyan just still staying alive, taking names, putting so much damage in left and right. He gets the stick on the top mid. Of course he does. He'll drop below, put perfect shots into Pink Street, but finally somebody does deal the damage to take him out. And still a slight advantage here on the side of Deviled Eggs. 5-kill deficit for blue, and might extend just a little more here. We can see multiple trades on the feed. This is a critical point in the game as well. Mista needs to stay up in Pink. We got Camo spawning shortly, and he just gets melted immediately. It's going to be a brawl on Pink side here.
Looks like free Matt Hancock all stuck top blue right now. They get the guy out of Pink, and then the last two that are at blue are going to be getting sandwiched here from both angles. Can they find successful trades? They get to take down Ola, but it's a 1-for-2. Actually, Dozen Deviled Eggs does a phenomenal, or a poor job of collapsing on that. Free Matt Hancock actually get out of there with just losing one player and going a 3-1 favorite, but saying he was too busy picking up that next camo, potentially opening up once again a nice push for a Dozen Deviled Eggs. Somehow stays alive in this corner. That's such a frustrating kill that you didn't get if you're free Matt Hancock there. Saiyan just puts his back to the teammate, or to the enemies, and just literally hides in the corner trying to get his shield back, and because of it, you now see more pressure being applied with this camo.
Yeah, it's a GG off of that play, to be honest. That was beautiful out of Saiyan. You got to love the wait, too. Just waiting till that teammate in P2 gets close enough to ensure that he's going to fire shots into that other pink or blue door player. Just Saiyan knows he has the coverage by the time he actually opens fire. And somehow, you know, he gets away with that little corner. But look at this. Line them up, baby. They're all in front. Easy pickings. That's 3 dead. We got a new spawner up in red who, for some reason, thinks he can just sprint slide out the door into a double for Saiyan here. 1 left to close it out, and it looks like it will be Penguin for a 50-35 close. Deviled Eggs just wiping up the floor with the competition, I guess. Wes, I'd like to see them struggle just a little bit.
Maybe as we approach later on towards the winners finals and the finals, this team will struggle, but these guys are too strong to really struggle against anyone that we don't know is a fierce competitor and can take this whole thing, right? Like, I think when you look at this Dozen Deviled Eggs roster, they woke up with the intention of winning this, potentially without dropping a game. We'll see if that's actually the story they're going to be able to take.
So far, the story is looking good for them, though. They haven't dropped a game, and not only that, they've dominated everyone that they've played against. But like you said, there are still other heavy hitters here. We might start to see that a little bit later in the winner's bracket. For now, though, this team will move on. Our blue team will drop down. So free Matt Hancock, they have a chance at freedom still, but it's going to be a tough fight through the losers bracket to get there. In the meantime, we'll get Yeso to break down the stats in that past game before we move on.
Thank you, guys. Back here again in the GVO zone of the Esports Arena Orange County studio, and a dozen Deviled Eggs. Keep it rolling. They are 6-0 on the day, and they move on to our winners semifinals. As Shyway mentioned, free Matt Hancock will drop down into the losers bracket, but are not done for the day yet. Great match there. Let's get into our stats here as soon as they are ready for the last one, and boom. Shout out to ESA Replays back there. My man Eddie crushing it already. Ready to go. So first map, obviously we were over on the rig. It was Strongholds, and a strong win here, 100-22, just over 6 minutes of game time. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this first map, and Saiyan absolutely crushing it. 20 kills, 7 assists, only 7 deaths. So the highest fragger on his team and the least deaths as well. So great game there from Saiyan. Trippy looking good as well. 15 kills, 12 assists, only 8 deaths. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was Mista leading the way. 11 kills, 9 assists, 15 deaths on that side, but a pretty crushing victory. We'll take a quick peek at the last page of stats here for this first map, and there are your accuracy numbers. Pistola, 65.4%, hitting over 1,800 damage, but Saiyan crushing it, over 2,600 damage in that game. Meanwhile, Mista, the only player on his squad to get over that 2,000 damage mark, over 2,300. Let's go to the second map, and it was Slayer over on Truth, and the leader this time around was Penguin. 17 kills and 17 assists with 10 deaths in that game. That's a phenomenal performance there from Penguin. Saiyan second on the team, 12 kills, 11 assists, and just 5 deaths. So a very clean best of 3 there from Saiyan. 32 kills overall in those 2 games. So great performance from Saiyan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marine, 12 kills, 2 assists, 11 deaths, and it's a 50-35 win there, under 6 minutes for a dozen deviled eggs to take out free Matt Hancock and grab the win. Let's check out the second page here. Quick peruse through. Lots of headshots there for Penguin, hitting 12. A couple of perfect kills for his squad as well. 2 for the side of free Matt Hancock. We'll go to the last page here for this first map. Check out those accuracy numbers, and then we'll get ready to keep the day rolling. There it is, 66.8% for Penguin. Not missing his shots this time around. Almost 2,500 damage for the leader there on a dozen deviled eggs. But a great game across the board. Trippy, the quote-unquote worst accuracy numbers, but right there at 54%. So that's just a great game across the board from a dozen deviled eggs, and they keep it rolling. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marine leading the way in the accuracy numbers, 56.2%. The damage tops for Outcast, just below 1,800 damage, and another quick victory there for a dozen deviled eggs. They're 6-0 on the day. They're keeping things rolling. They're on to our winners semifinals. Gambichos did take down Potros 2-1 in their quarterfinal matchup, so they await the winner of the Kansas City Pioneers and the Virginia Velocity. Okay, so the winner of that will play against Gambichos. Meanwhile, we're waiting to see what happens between Flyers and Fire and Ice. The winner of that matchup will face up against a dozen deviled eggs in the winner's semifinals. Plenty more action to go, and we're going to keep it rolling here with our Microsoft Sundays. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, the Halo 5 action continues.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our Esports Arena Sunday continues. Now, so far, let me just apologize and say that the competition hasn't been too tough, Wes. These top teams have been shredding everybody in the winners bracket. It's been quick matches, and I've been waiting for something close. So finally, we're gonna get this, Wes. It gets better. Our next match coming up is the same team we've been keeping up with. It's Deviled Eggs, but they're against Flyers this time. And this is what I was waiting for, a team full of heavy hitters that can make Deviled Eggs devil their eggs. I don't know, make them sweat a little, Wes. I'm running out of joke ideas.
Yeah, but
Do you like deviled eggs? Are you deviled egg?
I'm a boiled eggs guy. I eat six
Boiled
a
eggs
day.
guy.
Not that I enjoy them. Not that I enjoy them, but I take the yolks out, no fat, and we move on. Good source of protein. But deviled eggs, not a deviled eggs guy for some reason. I haven't acquired that taste yet. But I have acquired a taste. The players on this team, right? Like these guys, we've watched them twice, and utter domination is what we've seen out of them. To your point, though, this Flyers roster, this is one of those teams that I've hinted at the start of the broadcast. I said, Flyers, when they're playing well, I know they can beat anybody. And it's like, what combination are we going to see from Flyers today? I know Ryan, who's on here playing, I'm sure I saw Envor streaming, so I know that those two guys are going to be here. Is commonly backing with them. What combination of probably the 6, 7, 8 players that we always see Flyers play with, roster do they have today? How well are they playing? Because we know Deviled Eggs are playing good. They're going to have to play to that level if we want to see some close games, because this Deviled Eggs roster, I mean, it's just stacked with talent. Flyers also stacked with talent, but how well is their teamwork? How well are they clicking as of right now?
It's just been a series of montage clips for Deviled Eggs so far, right? Saying with the railgun and that rig game was just ridiculous. Every time he picked it up, he had a triple or an overkill incoming. So we got to slow these guys down, and I hope Flyers are the ones to do it. Like you said, Ryan Noob, Envor. I hope to see some Super CC, right? We've seen a lot of CC really popping off recently. So if he's on this Flyers team, I expect some big plays out of him. Put a sniper in the hands of anybody on Flyers, and I expect something pretty in front of us, Wes. We just need to see them get those opportunities. It's not going to be easy, just considering Deviled Eggs, their coordination so far. We saw that also in the rig game. It's just their ability to hold position, hold perimeters, have great timing together as a unit. And with a team like Flyers, I don't doubt that they have that as well. But Ryan Noob, of course, kind of jumping into the mix. He's not typically here, though he's usually a good addition to a team, I'd say.
Yeah, standardly, right? But there's going to be that problem where is Saiyan and company allowed to get these camos and power-ups? Because there's no way Flyers is going to be able to keep up with Dozen Deviled Eggs if they don't control the power weapon power-up story. Now, Flyers is very good at that, to your point. When they get snipes in their hands, you give Ryan Noob a camo or whatnot, like, things are going to be able to – they're going to be able to compete. So far today, Dozen Deviled Eggs has dominated the power-up story against much lesser teams, but their focus on those priorities are there. Their positioning to get those right away, they're there. If they continue that, they can make slight work of even a Flyers roster.
I agree. We're just going to have to see them shut them down in the power-up category, power weapon as well. Not going to be an easy task, just like looking at the coordination we saw in that previous game. Of course, we didn't get the best reference material up like with the teams they had previously, but just the way that for example, Ola would make a play, just basically play his life in blue base to keep that blue team back and keep them in bad positions, allowing his team to open up so much more on the playing field and to get those opportunities easily. So it's not just the fact that when they have advantages, they press them with their talents, but more so that they know when to play their lives, know when to do the dirty work, to do the stuff that most high level, more kind of egocentric players wouldn't want to do, wouldn't think to do.
Yeah, I mean, they're veterans, right? Like,
Yeah.
Pistola's going to make the right play. And what you think is the right play and what's actually the right play, Pistola's going to show you. Because, like, there's plenty of times I'll watch Pistola's screen, I'm like, yeah, this is what I would do. And then Pistola does something different, and I'm like, oh, wow. Like, that was – you're playing chess, not checkers over here, Ola.
Right.
That's what separates the greatest of all times from some people that can play good Halo. And with that, you're always able to, like, learn more about the game. They're always willing to teach you. Whether you're the enemy or you're a viewer, you're going to learn something while watching these guys play and how they treat different scenarios. So we've seen it, to your point, earlier in these first two series where Ola's trigger discipline pays off dramatically for his team. Saiyan gets the power-ups in his hands, his positioning, his ability to hit shots while strategically using that camo to his advantage. Like, it's incredible. It's dominant, and Flyers finding the answer to that probably starts with not letting them get into that position, because once they're in that position, I can't stress it enough, the game's almost decided.
Well, I'm excited, Wes. I'm ready to learn. I'm a student of the game, so I hope Ola and team, they've got some plays that'll teach me new things. I'm all for surprises, even 6 years down the road with Halo 5. But I assume we're about to jump into this series. Of course, best of 3 as usual. It's going to be an objective game, Slayer, and an objective game if we get there. What would you hope to see if you're on Team Flyers? What kind of like lineup of maps, game types would you think would benefit the most?
Yeah, I'm thinking like that. I feel like every time I watch Flyers, they're a very strong Coliseum flag team. So you're probably hoping for a Coliseum game. The Slayers, you're probably hoping for less power weapons to be on the story. Maybe a Fathom flag as well is a game type that you really want to see. I feel like Fathom flag, you're able to like maybe not have to outshoot the other team as much, if that makes sense. Like you can get away with your positioning and your ability to hit good timings with flag pools, get behind the enemy team, overextend, and use that to like make the game a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more unbalanced for the team that's in control, which would probably be a Dozen Deviled Eggs a majority of this series. They can be in control, but not necessarily get the objective done. And with that, Flyers can kind of play around that unorthodox play style that you can bring in those game types. I think Coliseum Flag is another one where you see flag standoffs and you see one flag getting pulled snipe, the other flag's being pulled elbow at the same time. Kills go in the favors of the right team. One player makes a play, and all of a sudden you're up 2-0 because you were able to keep map control on a flag standoff or whatnot. Like things like that can change the outcome of series, especially in a best of 3. So for Flyers, I'm not saying that Flyers needs a best of 3 against this team, because we've seen when they're playing well, they can beat anybody. Especially this Dozen Deviled Eggs team. It's just I need to see how well Flyers is playing today before I make statements like they're gonna like highly contest and this is absolutely going to a game 3.
Yeah, what type of Flyers are we getting today? That's the big question. I like the point you brought up about Fathom, though. Just the fact that you don't need to overslay. You don't need to be the dominant slaying team to win Fathom. You just have to have that good timing. We have a replay, by the way, the last game. Speaking of slaying, speaking of overslaying, Saiyan came in here with near overkill. He gets himself a double, and this kill, this shot right here, I thought was beautiful. It looks a little wonky on theater mode. Theater mode never really does these moments justice, but connects that 4th kill for a spree. Must have been, what, a fraction of a second out of the time frame to actually hit it over. If we can bring that one back real quick as well, just to relive the moment. That's also the spring jump that I had mentioned, too. I was saying tries to hit that one spring jump to get up to E2. I love that jump. But right here, just this 3rd shot, just pure talent, player skill required to snap into that corner. You can see where the shot actually connected, and just beautiful that he could do that. Jumps up, gets himself the 4th kill, and at this point, he's feeling himself, so he'll take this sneaky route. Honestly, love this route, right? You got to hit a very precise spring jump. You can clamber right up to E2, and that would have been perfect. It would have been a great cutoff point, but I guess luckily there was a player E1 to meet him anyway.
Just perfect halo right there, right? The fact that he's jumping onto camo to pick up the camo that he knows is spawning that second, but he's also taking a 3rd kill. Yeah, he's also taking a 3rd player's life while doing so. I mean, that's just when things are going in your favor and Saiyan's rolling, like, it's difficult to shut him down, and that's why Flyers, it's going to be your job this series to shut Saiyan down, and unfortunately, he gets the first blood of the game, and with that, his team's going to be rewarded with, it looks like, the railgun and the camo.
And what will they reap from the rewards? Wes, we'll have to find out. We got 3 shots left in rail. We got to flag them kill at a Penguin who does die as he does that. And Ola is just getting a little confused by the movement there up on the bridge. That was a little unorthodox with the dropbacks. It looks like he does end up trading Sane in the meantime, who has the camo. You got to watch out here. We just saw him with the camo in that replay, and he's about to do more work here. He'll take the flag just a little bit further. You got one player directly above him. Easy pickings in bottom mid here, so Sane can clean that up. But the overextension's already coming through to red here, so they need to do some defense. And that's actually a massive play out of, I believe, Ryan Noob on bottom mid there to just disrupt everything.
And not only that, but his teammates are actually pulling the flag in the enemy's base. They're going to be the ones to cap the first flag of the game, so it looked like everything was going in Dozen Deviled Eggs' favor. And Flyers able to overextend, able to make this game a little chaotic, a little sloppy. Ryan Noob makes a play to get the return. Boom, they're up 1-0. That's the stuff I was talking about that can potentially get Flyers a win in this series, and they're already putting it to work.
Yeah, one quick disruption in their timing, and next thing you know, the flag's already there, and there's not really anything you can do to stop it. But 2 dead in the meantime, make it 3. So this is the exact kind of return the favor scenario that you'd expect to see from Dozen Deviled Eggs. They put in a flag of their own. They tie it up right quick, just in time for the weapons as well. We got a rail coming up here shortly and an early camo. So Trippy is going to hold down the defensive line here in the base. Sayana somehow still has a rail shot to work with. And it looks like, thankfully for the blue team, he doesn't connect.
2 players trapped in their base, still saying, trying to make sure he can get an angle on the player top middle. Unfortunately, he's not able to do so, so Flyers get out of their base comfortably. Camo's coming up here very shortly. The new railgun, I believe, just popped as well. Going to go in the hands of Super CC. Ryan trying to stay alive for this next camo. Doesn't have the exact time because it was actually Dozen Deviled Eggs that picked it up. It's up right now. He's not able to burn it. 4 dead for Flyers. Penguins grabbing the flag. They have camo in hand. Trippy with a light rifle, I believe. Railgun somewhere down on the map, but unfortunately for Flyers fans, they're able to get out their spawn. It looked like for a second, stop this cap, and it's a one-on-one for the return. Ryan Noob wins it, grabs the new railgun, jumps back up top middle. No harm, no foul. Camo burned, and Flyers once again standing strong with defense.
Definitely could have gone a lot worse, but like you said, thankfully they weathered the storm and created one of their own here. Ryan Noob already getting started. He's got a rail kill. CC with another one on the feed. Ryan Noob getting chased around the treehouse, though. Going to have to back out of this. That other player didn't recognize him, so the timing here actually quite perfect as he puts multiple damage into different targets. Envor, in the meantime, is carefully transferring this flag through treehouse. Somehow this man is the Splinter Cell Sam Fisher. He's made his way all the way to top mid unseen, but then drops the flag directly into an enemy. But it looks like the return hasn't come in just yet, so what a scramble here. They need to get that kill in generator, and they do. They got multiple up on top mid, a rail in hand of one of those players, by the way, and these are massive defensive kills to get onto the flag and stop that from going in. So Envor, he'll have to rinse and repeat, and it looks like he won't get the chance. Instead, we might see a 2-1 already here.
It looked like Flyers was in a perfect spot to cap, but no, it's Dozen Deviled Eggs that get the slays they need. They get into the base. Trippy has a perfect flag run, punches the second cap in for the game. They take that 2-1 lead, and now all of a sudden, they're going to be forced to play a little defense because Flyers wants a counter cap.
Here we go. Flyers living up to the team name, just flying into red base in unison. We got one directly beside CC. CC aware of it, though. Nice shots into Trippy. He'll clean that up. That's Envor with a kill as well. Flag going out through bottom mid here. Big pickup on the defender, and nobody's going to be able to overextend in time for this one. That is a flag in the pedestal. 2-all and a railgun. Envor could still be cooking here.
Not to mention the difference here is Camo's coming up. Flyers able to keep control for a little bit. The Camo does get burned. Nice shot by Envor to make sure that Saiyan's not able to pick up that camo. We talked about how important it was to make sure they shut him down before he can get comfortable. So far, it's a 2-2 game. You're doing your job, but the onslaught looks like it's on from Dozen Deviled Eggs. Multiple players flying front the base. Commonly hits a double in the kill feed. Can't find the triple, but that is going to be enough to shut these players down and weather the storm and allow Flyers to regain some map control.
It's nice to finally see a bloodbath here, Wes. This is the Halo I came to commentate. We're getting this, we're getting exactly what we asked for, so good to see. Right now, Ryan Noob going to keep that pressure up, by the way. We got a couple in red base to defend, but Ryan Noob with the opening shot. Thankfully got a nade in the back pocket. Doesn't clean up the player, though. Instead, he will go down. So nice little round of defense here. A melee at a Penguin to just deal commonly his death, and once again, they'll push back up to 50 yards.
Penguin trying to get some top mid control, but now this player is trying to overextend towards his silo. Envor with some great shots, able to take Penguin down. Now it's up to the rest of Flyers to try and get some pressure going. Saiyan's going to have perfect shots once again onto Commonly right there. And with that, it looked like you were going to see Dozen Deviled Eggs have a little bit of map control, but they lose 2. And right now, Envor staying alive here could be huge.
Envor just living up on porch, one directly in front. Big kill to get rid of him. CC with one as well. Envor can live just a little longer. Commonly going to join him. They're going to dance around the generator here, try to stay alive as long as they can. You can see overextenders already giving up on the defense, going to try to cut off the flag from the other end. But Envor and Commonly, a little bait and switch action here. I love the double teaming on both sides, but it looks like the blue team might not prevail. And Trippy and team who overextended, they were trying to get hands on that blue flag in the meantime, but they didn't succeed. Instead, it's going to be all about these power-ups, power weapons, of which Saiyan has already got started on the rail.
He knows what time Camo's up as well. He was the one that burned the last camo. He sees it with this railgun. He's going to be able to keep that railgun. He actually hits his teammate with it. As you see a member of Flyers escape with the camo. I believe that player was just taken down, though, but unfortunate events for Saiyan. And even worse, when it rains, it pours, and it's a stick from below that takes Saiyan's life, gets the railgun out of his hand, and Flyers once again shutting him down while also getting a flagpole here. This could be where Flyers wins the game.
Wow. What a team play out of Flyers. They better win it off this. We've got new spawners up in silo. They're going to dive for overextend, but Envor moving a little bit quicker here. He's right beside the pedestal. We got a couple players with lines of sight on flag, but Envor going to take it slow and steady. Teammate picks it up. He'll punch it in for a 3-2 victory. What a closeout from Flyers there, Wes. The team coordination was off the charts. That stick onto Saiyan started it all, and I think, what was that? Was that CC or Envor? It must have been a call-out. That Saiyan was up in that treehouse, and he looked up, stuck him, and then everything just snowballed after that.
That's where it really got out of hand, right? That stick. Yeah. It's like getting the railgun out of Saiyan's hands is so important. He had so much map control. It was going to be very difficult to take him down, and it's an actual plasma nade that takes his life there. You know Saiyan's not expecting to get stuck in that position. He thinks he has an easy railgun kill right below him. He's about to just thrust railgun one shot and move on to the next one. But that kill right there, that's just a picture perfect strategy on like what needed to be done to win this game, right? Keep it chaotic, and when Saiyan has a chance to get camo or has the railgun, you have to figure out a way to shut him down. You have to figure out a way to where he's not popping off. They did the camo before that. Saiyan tried picking it up, immediately eats a railgun shot to the face. That time around, he eats that stick. It's like unfortunate events for Saiyan in a sense, but that's just Flyers understanding the gravity of how important these specific kills are and somehow finding a way to get it done. And because of it, they win game 1.
Yeah, like you said, some unfortunate events, right? Because Saiyan, remember, he team killed with the rail, and then he died with the sticky right after.
Right.
So it's just Flyers capitalizing on the little opportunities that they have, and their success was the result of it. And this is, of course, brought us into Game 2. We got Kali Slayer here. This is a best-of-3 series, so Flyers, they keep up the energy. They can knock Deviled Eggs down to losers, but you know these boys aren't going out without a fight.
No, you poke the bear. We're going to see what the bear has to say when he wakes up. Ola already has the snipe in hand. He's going to get flown at by this player, Top Cat, and that's a beautiful nade from Envor and Ryan Noob to get 2 kills, get some control of the snipe side of the map. Probably pick that snipe up themselves, but Sam with great shots to deny rockets from going in the hand of Super CC as well. Does he know that there's a player below him? The answer is no. Loses his life because he doesn't check. And with it, Penguin has the snipe, but it looks like the rocket side of the map was in charge, or was in favor of Flyers, but they just went 3 dead once again. This doesn't Deviled Eggs slaying ability is just so strong, and right now with Penguin with the snipe in a solid position, actually falls off the map, and that's exactly what Flyers fans needed.
Yeah, just a series of unfortunate events happening here for Deviled Eggs. Now, Penguin might not have lived regardless, but just seeing him fall like that was probably not the intended strategy there. 2 kills on the feed as well. Now 12-8 as they're continuing to press their advantage. Envor just going to fly straight into blue base, knowing that his teammate is over on rocks to get the pinch. And it's coordinated plays like this that allow them to stay in the lead, on top of the fact that Commonly's got the rockets in the back pocket, so he could get something started here. Saiyan already getting a double on the feed, though. Commonly just spamming the rockets out and getting nothing for it. So not what you want to see.
Yeah, it was 14-8. Commonly as rockets, you know that these players are red sniper ramp, but Commonly kind of hesitates, and with that hesitation, he ends up getting collapsed. Does do a good job of wasting the rockets, but you wanted to see that opportunity turn into more if you're Flyers. You cannot afford to let moments like that slip away against this dozen Deviled Eggs team.
Should have a new rocket launcher coming up shortly, I believe, and then Sniper at 9 minutes. Either way, Trippy doesn't need it. You'll get the far away sticky into Blue Bend, Saiyan with a cleanup on the Ryan Noob, and that new rocket launcher is up on the map. Commonly looks like he has finally succeeded in landing one of the rockets. Did die, though. That might be transferring it over to Ola, unless it was burned. Either way, Trippy still doing his job on Snipe's side. Got some opening shots. You got Tommy that's Saiyan up on top of Pyramid to clean him up, and the timing is perfect here. If they hold on to Snipe's side, keep these players back, they'll have the new Snipe spawn, and that's when the ball gets rolling.
It was a 14-8 game. Everything was looking like it was in Flyers' favors. Now all of a sudden, 18-17. And with Snipe coming up in 20 seconds, you see all dozen Deviled Eggs in control of the Snipe side of the map. This is their position. This is a moment where the kills could swing in their favor heavily.
Oh, Penguin, what an aggressive challenge there over to Cave. He just sprint jumped, thrusts at him. Might have picked up a kill there, but did go down. Saiyan, in the meantime, just living up on Maze here. We got Sniper up. You know Saiyan wants a piece of it. Got to deal the damage into Ryan Noob team first, so that's 1 down. Multiple going to fly out through center map here. Saiyan just holding off the Cave side, and this is actually a perfect rotation. Easy kill into Commonly. Remaining blue players stuck over on blue side. They'll try to rotate and split their forces across the map. You can see between blue, red, and rocks, they've got a good little perimeter, but that Sniper, it's in the hands of red. I got to see who's got it.
No, actually, I think I got naded off the map there, and I'm not sure if Flyers purposely did that. Saiyan actually tried to catch it right there. He like turned and tried to catch it in the air, but realized
that's why he jumped like that.
It was soaring gone, and unfortunately, nobody is going to be able to control that Sniper this time around. But if that's something that Flyers did on purpose, on the literally on the fly, then that's pretty insane, and they're able to not have to deal with Saiyan having a snipe right now. So that could really bode well for their opportunity to push. But unfortunately, Saiyan doesn't need the snipe. He's getting all sorts of damage and kills here just with the pistol and the bolt. And with it, The score remains a 6-kill lead, make it 7 for Dozen Deviled Eggs.
Actually beautiful if you think about it. Like, it would have been nice to see the POV of that Flyers player who did land the sticky, because they clearly didn't have any advantage. Snipe side was being controlled by Red. They could try to get the Slays to push through, but they know the easier answer is to just land a precise stick the moment Snipe spawns, launch it off the map, and it takes top talent to have those types of counter setups in play. Because of that, they were ready for the Rockets, and I believe they do have Rockets. Ryan Noob has it currently. Trippy getting tagged up from a couple different angles. He'll have to drop. He got one directly below as well. Should be a cleanup for Trippy here, but still just trades left and right. They are holding on to a lead, and that is starting to extend as well. A 8-kill deficit.
Just get the hit markers with that nade. Knows that there's another player on the ramp. Can we see some wipe out of Flyers? It doesn't look like it's going to be the case, though. Ola picks up 2. Trippy still being a menace top catwalk. Gonna know that these players are spawning red. Immediately fly, trade it out. You're up 10 kills. That's a recipe for success. Wash, rinse, repeat. Now they're headed back to blue.
Now, launching the snipe off the map cannot be the game plan this time for Flyers. They got to pick it up if they want a chance to come back. And what was that back smack? No way. He just got a blank on it. Insane, I believe, ended up getting the trade there in the end, but unfortunate for him. And hopefully Flyers can take advantage of the little opportunity they have here. You got CC up on catwalk, and this is the brawl for snipe side. One up in red cave here. Trippy getting tagged up through center map. That's a player in the window just being a difficult target. The nade does finish him off. That's a crucial opening kill here. You can see this time, red team, our Deviled Eggs team, does not have the setup for snipe. Penguin just brawling to get himself a trade at the very least here. But in about 10 seconds, we will have an opportunity for Flyers if they can hold on here.
Is it too little too late, though? This power weapons coming up need to go in the hands of Flyers, because Dozen Deviled Eggs up with such an 8-kill lead at this point in the game is huge. And right now, staying alive, making it so difficult for Flyers to come back in this game. They get it to 6, but unfortunately, it's the perfect shots from Pistola. They're going to extend this game and make it what is going to be potentially out of reach, 47-39. Ola being a menace right now. Not even worrying about going for the snipe, but more so looking for a free kill on someone that potentially is.
Yeah, now the snipe is just a bait option for this red team, basically. If you want it, you want to get close to it. The enemy team knows that they're trying to get in there, and I was actually saying who does pick it up for that final kill with the sniper just to close it out, but a valiant attempt by Flyers there, who had some great counter plays in mind. They just couldn't quite close the gap that was created early on.
It's moments like the one where you're up 14-8, you got a set of full rockets, you're collapsing on these players, red snipe.
Yeah.
Like, when you're trying to upset a team that's so good, and as in Dozen Deviled Eggs, or throughout any experience I had in Halo, it's those moments you have to take advantage of. You cannot allow things to go south. You cannot afford to make the same amount of mistakes that they can because of how great of a team they are. We saw in game 1 they were able to capitalize in a lot of those situations, clutch up, make an individual play. Flyers is going to need to continue to make individual plays if they want to win this series. It's a tied up 1-1. They have just every opportunity in order to do so here in game 3, but when you watch one of those situations go south, it's almost like you needed that moment to continue the momentum that you built from game 1. And right now, how do you get that momentum back? Who's going to step up and make a play for this Flyers roster that changes the outcome of this game?
Well, we'll have to see it here. Of course, game 3, both teams' winners bracket life on the line with this game. So saying no hesitation, barreling straight through the treehouse here, or the tower, and he will get himself the camo somehow for it. 2 dead already, though. His teammates down for the count. And Sane still being pressured here, just narrowly surviving, but does go down. That CC, I believe, would clean them up. So I'd say looks like Blue have started with the advantage in this opening strat here. That OS going to help Envor stay alive just a little longer as well and be a nuisance here on the bend. And hopefully that's enough defense for his teammates to win themselves rockets. It looks like they have won that.
It wasn't the most efficient use of Overshield, but what he did do is just tank a ton of damage and buy time for the rest of Flyers to get there, right? And right now you're seeing commonly, once again, rockets in hand, has an opportunity to try and make a play. Hey, that's going to be a play. It might be an easy kill onto Saiyan and a reset of the stronghold, but that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Flyers off to an early start here. Commonly's able to get a reset on Red Nest. That could be huge. Unfortunately, he goes down, but with a 2-2 split right now in lives and deaths. It looks like Flyers is going to be able to get a little bit of a lead. They are going to lose Blue Bend, but they're going to trade it immediately out for Catwalk.
I like this rotation out of Penguin, though. Spawning up, knowing that that Catwalk was going to be compromised, so immediately goes to Blue Bend and just keeps some form of control in the favor of Deviled Eggs. And it's that type of rotation that allows these teams to get as many points as possible, to stop the bleeding quickly. Penguin right now going to try to capitalize as well. He's already got Envor. You got a player just holding it down from top Catwalk here. His teammates on the opposite side of the map here, so a pinch could hopefully be coordinated if he can just delay long enough. Looks like he does want a piece of this action. I think that's Ryan Noob just trying to delay the situation. He does go down. Penguin going to slide his way out of this engagement, somehow contribute to the fight on Nest as well. So you got to love his ability to just lend shots into so many areas while staying alive, just playing the tightrope act here. If he doesn't spot that player beside him, this will probably lead to his death.
I mean, you can love everything you saw out of Penguin, but 26-4, Flyers in the lead right now. Second group of power-ups coming up. Saiyan able to get those rockets, make his way over towards Overshield, so there may be an Overshield player for Dozen Deviled Eggs here shortly. I do believe they were able to secure it. It's going to be Trippy. Super CC with Camo, makes the play, gets the back whack. Can he defend Catwalk after it? That would be magnificent by him. He's able to get the reset. Those two players are coming behind him. 6-1 off the floor. Hits some great shots on the other. Envor is going to finish him off, and beautiful job by Flyers to lose numbers, giving Overshield and Rockets away, but Super CC with the assassination and the rest of the team off spawn makes the plays they need to make this a 40-4 game.
CC has just broken down the entire team with this play, and the man is still going. Apparently, there's one below him. Looks like his teammate's going to dive onto that one, but at this point, 43 points and counting, and CC just looking for new spawners to delay here. Can't find them just yet. We got multiple up in Catwalk. No more camo to work with. And he might have needed that camo to survive in that open engagement, so he will go down. But the damage done here, commonly going to hold it down from Nest. You got one up in tower to keep the map control in their favor, but loving the hold out of Flyers here. We're going to have to see a drastic change in events here out of Deviled Eggs to actually make the comeback.
They've been able to hold this for so long right now. It was ever since Penguin rotated to blue that they were never able to get red back. 4 dead. Flyers with the nades, Flyers with the shots. The light rifle comes through from Super CC in the kill feed, and with it, they're going to be able to get a trip cap here. I don't want them to risk too much for Blue Bin, though. I would love to see them continue this Red Nest Catwalk stronghold capture, because they've been able to hold this down for over 2 minutes now.
Such high-quality teamwork out of Flyers here. I wonder if Coach Callis is doing the coaching today, but these boys look very well coordinated. They will make their way into top Catwalk, so it looks like Deviled Eggs will finally get a couple points on the board here, but will they survive? You got commonly in position to just deal the damage. Gonna dive up into Saiyan, brings him down to one shot, but does die. And that's a rocket launcher in the hands of Red here. We got OS camo coming up. Last thing Deviled Eggs want to see are these power-ups in the hands of Blue. But Ryan Do being so annoying, just holding down the defense here. He will dive for OS, and that rocket was a little too early, but it looks like OS is burned. But the worry here is this camo, and CC, he's on round 2 with it. And he's just getting started.
He knows there's a player below him, but that player not able to get an angle. It's Trippy. He gets taken down as well. And Super CC once again with camo. They did lose Red Nest for a second, but they're going to swap it immediately for Blue Bin. Are they going to expect the outside push? Super CC on a killing spree. He's going to expect it with this camo. Nice double kill. Can he get the triple? Lands the triple. And a beautiful job to get back up. Can he find the Ove? Can't finish Trippy, but the damage has been done. 84-10, and the hold still stays strong. Super CC doing everything once again with camo.
All right, CC might need to pick up this camo or more often. He's changed my mind here. He's the designated camo man today. He's making massive plays, and look at the acrobatics here on the Catwalk to go up and down and chase this player while somehow surviving. We've got new spawners up in Catwalk, just desperate attempt to get into the Catwalk, and he doesn't save it. Wes is shaking his head. No way CC actually does this much work. So finally they put this demon down, but at what cost, right? I don't even know if there's a chance for Deviled Eggs to make a comeback here. Commonly popping off here a little bit too.
All of the momentum in Flyers' direction. They have so much time to play with. 91 points to 17. No reason to panic. It's going to be a trip cap needed out of Deviled Eggs, but the reset comes in on Blue Bend. They're continuing to play a little bit of defense here. Commonly, you'd like to see him position himself a little bit but more directed towards one of these strongholds, whether it's defending Blue Bend or whether it's going towards Catwalk. I like this decision by him to go Catwalk. Good job by them to deny the trip cap from Deviled Eggs on the blue bend, but unfortunately commonly loses his life, and it's going to be such a huge mountain to try and climb if you're a dozen Deviled Eggs here, and unfortunately that mountain may run out of time here.
Deviled Eggs working very hard, though, to keep this control in their favor. They have almost lost these captures on multiple occasions here, but damn, are they fighting back. Ola does win the OS. They have tower side control in just a second as well. They might be able to get the camo. This will be huge for their momentum. You got Ola diving up into catwalk here, looking like the Terminator. New spawners up on Blue Cat, and Ola going to keep him back. That should be an easy camo in the hands of Red. And the ball's just rolling. I mean, I know it's 91-38, but I've seen bigger comebacks, Wes. If they keep this together, we might see something beautiful.
This is possible, but you do see Envor with rockets. Where is he going to take these? He's going to go Red Nest, hop in it. Can he find the kill? Misses the rocket. Saiyan actually gets the better of him, and that's going to keep Red Nest alive for a dozen Deviled Eggs. They're going to immediately rotate over to Blue Bin. I think they're going to lose Catwalk because of this, but that's a well trade. They're going to continue to score here. Saying it's your job to try and get them out of Catwalk. That would be a huge opportunity for a trip cap. Can't quite do it, but does get the kill. 2 dead. He's looking to apply pressure once again.
Look how quick he makes the rotation as well. Right up into the face of Ryan. He gets the trade on it also. You got Blue Ben being rotated to right now. These players spawning up outside. They need to get into a cap, so they'll dive into Ben. In the meantime, Ola going to lock down Red Nest, well capping Top Cat. And the transfer happened. No points on the side of Flyers here. They're working their butts off to try to get something. But you can see that the rotation game, Deviled Eggs just one step ahead. Just keeping it in their favor. Ola going to hold down multiple here in blue base. 2 already dead in the feed. So they're going to have to reset their attempts to get back in these captures. And Ola just being a nuisance with the defense. They'll dive into blue bend here as well. If they keep this up, we might actually see another temporary triple cap.
At what point do you start getting nervous as a Flyers fan? Because right now you've seen a 91-14 point game immediately become extremely close. They're able to keep catwalk control. They're going to lose the trip cap in Blue Bend. Red Nest also being transferred, so it's up to Penguin. Can he get up there? Can he get this kill? The answer is yes. He gets the kill, makes his way over to Overshield, changes his mind from Rockets, and with it, they continue to take piece by piece a little bit of an opportunity to come back in this game. Can't get the Overshield, and that could be a disaster for Dozen Deviled Eggs. If they're able to get into Red Nest here quickly, get the Slays, this game could go right back in Flyers' favor.
Oh, that would have been a big kill if he got the double there. I'm not sure if that camo was picked up. I think Red might have it here. That's Trippy, who does have the camo, so the OS, no dice on that, but Trippy could make a massive play. He'll step into catwalk at the reset. There is a player hiding there. I love the little shimmy at a Trippy, though, but they spotted him. He'll have to drop down to bottom mid. Nade's coming in to just keep this man back. The pressure in the catwalk as well. They started the cap, but it got reset. Got a player in there once again. Trippy going to come right back. And honestly, the fact that Trippy lived. How did this man live? He's connected it into a triple. He's going for an over here. We got 2 alive on Red Fan, but at this point, they are scrambling. They're running out of time. This is going to be a trip cap on the bend and a GG. Wes, are you kidding? What was a game that looked like an easy, no-brainer win for Flyers was completely flipped on its head and upset for a 100-91 finish. Deviled Eggs, they're moving on in winners.
Oh my God. It was going to take perfect Halo for Dozen Deviled Eggs to win that game, and that's exactly what they stepped up and did. And that's the problem when you talk about trying to beat a team with this caliber of talent. That's how hard it is. One moment, one kill that gets away. Trippy survives with camo, doesn't get stuck by that plasma, doesn't die in bottom middle, and all of a sudden he's just impacted the game greater than any other player did in like that short period of time. Gets 3 kills, 2 more players to no shield outside, ends the game by staying alive with that camera. It's just a heads-up play by him to somehow make that happen, but it was really a culmination of the last 5 minutes of just dominance. The same level of dominance we saw from Flyers the first 5 minutes of that game was repeated and then added on to by Dozen Deviled Eggs. The game's not over till the Fat Lady sings, and right now it's tough if you're Flyers. You were right there, but that Dozen Deviled Eggs team has got to be on cloud 9 after stepping up like that.
I mean, that's the reason why they are, as good as they are. In a situation like that, 91 points, many teams would be demoralized. Their momentum would be shot. Their chances of ever making a comeback would be so low, they wouldn't be thinking about it. But a team like Deviled Eggs, they know that the moment they get control, the moment they get the power-ups, the snowball gets rolling. And really the camo, the star of the show in that game, it was, once CC, who made massive plays, then Trippy and Saiyan, who completely turned the game around with it. And that's just good Halo, Wes. Good to see some good Halo finally. And I'm sure we got plenty more exciting matches coming up. But in the meantime, Yeso, what do you think of that last series? That must be a fun one on the scoreboard.
I think that was an impressive comeback there by a dozen deviled eggs. Welcome back, folks. Yeso here in the GBO zone, and a dozen deviled eggs take the 2-1 win over Flyers to move into the winners finals. And it looked like a series that was all done, all wrapped up by the Flyers there. They got up to that 90-point threshold, and we still saw a dozen deviled eggs down in the teens, but they were able to get the captures that they needed and an impressive run back to take the win. Let's check out the stats here from this last match, and then I have a replay I do want to check out. But the first map was CTF, and this one was close, back and forth between these two teams, but we saw the Flyers pulling it out at the end. And it's crazy you see this close of a matchup, and typically when we go the distance, a full 3-2 score in CTF, a lot of the time these games go the distance in terms of time, right? You typically see these games running upwards of 11 minutes, but it was so back and forth that actually an entire 3-2 map completed in 7.5 minutes, which is interesting. But these two teams going back and forth in this first map. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this first one, and it was Super CC leading the lobby, 19 kills and 14 assists. That's a fantastic game. 13 deaths there. Meanwhile, on the other side, both Penguin and Saiyan able to grab 16 kills apiece, but in just the single digits for the assists. And it was obviously Flyers taking the 3-2 win in this one. Let's check the last page of stats here for that first map real quickly. Some rough accuracy numbers. Envor down there at 41.9%. That is an uncharacteristically low number for Envor, who has a very reliable shot. They're still up over 2,000 damage. Meanwhile, Super CC encroaching on 2,800 damage. That was a fantastic game with that 57.4% accuracy. Meanwhile, on the other side, great accuracy numbers almost across the board. Trippy the lowest at 51.4%, but look at that. 61, 59.5, 58.8. So a dozen deviled eggs were hitting their shots, but it wasn't enough to grab them the win in game number one, and that took us then to Slayer. So we go to map 2. It was on Coliseum, and this was a tightly contested one again, just under 7 minutes time for the entire match, but a 50-41 win for a dozen deviled eggs. And we heard Shyway and Clutch talk about it, that this is the kind of team that, you know, they can go down early. And we see it fairly consistently with these top squads, no matter what matchup. It just happens sometimes they go down early, but it seems like as soon as they get a foothold in a map, in a series, they just start to run away with it. And we saw it here. As soon as a dozen deviled eggs got their foot in the door in this Slayer match, they did not look back. 14 kills apiece for Saiyan and Trippy. 9 and 7 assists respectively. Just 7 deaths there for Saiyan. He has had remarkably low death numbers today while racking up solid Slayer stats all the way throughout. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Flyers. 11, 11, 11 there. Envor commonly and Ryan Noob there, all with 11 kills apiece, but they weren't able to push it to a win. Super CC with just 8 kills in a Slayer game is not what you need to try and put a team as good as a dozen deviled eggs away. Let's check out real quick. We'll run through the rest of the stats for the Slayer game. 4 perfect kills for the side of a dozen deviled eggs. No surprise there. Pretty even headshots across the board. Let's check out the accuracy and damage numbers here as well. 57.3% there for Saiyan. No surprises there. Just under 2,200 damage, leading the entire lobby. On the other side, great accuracy from Envor and Super CC as well. So the win on Slayer for a dozen deviled eggs takes us to the third map. And it was the one that they won in reverse. You see that 191 scoreline. At one point, it was 91 to, I believe, 17 in favor of Flyers. They looked all but secured in going on to the winners finals, but a dozen deviled eggs got their foot in the door, didn't look back. Let's take a peek at the Slayer stats for this final map. 23 kills there for Penguin, along with 12 assists. That's a phenomenal game. We also saw Trippy playing a big part in the turnaround in this one. 19 kills for Sane as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Super CC making up for a rough performance in that Slayer game with just 8 kills. 25 this time around, 12 assists on top of that with just 14 deaths. So really some good games here, but Flyers couldn't get back control of the map once a dozen Deviled Eggs took over late in this game. Let's go to the final stats page here before we go to a replay from that final game. Penguin with an impressive 11.0 KDA, even Super CC topping it off with a 15.0. Great performances from those two. 62.2% accuracy for Super CC. Leads the lobby in that 3,500 damage. Super CC was just an absolute laser beam in this game, but sadly, his team not able to pull out the win. They still move on in the losers bracket, but they'll have some ground to make up. And that is the 2-1 win there for a dozen Deviled Eggs. As we come out of the stats here, I want to replay a late play from that last map. It was Strongholds. We were originally going to go with a triple kill for the Flyers, but a dozen Deviled Eggs pulled it back. We see Trippy here with the camo, getting up onto this point. Quick double kill there. Looks for the triple here, easily finishes it off, and you see perfect timing as well. Just as a dozen Deviled Eggs surpass the Flyers on the scoreboard. Trippy getting clutch kills here, working along with Pistola, able to get one right there at the end. And this was just great timing from Trippy here. Good use of the camo, able to sneak up behind Ryanoob there, grabs the triple here, and that was just what a dozen Deviled Eggs needed to close out this map and move on. And now, we talked about it earlier, a lot of these top teams, sometimes they'll make perfect runs. It won't be a perfect run today for a dozen Deviled Eggs. They did obviously drop their first game of the day against the Flyers, but still looking strong. An 8-1 record in terms of game score so far on the day, and they wait in our winners finals. And they're waiting for the result of the Kansas City Pioneers up against Gambichos. That is our other winners semi-final match. Let's keep the day rolling, though. We got plenty more Halo 5 action here from Microsoft Sunday. Let's head back over to Shyway and Clutch.
All right, well, that's one side of our winners semis, Wes. We had, of course, Deviled Eggs and Flyers. On the other side, we've had Gambichos and KCP. So the four heavy-hitting tournaments, I'd say, in this tournament today, unless there are other dark horse teams. This would be the top four, I believe. So hopefully we get to see Gambichos and KCP. So we are jumping into the other side of winners here. Of course, the winner of this will go into winners finals, get to face off against Deviled Eggs, but this should be yet another exciting high-stakes matchup here, Wes. Of course, you know KCP well, and then Gambichos would be PK plus Chester.
Yeah, I haven't seen well, I guess you said Chester was this Gambino player from the LATAM scene, and if that's the case, then that's exciting news that they're able to add him to the roster, have instant success, it looks like, if they were able to take last week. So I'm very excited to see how they're playing. KCP, these guys, they've made a name for themselves, especially through these Esports Arena tournaments. They were running this show for a while back in the day when we first started, and it's no surprise they're in, once again, another winner semifinals, and you know that they have nothing but first on their mind for the end of the day as well.
Right. So KCP, of course, Taulik, Manny, Soul Snipe, Druck. I assume they're in full form today. If that's the case, this is going to be a force to be reckoned with. They didn't quite have their full roster last week, and they lost to Gambichos last week. So I wonder how things will take place this time. We are in Fathom CTF for our game one here, a map that I'd say both teams are comfortable on, but the opening strat going to come down to this rail, and it looks like KCP might get away with it if the flankers don't deal with him first.
Well, the flankers look like they were able to deal with him first. Chester finds himself a kill onto the railgun player, and with it, he's going to allow Atso a little bit of space to push up into the enemy's tree. Going to find himself what I thought was going to be a kill, but even better shots there from that KCP player. Druck able to stay alive as well. So KCP off to a good start. You know, they're looking for revenge after what might have been a poor performance from them last week with a sub, it sounds like. So don't be surprised if they come in with a little bit of anger, a little bit of aggression here in game 1.
Definitely seeing the aggression there. Talik just flew into generator with Rail. Couldn't get the kill, unfortunately, and they lost their chance at the flagpole. Instead, the Rail, I believe, changed hands to a blue player. Chester's holding it down from Treehouse in the meantime here. Might be able to win this fight with Druck. Looks like Tapping will do it instead, and he's already got his sights on the player on Porch there, but will drop Atso in the meantime. He's got the Rail in an unfortunate whiff. Great thrust timing, by the way, out of that red player just to avoid it. As Talik, who's coming back into the fray here. That'll drop Atso down the bottom mid, but just staying alive, trying to fend off the pressure here. You can see KCP hot on their tail. They're already diving into blue base and taking down players with them.
Can they get the slays they need right now? It doesn't look like they've been able to really get inside the base as of yet. Manny does find that double, and that could be exactly what the doctor ordered, but tapping buttons, and the boys also find a 2-piece that are going to deny the pressure from KCP once again. Gambichos, they've been on their back feet so far throughout this game, but they haven't given anything yet.
Tapping made his way over to Silo. Got a teammate with him as well, so great line of sight on the red base here. New spawners coming up on elbow side. Tapping just going to try to hold it down with the laser beam. So get shots into Talik here. Teammate going to dive in, pick up the kill. That's a trade, and that means Tapping does not have an easy opportunity to apply pressure. Instead, looks like KCP already have a flag out. We got the camo being fought for, and Druck taking full advantage of the kerfuffle here to get this flag into red base. Looks like he will plant it in as well. Can Gambichos do anything to get a counter here? I don't see anybody in position to do it, unfortunately. Actually, no, sorry, there's 2 in red base. They are fighting hard to get this counter out, but a flank is already in blue for a counter to the counter, Wes, so we'll see.
Yeah, they can't get the flag off the porch, and with it, both those players in red die. KCP flushes out the enemy players. Are they able to get a flag run of their own is the question. Talik going to try and push into the tree. Doesn't look like, after losing a few teammates, he's going to be interested in trying to help get that second cap on the board. He's more of trying to create some space, maybe get some control of the map, to where his team doesn't get flooded on right when they spawn into their own base.
Atso doing what he can in that fight, but a player on Treehouse does take him. Manny going to convert 1 into 2. Will die to Tapping Buttons, though, who jumps forward for the kill. Tapping goes down as well, so trades left and right here, but KCP with a chance to push through into blue base. Pressure on once again here. I like the shot into the ramp to keep Druck back, but Druck's movement just a little better there to get up to top mid. He does die shortly after. Atso going to go down. Players dropping left and right to nades as well, and this keeps them back behind the 50-yard line. Tapping going to try his hand once again on the silo, though. Look at this. Might be seeing a coordinated push at a Gambichos here. Multiple players are red stuck in the base as well. Can they make something happen?
We're going to see if the defense for KCP stands strong. They get 3 straight kills. They actually have a flag pull of their own, and if Soul Snipe can get a little bit of help, this flag is going to get punched in. Wow. Yes, he gets the help he needs from Talik, and the boys from KCP get a nice overextension counter cap situation where Gambichos looked like they were going to be the ones collapsing on the base. No, it was KCP. They got the slays. 1 player overextends, and with it, they find themselves up 2-0.
Damn. And Manny just crushing Dreams as well. He gets the double with the rail, looking for that player on silo. He's got 1 on top mid as well, so knowledge of the 2 targets' positions. How can he collapse, make this happen? It seems like KCP have just been 1 step ahead in every little opportunity Gambichos have had to dive into this flag here. Manny's still fending it off, just holding down angles, sight lines. Just trying to delay as long as he can here. You know what? That top mid control, though, did bode well for Gambichos. They got the camo off of it. We got the flag in the hands of a blue player as well. So can they turn this into something? Soul Snipe going to chase down that player in the small door. He ends up going all the way around the circle, taking him out from behind here. We got another player diving the flag out through the window. It'll sit out in courtyard. So maybe a chance here for Gambichos. They got to make sure they're ready to cut off the flankers, and Drift is there to do that.
The thing is, Druck was the last guy alive. He ends up finding 2. And right now, it looks like they're going to be able to get the return here. Not quick enough from Drift right there to deny the return from coming in. And it's a phenomenal job by Druck to find 2 kills there, stop that flag cap from going in. And now they're trying to get one of their own. It's stuck down in the pit. Can they get the slays?
Atso just going to carefully walk up to it. He will manage to get the reset. Going to have to turn around immediately. That's Druck right behind him. Melee in to finish him off. Soul Snipe going to go down for the double. Nice little whip of the right stick there to clean him up. He'll get back up to top mid. Teammates going to make the push into courtyard here. And Gambichos, they got to capitalize on this opportunity. Doesn't know there's one directly below, though. Atso going to burn for his decision. This gives KCP their opening they needed. Talik already rotating up through Treehouse here. Looks like he will double back for the defense. Multiple slays on the feed from Gambichos. And left and right we go here. But like you said, Talik with nice shots to keep the defense up. Gambichos just can't seem to breathe here.
Unfortunately, Talik goes down right there, but he did enough to just allow the rest of KCP to get up off their spawn, maybe get across the map, maybe get top middle. Druck finds a kill, but he's the only one that finds a kill, and with it, this flag is going to be pulled. Gambichos gets the flag into the tree. They're going to be running it siloed. Are the overextensions from KCP going to be there in time? You see one, you see two. One goes down. The second player is here, but he gets the kill onto the flag player. 3 straight dead for Gambichos. Last guy alive on the flag. And the return once again comes in. KCP with the overextensions are able to get that return. Doesn't look like a counter cap is in order, but the damage is done, and Gambichos cannot figure out a way to get that first cap on the board.
KCP just continues to stop them in their tracks right before the goal line. Tapping buttons will at least delete this player, applying pressure here. He'll spot Soul Snipe as well. Nice little melee to clean him up. Dive and get the double on the Talik. How does this man turn and be so accurate at the same time? Clean plays out of tapping. He'll take top mid because of it. You already got Chester pushing up through courtyard here. Spawners up on elbow sides. So tapping buttons, trying to micromanage the situation here. I'm pretty sure he just went right past the player beside him, but looks like he's one step ahead. He'll take Druck as well. Chester pushing up into the base. The nade above him tipped him off to a player in Treehouse, but that flag is out, and Gambicho's on a little momentum string here.
Once again, Gambichos has a flag, and once again, the overextensions come in. The pressure is at their base. Chester has to slow this down, knows that this flag player is in his engine. He's going to try and wait for his teammates. You see all 4 members of Gambichos starting to swarm. Soul Snipe, can he find a kill by his team time? Does get 1, 3 go down for Gambichos. Soul Snipe with the double. The return comes in, and here comes the counter cap once again. Gambichos falls apart at the finish line for the 3rd straight time.
KCP, they just continue to shut him down. They still got the flag. It's still being ran. It will sit down in sub. Soul Snipe going to try to get to it. He'll slide, grab it, and then thrust out. I love that little movement, but then fumbles the run. I spoke too soon. He'll keep that flag down on sub, rail up as well, so an important point of contention here. Manny and teammate will get up the top map. You can at least control the map here, but that flag is returned with the unfortunate fumble there. Chester trying to take advantage of the pandemonium. This has been pretty wild here, Wes. Back and forth we go. Somehow Gambichos can't seem to get away with the little opportunities they've had. Can they at least get the rail here? We got Talik with it this time.
They've had so much opportunity, but have not been able to capitalize on any of it. Talik with camo right now, playing very sneaky. Gets information that there's a player top blue tree. Doesn't want to necessarily give up his life. Knows that right now, time's a factor. You're up 2-0. There's 3 minutes left on a map like Fathom 5. You are able to bunker down and play some defense here. Finds the first pick, creates some space for his team. Gonna isolate this player bottom middle probably. That player has railgun, a thrust back, allows him to get a little bit of damage, but the trade comes through, and right now a 2-2 swing. Gambichos once again trying to get a player into their flag, but nothing has showed me that Gambichos can get the job done at this point.
Manny had his sights set on Atso there, but Atso just couldn't get the kill. Tala came to help him out. He'll make his way up to top mid here as well. Soul Snipe, Druck, they already have slays on the feed. Could this be the final stretch here, Wes? We talked about time. There's only 2 minutes, 30 seconds left, so Gambichos, they got to make it happen. And you know what? It's going to end before that happens. You got the flag already in the window. Players overextending to try to stop this one. Manny going to stop one in top mid in his tracks there, but the flag still sits there. Going to dive off a spawn, get to it. It looks like they might be able to reach it in time to plant it in for a 3-0 victory. Man, 3-0 is not what that game looked like, though, Wes. It was so damn close to being something entirely different, right? We had Gambichos in multiple situations just a meter, if that, away from the flag touch.
Yeah, I don't think the Slays favored either team. I don't think that the 3-0 scoreline, to your point, is any resemblance of how that game played out. Gambichos had so many opportunities, got the flag so close so many times, but it was just KCP clutching up every single time, getting the return, getting some counter cap opportunity, and Gambichos obviously played one hell of a tournament last weekend, but you're letting
Right.
moments slip away. KCP, you're starting to clutch up. It feels like you have that it factor for the day. And right now, this series, although it's 1-0, feels very, very close. Either team, I think, could take this game too, but it's most importantly for Gambicho's sake that they are able to weather that storm, understand that like things didn't go their way, and start to clutch up, because when it rains, it pours, and a lot of unfortunate things were going against you. You feel like you just got cheated out of a game, probably that looks like a blowout. And how do you? The big question is, how do you stop the momentum from getting out of hand here in game two?
Right. Like you said, KCP have brought a whole new energy today that they didn't have last week with their pickup team. And Bichos haven't quite been able to meet it just yet. They've been so close. They've almost capped multiple occasions. Can't seem to close it out. That said, though, there have been some explosive moments. Tapping, especially, he'll pop off. He'll grab a double, a triple kill. They just can't seem to convert it into a cap. But doubles and triples, I mean, that's money in Slayer coming up. So hopefully they can continue to have these kind of explosive moments and use that to control Slayer. They've only got one more chance here, Wes. Of course, best of 3. If they make it through, we'll jump into another objective. I will say that, thankfully, for Gambicho's, Flag is probably KCP's best map, so that's kind of out of the way. So Gambicho's, they're going to have to haul butt, I guess. I wanted to say. Anyway, you get what I wanted to say. But they're going to have to put the work in.
Yeah. To your point, they didn't get outslayed. They got outplayed, right? So
Sure.
that might not be the case here in game two, but you cannot let small things like Soul Snipe getting that double on Engine when he's the last guy by himself with the flag. Like, that guy needs to get collapsed on and traded out immediately. Like, even if he gets 1, there's no way he can get 2. He was able to get 2, and like when things like that happen, it's very easy for like emotions to get like for you to get down on yourself, for you to like get annoyed at a teammate for not doing something correctly or whatnot. And it's all about how do you rebound from things like that unfortunately happen throughout the swing of a series.
Well, speaking of unfortunate events, we already got a -1 on the board there from KCP.
Oh, no.
Somebody fell off the map. They managed to get the kill to correct it, bring it back to 0, but that's a 3-0 start and a snipe in the hands of Tapping, and he's going to rip a face immediately off a pickup. This man's so cracked, already showcasing it. He'll jump and get another shot onto Manny. KCP taking some risky challenges, paying the price, and Tapping. Tell me he connects this for a double. He's still going. Spawner's up on Bend. Tapping with the Nikes on. He'll make the rotation, throw all his nades in the process. But man, at this point, you gotta know he's feeling himself.
Yeah, basically a perfect start for Gambichos right now. Just a 5-kill game. They do lose a couple of players before that sentence gets completed, but a great start for Tapping Buttons. A very bad start for KCP. Falling off the map is not something you ever want to see your teammates do at a high level. And a good job by KCP to weather the storm as of yet, make it a 4-kill game, but Tapping Buttons still with plenty of ammo in the snipe to make sure that this game stays in his team's favor.
Playing his snipe very carefully. That's such a nice shot on the Manny. I think the beauty of these rotations with snipe is just to keep this sniper player in positions where the enemy team isn't expecting them. So you can grab unorthodox angles, and Tapping has been so effective at doing that. KCP don't have the knowledge they need, and the teammates are now pushing up onto Snipe to force them into unfortunate angles where Tapping could just clean them up. So 12-6 on the board here. Tapping does whiff the no-scope, but teammates are already in position on Snipe's side. Tapping going to do what he can to just lend the laser beams across the map, making short work of them with Magnum. Pressure will come from the red Bend, but Tapping almost getting that kill as well. But the damage done here. Great little start out of Gambichos. Can they hold on without the snipe, though?
Well, it's still just a 5-kill game. Rocket's coming up right now, I believe, and Atso going to be caught by himself. Gets triple teamed. Top snipe. Where are the Rockets in play, though? They're still going to be on spawn, so nobody in position to pick those up. And a good job by KCP once again. Like, it's a 4-kill game still, and as much damage as we saw Tapping Buttons do with that snipe, this game should not be nearly as close. So if they're able to get a couple power weapons in their favor, I wouldn't be shocked to see them once again swing the tides of this event, or of these events.
Manny will take that kill. Talik with one on the Chester as well. Just a 2-kill deficit here. Snipe side in control of KCP. Druck got tagged up, though. That's all the info Drift needs to dive at him, but Manny is ready to get rid of him before he can do the damage. Druck will live a little longer. Still a 2-kill game. Rockets still up, I believe. They were 10 minutes spawned, and they're still there. So big point of contention. Nobody wants to go overexpose themselves just yet. And in doing so, the snipe is about to spawn in a few seconds as well. So a double dilemma for these teams here. Tapping buttons instead, wanted to kill, didn't get it. Atso going to hold it down for DMR. KCP taking advantage of the timing to get to the Rockets, but does that give Blue the snipe? I think Drift has it.
Nice nade's going to take down Atso. It's a 3-kill game, make it 2. 3 members go down for game Beachers. It's going to be Drift, last guy alive. He gets rocketed, and now the new snipe going to transfer hands. It's in the hands of Manny, and with a 1-kill game separating the 2 as we go to the 25-kill mark here. Manny in a perfect position to separate his team.
Here we go, Manny. Looking for this player back pyramid. Doesn't let him distract him too long. Knows that player is going to be dealt with. Got one of the sneaky spawning up on Blue Bend as well. Manny going to try to hold angles here. Just needs head level. There's one. First victim. That's a spree for him. Still in blue base. One below here. Manny just trying to deal all the angles he can. Just continue to hold sight lines, be efficient. He's got 2 teammates on snipe to at least lend him support fire. It looks like he got a whiff of one player in blue window. Knows there's one below as well. So Manny just juggling so many options. And eventually you get burned if you stay there too long.
Yeah, you know, you talked about it with tapping. He kept relocating with the snipe. He kept getting unpredictable kills because the enemy team didn't expect him to be where he was. Manny decides to stay in just about the same general area the entire time. Ends up paying for it with his life. Dies to a grenade because, hey, he's been sniping there for the last 45 seconds. Like, we got to get him off of it. A nade will do the trick. Right now, Atso, with a 1-kill lead, has 1 rocket to his name, does get taken down. Does that rocket stay on the map? The answer is no. So, although KCP got the kill, they weren't able to catch the rockets. And now this game couldn't be any closer as we get past the 34-kill mark.
Nice little bank nade at a Chester does bring them to a 1-kill advantage. They're now going to push up on the snipe side here. Shots into Manny, but just taking shots and nades from all angles here. Drift goes down shortly after. So KCP turning a disadvantageous state into an advantage of their own here. They'll take a 1-kill lead off of it. Soul Snipe going to barrel through Snipe's side and die for it. What an aggressive play. Thought he had the timing for it, but maybe just slightly too late. Either way, we're neck and neck here, Wes. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Thought he had the timing, thought he had the teammates. Thought wrong on both of the occasions. Now 37-37. This game could go down to the wire. And good teamwork out of KCP is going to reward them with the lead for a brief second, but it's traded out by Drift. And right now, snipe control, very important. 30 seconds, I believe, until the next one comes out.
Manny, he'll exchange blows for the trade here. We're at the 40-point mark, the end zone in this game. Snipe side control on the side of Tapping and Team. If they can hold it down from outside here, Tapping playing a dangerous game. He does get the trade, though, and that does keep them in favor on Snipe's side. Atso going to fill his position here. Atso doesn't see the player on Cave, and he might die immediately for this. His timings like that are so unfortunate, but still we hold at a tie game here. Snipe about to pop. You got an angle on it from KCP. The timing, the coordinated efforts at a KCP, though, coming through the maze and up on top, Cat. They might have won the Snipe side. The Rockets in the hands of Blue, though, and can they get away with it? That red player will be burned. Manny right now, he'll be up, but that sniper, Soul Snipe, has it.
Tapping still has 1 rocket in the chamber, but Soul Snipe with plenty of snipe ammo can end this game for his team. He's going to spot 1 player. Blue Cave lands a nice body shot. Can the nade get the kill? Because no one else in position to really finish that off. But the information could be enough. I love Soul Snipe's ability to just change direction. And now the double kill comes through. The 3rd player is in Cave. He lost his teammate at Snipe, so he's got to be forced back down. But just 2 kills needed for KCP to take this series in the winners semifinals. Unfortunately, Soul Snipe, he gets taken down. Now it's a 3-kill game. Gambicho's trying to stay alive, but Druck not going to let that happen. Ends the series in his team's favor, 2-0. KCP is going to go into the winners finals.
Soul Snipe teed it up, and Druck closed it out right there. Soul Snipe, he had the couple kills that he needed, and you could just see him bobbing and weaving on the bottom of blue base, burning out the rest of the snipe ammo, and the nice little rotation from Druck. But quite a game there. Nice and close game, similar to our Fathom CTF. It went the distance down to the wire, but unfortunately only one team prevails here, Wes, and it looks like KCP are playing just a little bit better today. And I wonder if they're playing well enough to beat our Deviled Eggs team. Of course, that's the other team on the side of winners. Going to be a hell of a winners finals off of it. The 2 teams in losers, though, Gambicho and the previous, Flyers, those are two teams I could expect to come back through losers' side. So we have a lot of exciting potential there. Can't wait to see it all unravel. Yay, so what do you think?
I personally think we're going to get an awesome winners finals. Welcome back, folks. We just saw KCP take down Gambichos, and they will move on to face a dozen deviled eggs in our winners finals here. That will be coming up in just a little bit, but what a great performance there from KCP. The first time we're able to see them on stream today, and they did not disappoint. This is one of my favorite teams to watch on Sunday. I became a big fan of Manny when we did the Kellogg's 25K, and he and his team have continued to perform. We saw a bit of a break from them. We didn't see them for a few weeks. We saw part of the roster back a week ago, and now we see the full squad in here, and they're looking strong. And the question is, as Shyway pointed out, do they have enough to take down a dozen deviled eggs in this winners finals? We will find out shortly. Let's check out our stats here from our last winners semifinal. We kicked it off on Fathom with some capture. The flag, 2 caps there for Soul Snipe. Talik had the other, a 3-0 win. And, I talked about it in the previous matchup that we broke down and how quickly that CTF game had gone, but it was a 3-2 score. And then interestingly, we get the 3-0 score with a much longer game, just over 10 minutes for this one, but KCP did take the win. And this is a Gambicho squad not to be underestimated. Obviously, they won a week ago for good reason, and they beat that combination KCP Flyers roster. So this is not an unfamiliar opponent to them, but KCP with their full roster in here today looking really strong. Let's go to the Slayer stats for game 1. And look at that, Talik and Manny, 25 and 22 kills apiece. Real strong performance there. Talik with 11 assists on top of that as well, and the least deaths on his team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tapping Buttons looking impressive once again, 28 kills, 7 assists, and 16 deaths. This is a team I want you folks to keep an eye on throughout the rest of the day. They do sit down in the losers bracket in the losers quarterfinals. They're waiting for a couple of matches to finish before they get their next opponent, but I imagine we're going to see more of them, and I certainly hope we can see them push at the very least into that losers semi-final. That could be a possible Flyers versus Gambichos matchup, and it would be, again, another one of those pseudo rematches for Gambichos. Let's check out the last page of stats here for game number 1. Obviously, KCP taking this one, Talik with the 12.6 KDA, and leading the way for his team in the accuracy numbers, 60.2% tops in the lobby. Also, over 3,600 damage there. Very, very impressive first game there for Talik. Let's go to game 2. We head to Coliseum for Slayer, and it was Manny leading the way. 17 kills, 4 assists, and in the single digits there for deaths. And it was Tapping Buttons once again for Gambicho. 16 kills, 10 assists, 11 deaths. 50-45, a very close game here as well. This is why I want you guys to keep an eye on Gambichos. This is a very strong roster. You cannot underestimate these guys, and I think they're going to have a solid run through losers. Let's go to the next page here. We'll just breeze through that one. 1 perfect kill there for Talik, 10 headshots there for Manny, hitting those shots that he needs. Let's go to the last page here. We'll close out this final winners semi-final. Manny with the 9.3 KDA, 53.7% accuracy, but it is Talik leading the way with the 56.2 and getting over 2,000 damage. Meanwhile, Tapping Buttons 60.5% and almost 2,500 damage. So Tapping Buttons doing what needs to be done. The question is can the rest of the team pick up the slack? They weren't able to pick up enough of it to get out of this series, but they will have opportunities to keep it rolling back once again. So that was the 2-0 win for the Kansas City Pioneers, and great performance from them. Very curious to see how they do in this winners final. Obviously up against a very strong team, a dozen deviled eggs, but they did show that they are human in their semifinal series. We saw them drop a game to Flyers, so who knows how it will shake out. I want to hear from you guys in Twitch chat. Who are you picking this one? Is it going to be KCP or a dozen deviled eggs? We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, Clutch and Shywell will get you guys ready and raring to go for our winners final.
Production.
Hello and welcome back. Once again, our Esports Arena Sunday continues. Our matches have been underway. We just got done 2 winners semifinal matchups. They've been pretty hot as well, so great to see some closely contested matches. Now we have 2 teams left remaining in the bracket. It's time, or in the winners bracket, it's time for the winners finals, of course, between Deviled Eggs and KCP. Wes, coming into this one, do you have any hot takes, any predictions? What do you think?
I think KCP has to play a lot better if they want to beat a dozen deviled eggs. That being said, that was a good win against Gambichos, but that game 1 really kind of threw me off. It was like they had to clutch up so many times in order to kind of like almost win that game, even though they won it 3-0. I want to say that. So it's like kind of contradictory of like the score, but like Gambichos was able to get like in such great positions against KCP, and I know for a fact if a dozen deviled eggs, or if these guys are able to get in those same positions, like they're going to close the door on those flag caps, right? Like it's not going to be nearly as pretty, or like they're not going to give the opening for KCP to clutch up. So KCP, you got the job done last series, and that's really all that matters. Like they have what it takes to step up here and compete with the dozen deviled eggs, but they're going to need to do it in order for them to compete in this series at a high level.
So you're leaning towards deviled eggs, is what you're saying?
100%.
Okay. I will say it hasn't been a cakewalk for deviled eggs, though, against Flyers, right? Flyers came in swinging. They won game 1. They lost game 2, but then game 3, Flyers looked like they had the win, and we had to see an insane last-second comeback out of deviled eggs to actually take the series. So they almost got knocked into losers off of that, and I think that they might be hurt and bleeding here. So I'm going to side with KCP. We'll find out how it all prevails here. Of course, we can see it's already on screen on Truth, CTF to start the series. That camo already burned as well. And we're only just getting started with this one, Wes.
It does look like KCP won the first bit of this game 1 here. It looks like they're already going to have control of the base, a flag being moved across the map. But counterpull from Trippy already in the enemy's bubble right now. And you don't see this all the time, a flag run car side, let alone while your flag is being rotated around pink. So we're going to see a flag standoff in the first minute of the game. Trippy picks up a big kill to keep his teammate alive, but that teammate actually ends up getting taken down by a second player top car. Can Trippy find this kill? The answer is no, but he lets Penguin finish him off as he goes right under him. And with that, that's going to allow a dozen deviled eggs the advantage here on this early standoff.
Looking to make his way through pink side. You can see a pinch forming through car as well, so they could apply pressure, maybe get this done. Penguin just waiting in red base to see the results here, trying to put some damage in across the map as well, just to help out. But a clear advantage on the side of deviled eggs here. Penguin actually going to pull the goalie here. I like this strat. The teammate going to spawn up behind him to take the flag, and he can apply pressure at the same time. Look at this. In perfect unison, they'll cap that flag, get it in. So great heads-up play at a Penguin, noticing his teammate went down, knowing he had timing to fly through and leave the flag behind. Now, KCP are going to do everything they can, though, to immediately counter it. You can see Soul Snipe already with a big play. Talik there to help him out. He'll rally that flag down to car 1 and somehow barely escape with his life. But can he get the cap here? That flag has already been pulled by Saiyan to stop him in his tracks here. So another standoff temporarily.
It's honestly a big job by Saiyan to get that flag thrown out to bottom middle, buy his team some time to maybe move across the map. But Saiyan gets taken out. Soul Snipe finds 2. And that double kill is going to allow the rest of KCP to find the openings they need. They're going to tie this game up 1-1. So although doesn't Deviled Eggs get that first cap on the board, it's KCP to answer very shortly afterwards.
Nice little return the favor at a KCP. They got pink side control as well. That camo should have been spawned, but it looks like Talik's going to opt to take position with Manny, get into the flag immediately. They don't want to waste timing here. You can see Soul Snipe already got 2 big kills on the feed. Rotation coming through to top mid. Talik with the sneaky player into red, almost getting himself the kill on top base, but he's quite the nuisance here. Manny gets a double. I'm going to make the assumption that Manny has the camo as well. Probably got it on his way to red base. You can see Soul Snipe going down there in a flurry of events. That is the camo. It's actually in the hands of Druck here. Flag does not make it out the window, so Druck now left by his lonesome. Can he delay?
Gets some good damage onto multiple members of Deviled Eggs, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, and the answer is not. Trippy finds that kill. Druck unable to find the opening with camo, and right now 3 members go down for KCP. You see everyone on Dozen Deviled Eggs sprinting across the map. Ola's going to redirect himself towards pink, get that trade. That's the last player alive that was in pink. And right now, the overextension from Car is the answer from KCP, but it's shut down by Penguin. And here comes this opportunity for a sandwich here. Penguin getting some good shots on these players, rotating back into the base, and now Trippy finds an easy kill because of it.
Penguin's so quick to make the rotation out to center map here. You'd think it's risky, but his timing impeccable. Somehow, though, he does end up going down, taking multiple nades and shots left and right. Talik making big defensive plays here in the back of the base. Manny gets a kill of his own, and this gives him an opportunity to push out yet again. You can see there was one player who's overextended. He's got another teammate underneath red base already, so KCP mount the attack here, and that player under the base will draw the attention, maybe give Talik an opening. For now, he's just holding it down, trying to cut off the stragglers. They do have pink side control, and if they can hold on to it, they will be in position for that camo. Trippy going to have to break through, ensure that doesn't happen.
We're not exactly sure when that camo comes up. KCP does have the timer on it, though, so don't be surprised when they're able to capitalize on that. It's a wingman for Talik. That's 5 assists in a row. Lands a nice plasma shot, but can't finish the kill. Insane. Beautiful job by him to get the kill, but his teammate from KCP is able to finish that kill off, get the flag outside towards pink. Can Manny stay alive here? He's got to create some space for his team. He's able to buy some time, but is that enough?
Yeah, just the fact that Manny was just able to sprint and slide, get to the toilet, and almost live there is such a nuisance, such a big delay. And that ruins the timing that Deviled Eggs had for that camo. Not sure if that camo was actually picked up. It was, so there you go. Talik does have it as a result of Manny's delay there. And Talik gonna make him feel the pain as well. He'll get multiple shots into that second player before dropping. Pressure coming in through Car side. In the meantime, Druck and Manny will work together to get 2 slays. That's a flag in their hands, and they'll take a Car side. We got Car Bubble, a player in the Car Bubble blocking it, giving Druck the opportunity for a clean run through, and this might actually go in. I see one overextender. That's Saiyan, and he's the only line of defense to get this done. He does get the kill with a nade. That's a double, I believe, out of Saiyan as well, and he's already on that flag for the re, and he'll pick it up and take it pink. So what a counter out of Deviled Eggs here. Can they take it further?
Saiyan with a huge kill on the flag carrier. They're able to get the return as well, and nobody comes back with the flag carrier. It's the last guy, last line of defense from Dozen Deviled Eggs to keep this game tied 1-1.
Penguin, yeah, rough spot to win that fight. That P2 angle, just a little better. He'll lose the fight as a result here. Soul Snipe with a big kill. Teammate as well. He got all members of KCP in red base to cut off that Car spawn. And Soul Snipe, just about a free run through pink side. Hasn't taken a lick of damage, and I don't think he will. He's popping that one in for a 2-1 advantage. Pressure coming in from Deviled Eggs to try to get a counter here, but Soul Snipe is not letting them get it easy.
Good kill by Soul Snipe to shut down Penguin, who potentially was going to run that flag if he was able to stay alive when that 1v1. Now the flag is down, bottom pink right now, and Talik in the enemy team space going to need to find a kill. Can't do it. Penguin gets off spawn, finds that kill. Can they keep this flag alive now?
Trippy, bank nade. Nice little preemptive nade into Druck there. Gets a big kill and a return because of it. Like you said, multiple dead on the feed. Trippy with a slow play under blue base. Spawner's definitely on Car side, and Trippy looking to lock that down. You already have a player center map to be the cutoff. Trippy in position to at least ensure 1 kill here. Penguin with one as well. Flag sits out front, but a counter pull already. So KCP, the coordination out of them to already have that counter play in hand.
It's the last guy alive, Soul Snipe, that's able to get that flag, bring it out Car side. Now he's by himself. Can he buy time for his teammates to catch up? They're already top Car. Soul Snipe gets front to base for a moment. Gets away with his life, actually. Finally taken down from one of Trippy's teammates, and a little bit of another standoff situation going on. As the player jumps into Trippy's window, it's going to be his responsibility to find this player, take him down before he becomes too much of a nuisance as well.
Looks like that flag has remained in play. Rally just a little farther, sitting out on blue side Car now. Big play out of Trippy there to just push forward with Saiyan, get a double for it. They could dive onto return here. One more line of defense, but that's just food for Trippy, who picks up a triple as a result. But I think that flag was returned. So beautiful play at a KCP to dive onto the flag, but also have an overextender sneak their way into the base for a return. And Trippy will leave a stick behind just to add insult to injury there. But still, we have reset the situation.
Yeah, I don't know if it was Druck or not, but I believe it was. He had to have made a phenomenal play to get that return. Doesn't Devil Eggs' base. This game should be tied 2-2, but Druck kept it at a 2-1 score line while his teammates were getting farmed by Trippy. He was able to sneak behind enemy lines, get a kill, get the return, and because of it, you see KCP still in control of this game 1.
Deviled Eggs just trying to hold on to the map in the meantime. And it looks like Penguin will get a big kill onto Manny just to delay the situation. New camo about to pop up as well, and Penguin going to back up into it, but a flag out in the meantime. Soul Snipe just bobbing and weaving here, tries to get a melee in before going down, but can't do it. That flag will be returned yet again. Where's the camo? You got Zane still sitting on it, still being a difficult kill. It looks like it's very late. They might have delayed it. Penguin with a big kill onto Druck. Map control handedly in the favor of Devil Eggs here. You already have Trippy watching spawners. Can he win this fight across the map? Of course he can. That's Ola and Trippy with big kills. They're keeping the pressure up in blue. And if they keep this going, they'll get a pull on their hands. But can they run it? Multiple slays here left and right.
Flag is out. The flag is in under the base. Penguin is dropped to no shield. Needs to take his time, get his shield back before coming up here because you know nades are coming through. Here come the nades. They all miss. Penguin punches it in, and a phenomenal job by him to take his time, tie this game up. But KCP, do they have an opening for a counter cap? Right now, Soul Snipe gets taken down. Druck trades out as well. It's going to be Manny pink side the base in a one-on-one. If he loses his life, this could be exactly what Doesn't Devil Egg needed, but he gets the kill, throws it towards his teammate's car side, but I don't think this flag run is going to be a successful one. You want to see them give this up. They're losing players just trying to fight for this last touch, but unfortunately that flag in such a tough spot, car side of the base, that's one that you probably just want to say, let's give this up, let's get some map control behind us.
I mean, they're definitely holding on to car side, though. You got that player up in bubble who does clean up the kill. Soul Snipe getting tagged up from a million directions, though. Will somehow survive the exchange. He'll make it under red base. Talek going to go down in a close fight with Trippy. And Trippy surviving. A huge bane in the efforts of blue here. He'll get another kill because of it. Shots into Druck, who's got no choice but to back off. Trippy almost getting that kill. Trippy been popping off in this game, by the way, but can't seem to keep that flag from not being returned. Either way, that flag's in the hands of KCP. They might win it off of this, to be honest. That's 2 dead, and that's a flag in the pedestal for a 3-2 victory. So KCP, despite, all the efforts going down left and right there, they finally found their opening. They finally sealed it out, and to be honest, they had the pressure more often than not. So looks like the battle of attrition was won by them.
What a kill by Druck right there. Pink 2 onto Trippy, and then to stay alive, get his shield back, go for the touch, get it all the way to his pink side. Like, that changed, that scene of events just won his team the game. That crucial kill where he's no shield, falling back in pink, that is not an easy shot to hit on Trippy as he's coming forward up the street on you, and he's able to hit that shot, get that kill, and because of it, like, his team wins the game. So Druck just popped off there at the end, made the right play, and KCP, they play scrappy CTF games all the time. Once again, they're rewarded with a Game 1 win in the series that you win this, you go to the finals, you're up a series at best of 3, so very exciting stuff from KCP.
Yeah, like you said, very scrappy. KCP so good at drawing attention to what, like basically to feinting, right? They'll draw your attention to somewhere where they want you to have your attention, and then they'll have a flanker. They'll have a secondary plan in mind. I think a perfect example was the 3-man dive onto that return that gave Trippy that triple kill on Carr's side, right? Trippy was just ripping through everybody. You thought for sure they return the flag, they get a pull of their own, or they get the final capture, but there was a 4th player who overextended, snuck into red, got the return on that flag while that was going down. So there's always a secondary plan of action here, a little feint out of KCP, and they do that to just remain a step ahead. In the end, the results are scrappy, maybe don't look too pretty, but I mean, a dub's a dub, and they'll carry that into Slayer.
Yeah, they've got that down to a science. That's what KCP's always been so good at, right? And when you play KCP's game, when they're allowed to make it hectic like that, it's very difficult to find out what the right play is, no matter how good of a player you are. So it's testament to KCP's objective game types, but it's the Slayers that we've seen them fall short in at times. And right now with Game 2 being a Slayer, we're going to see, can they close the door on the series? Or are they going to leave it open for Deviled Eggs to return to a Game 3?
We did see KCP clutch up in the Slayer against Gambichos. Of course, Deviled Eggs, a different beast, though, especially when these boys have power weapons in hand. So we'll see. Comes down to the map as well. Going to be a big part of this. And whether or not there's a sniper in play, we've seen some incredible sniping plays so far from the boys on Deviled Eggs, and I don't expect anything less at a KCP. So really just who gets that early map control? Can they take full advantage of the opportunities they have and also fight out of the ones they, the bad situations, I guess, before things get out of hand? Avoid the snowballs, essentially.
Yeah,
We'll see.
KCP needs to stay in it, right? Because very easily you can see the Deviled Eggs getting power weapons, have Saiyan go off on them, killing sprees coming through, and it's going to be difficult to kind of weather that storm without those power weapon stories. So for KCP to try and win this game, they're going to need to make sure they're shutting down Saiyan before or as soon as he's able to get these power weapons. Stop him from popping off. Taking a look at the game type, it's actually Rig Slayer, so we're going to have this camo on the map that could potentially really dictate how this series goes. You see everybody on the map making their way towards it. 4 members from Dozen Eggs try and go for it. It is going to be the Dozen Eggs that get it, and unfortunately the one player that didn't go for camo ends up with snipe, but he loses his entire team because of it.
2-0 advantage to Deviled Eggs. Might be stopped short by Talik if he does clean this kill up. It looks like he'll get him down to 1 shot, but just better that he gets out of there, keeps the snipe in hand, rotates it to a safer position. Penguin with a kill on the feed as well. So 4-0 to start this game. Would have been a 5-0 if it wasn't for Ola dropping off, but we won't remember that moment here when the game closes out, of course. Talik just trying to avoid nades and stay up here. Can he land a body? He will tag him up. That player dove out the window as well, so Ola off the map again. The sniper down for the count. Druck going to keep the pressure up just to ensure that they can spawn up near it and hopefully pick it up again. The rotation already coming out through bunker here.
Good shots by Druck to take down Saiyan. You know that snipe's done top rail. Saiyan was definitely on his way towards it. Druck now going to be the beneficiary, I believe, of it. No, Talik already found himself that snipe. We've seen Talik pop off, and we're going to see it again. Nice quick scope onto the player top engine. Trippy, see you later. Can he find the player in the White Hall? The answer is no, but I like this. He's going to fall back, understand that there's no reason to lose this snipe, but unfortunately, he's already getting sandwiched from outside. How is Trippy in this situation right now? Trippy able to take him down. Penguin finds the kill, and unfortunately, Druck now playing ring around the rosy can't get the kill on the Pistola, and with that, the momentum has dramatically shifted in a Dozen Deviled Eggs' favor.
So many close shaves on KCP there. Talik with the right angles, just not the right timing. Ola somehow getting that kill with the sniper. I think that player might have dropped off. Druck unable to finish off his kill in basement and took the L instead, but 15-7 on the board here. Druck about to take another L if that stick connects with him, so gotta be careful here. Soul Snipe with 2 big opening kills. Druck gonna put the Nikes on and dive his way out the tower because of it, but he does go down. Manny gonna try to dive in, at least get the trade. He gets a 5 on the Trippy to deal that damage. That's now efficiently flipped the map as well. We've got inside map control on the side of blue here. A new camo should have spawned up as well, so I wonder who got themselves on top of it. Saiyan, though, he does have the shotty.
Saiyan taking his time here. 5-kill game. Trippy falls off the map. Not a good thing to see when you're just trying to play slow, but not the first player to fall off the map this game. Saiyan gets a little bit antsy, loses his life and the scatter shot with it. 3 go down, and Devil does his eggs. Their lead immediately dropped to 3 kills. It was once double the score of KCP, but KCP doing what they can to fight back. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to lose a couple players. Top snipe right there. Trippy does be the beneficiary of finding that scatter shot on the ground. Can he find the kill with it? I'm not sure if he knows that there's a player behind him, but will that player even impact him? The answer is yes, and because of it, Talik able to take him down. 3 dead again for Dozen Deviled Eggs, and with it, it's just a 2-kill game now.
Deviled Eggs with a few fumbles. We've seen a couple players drop off map, a couple missed opportunities. Despite it, they've been holding on to a lead, which they've just lost, though. Now 23-all. Tie game here. Pressure still on and back rail, and while that happened, spawners popping up on bunker side. So Soul Snipe double dilemma. It looks like he's got full advantage of these new spawners here, at least the info as well, to try to cut off anybody on engine side. But now he's below, probably popping up on the radar as well, so he will be tagged up from behind. Can he get out of this exchange? Gonna need to spring jump, but he's just whiffing the edge here. Thankfully, Druck and Talik got their kills, so that gives Soul Snipe the second lease on life to just barrel right back through center map, right into the face of the enemy here. Penguin will take him out. Left to right we go here. Shoddy now in the hands of Manny as they hold down center map. We got a camo coming up shortly as well. So if they can keep this control, they're in position.
Annie doing a phenomenal job. All of a sudden, up 6 kills. Momentum completely shifted in KCP's favor. Finds 2 more, making it a 7-kill game. Dozen Deviled Eggs was up 12-6, and ever since then, we've really seen KCP trade out efficiently. They have camo once again. The scatter shot in hand. Soul Snipe's got to know that these players are going to be top rail. This is a great opportunity for him to close the door on this game. Not just this game, but this series. A great job by Soul Snipe to find the double kill. 2 more kills in the kill feed for his team. And right now, KCP firing on all cylinders.
KCP have them right where they want them. They're stuck in the car spawn here. Soul Snipe just going right through the center of the map, taking a teammate as well, but he'll get the melee in before he drops here. Can a teammate pick it up? Towlick getting tagged up. He'll drop. Players dropping left and right here. 37 on the board, though, for KCP, so a big lead to come back from on the side of Deviled Eggs. They have a lot of work to do. Druck doing everything he can to stay alive in tower. He does get taken out. So map very quickly flipped here. Inside map control on Deviled Eggs, and KCP not quite able to coordinate with the advantage they had. We'll see if Deviled Eggs can answer back, right? We've seen a situation like this in Strongholds recently, Wes, and you remember what happened. Nobody fell off the map, that's for sure.
We've seen 5-6 players fall off the map in this game already.
All on Deviled Eggs, actually. I think their entire team has had one jump off the map this game.
It's a recipe for a loss is what that is. 4 straight kills decided by the Guardians and not the enemy team's guns. That can't happen. But we know Dozen Deviled Eggs. They're veterans. They can come back in this game. It's still just a 5-kill game. It was once 7. Now it's extended back to 7. Penguin falls off the map. You've got to be kidding me right now. Stay on the inside of the map for the rest of the game. If you're Dozen Deviled Eggs, you cannot be trusted near the edges.
What's that about Clamber making it easier to jump to ledges because you can just climb up? Turns out even pros fall off maps sometimes, but Soul Snipe, you might want to fall off the map when Soul Snipe has this sniper here. He's going to do his best to hold some angles. You can see he's lost his teammates as well, though. So inside map, going to go back to Deviled Eggs. Soul Snipe going to try to whip onto the camo player. Not easy to do, and he can't connect with any. So instead, he drops that snipe, gives it up to Red. Shoddy into the body of a player down in trench as well. Druck going to actually win that exchange. So great out of him to at least get a trade out of all of this. But Deviled Eggs making a little comeback here.
Slow playing this. Penguin literally in a perfect position. Does eat the nade, forced to back up with camo. I'll take his time here because saying he's going to find a kill with Snipe. And now 3-kill game, lands another body shot. This could be a disaster for KCP.
Ooh.
Right now. The sandwich is coming through. The Dozen Deviled Eggs collapse is going to be here. Saiyan able to push with the pistol out. They do trade one out, but Penguin and the boys, they're able to make this a 1-kill game.
Deviled Eggs just continue to inch their way back on the scoreline. Now they've overtaken. Now 45-44 here. Spawners up in bunker. And not where you want to be when you got Ola assaulting you with nades. He'll take yet another. That's now 46 with 4 left to close it. KCP, West, what advantage did they have? It was, what, 37 to like 22 or something just a second ago. And a couple little mistakes have amounted to this result here. They're now stuck in outside map. 3 kills now to close the game. KCP cannot afford mistakes.
Another massive comeback is what this would be from Dozen Deviled Eggs once again today. It looks like that's going to be the case. Penguin knows that there's a player back carbine and makes his way over, but Ola finds the kill, and somehow, some way, they have enough in the tank to get this to a game 3. We saw the Strongholds comeback they were capable of earlier. It was a 10-kill game, and all of a sudden they flipped it on its head once again. A Dozen Deviled Eggs not going to be out of any game until it's all she wrote.
That game was looking very different just a couple minutes ago, Wes. I wonder what the big ticket was, especially considering the fact that Penguin jumped off the map, Ola jumped off the map, Trippy jumped off the map multiple times, by the way. So if you actually take the score that we would have seen in that game, I think it might have been 45, by the time we saw the final tally. So just wild that Deviled Eggs are able to turn a series of unfortunate situations into a win in the end of the day in that game. It really comes down to camo control as well towards the end and inside map. KCP, maybe they got a little too comfortable with their positioning, and especially at that point where they had 37 kills, we saw them just kind of diving into the opposition, kind of one at a time as well. Soul Snipe, just thrust sliding directly into multiple. I don't know if that's what it was. They got too comfortable and they just lost their footing because of it. What do you think, Wes?
I definitely think they got confident, but they also gave a snipe, camo, and scatter shot all 3 of those
Yeah.
in the hands of Penguin had camo scatter, Saiyan gets a snipe, and all of a sudden you're up like 6 kills. That's Saiyan gets a pick. Now that your other 3 teammates are stuck back long haul, and it's like they're getting collapsed. Saiyan lands a nice body, so the collapse is even easier now that one of them's no shield. Nades come through. Your teammates aren't able to trade out anything, and a 5-6 kill lead gets dwindled down to 1, and then all of a sudden Saiyan gets another kill. Like, you can't give the power weapons to these players. They're going to impact the game too much. The snowball in Halo 5 is too great.
And we're only going to see more of it, Wes. We're in Plaza Strongholds for Game 3. Our series has gone the distance. Of course, the winner will make it into Grands. Loser going to drop into the lower bracket. That's not where you want to be, especially when one of these teams gets that hot seat. But Talik going to go down in the meantime here. Trippy going to try to make advances onto bottom mid. KCP in the meantime might need to cut their losses with Yard. The Penguin already up perched on top yellow here, dealing quite a lot of damage into Garbage Truck. We've got a perfect kill with Rail for it. KCP will turn the Yard, but that's a double for Penguin. And very quickly, he's going to be capping this one as well.
Yeah, they are going to be hopping in bottom mid right now. So Penguin's actually going to jump out of Yard, try and contest bottom mid for his team. Great job by him to get down there, get a kill. But unfortunately, the rest of KCP, they're already in bottom mid. They're already going to be able to take him down. He loses the light rifle, and the rest of his team spawning so far away from bottom mid, not able to interrupt the rest of that capture. So now it's Dozen Devil Dice playing from behind once again.
Saiyan, can he land a shotgun shot? He couldn't connect with 3 of them there, and does end up going down for it. We were wondering whether those power weapons would come into play. And Saiyan, I mean, he had it, but didn't execute there. KCP, second lease on life. Can they defend bottom mid, though? 3 members dove into bottom mid for a quick capture. So nice little turnaround from Deviled Eggs. Talik, instead of going to Yard, it looks like he will go up to top yellow. I like this. He can help his teammates while they're still up defending Nest here. Talik, great position. Does end up dropping down and dying, though. And can they still use their numbers to take back bottom mid and Nest here? Deviled Eggs with immediate rotation through the Nest side to win this.
They're going to need to go into Yard very shortly because they're trying to compete for this snipe stronghold, but they're not going to be able to get there. There's no chance that Dozen Deviled Eggs lets them creep up there. And now a trip cap in effect because no one went into Yard. There is a player bottom U-turn. It doesn't look like he's going to have too much of an impact on the rest of the game. Although you do see Camo coming up very shortly. Just pops. You see Manny's the one that picks it up. Manny immediately taken down. That's 2 dead. The trip cap's still in effect. And finally someone from KCP gets over into Yard to stop the bleeding. But right now that damage, it's being done. The collapse coming through. And yes, you got Yard, but at what cost? Because here comes Save.
And here comes the snowball as well. They're dying left and right. That's 3 dead. Will be spawning up either Lift or Cafe here, saying instead he's just worried about the player directly in front of him. He'll back up to Yard. That's a trip cap once again. KCP going to have to try to work inside map here, but it looks like they're diving to Yard instead. Got 2 members in Yard. Right. However, you'd think that maybe if Sane was preoccupied with Yard, that might give him an opening to extend to Nest. Because ideally, if you can get Nest first, you're in a better situation here. But, you know, Yard just to stop the bleeding for now. And they might need to regroup here and use their numbers to win this.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of the way KCP's been rotating to respond to the pressure that Dozen Devil Dice has given them. Like, they took so long to go to Yard multiple times so far. It's a 51-14 game. These guys need to understand the situation that they're in, and I don't think that they're reading it correctly. And right now, Druck doing everything he can to stay alive. A couple kills go in their favor, so this could be where the momentum gets shifted. There are 4 dead now for Dozen Deviled Eggs, so the sways come through finally. KCP shows some signs of life. They got 2 strongholds. They need to make their way to Nest, and now it's Dozen Deviled Eggs' turn to try and either compete for Nest or get into Yard, but Druck's going to deny this Yard push, so they're going to try and make their way over to Snipe, but Druck on a perfect flank right now could potentially get huge kills, but Trippy plays his life fairly well, makes it a more difficult kill than it should have been, and Druck forced to use his attention onto that for a little bit longer.
Gotta love the steps in the process of Druck's gameplay here, just being in Yard with the shotty, waiting to see if anybody would extend from Cafe to Yard. He didn't see it, so he rotated through Cafe for a flank, got a kill, got control from that. That camo, though, picked up and actually still in play. Zane just pulling off the tightrope act. I think he might still be up, and he might have rotated over to Nest in the meantime. That nade will tip him off, though. Soul Snipe, he's got the info. Saying going to try to get out, and I don't think... Actually, he did. Oh. Somehow the man's still living. They're going to dive on his head and will eventually melee him to get rid of it. KCP doing everything they can to claw their way back in. They spawn up and lift. They're in Nest, but oh, look at this. Saiyan here to ruin their day.
Look at that route by Saiyan to jump up on the light pole, get top mid, kill the player in blue, then apply so much pressure to the players that were trying to transfer over. Snipe Druck doing very similar things, gets the reset on the bottom middle, and it was a 56 to 14 point game, but right now KCP clawing back. The difference is we've seen Dozen Deviled Eggs continue to maintain this snipe control. They haven't lost it quite yet, which gives them a more advantageous opportunity to break this setup. But a team nade from Ola could be a very bad decision, but he's able to trade it out immediately, gets the transfer of bottom middle, and now there's another player bottom Prius, but because the transfer is already going over, Ola trades and is successfully giving his team some light.
That was a massive play out of Ola because multiple of his teammates died there. He was alone at bottom mid. He needed to win the fight to cap, and he did. And then he won another fight on top of that just to keep the pressure up, just to keep KCP on the back foot here. And it ruins their timings. They can't get the Nest in time. It was reset once again. So we got one player just sitting in there being a nuisance. Multiple players at KCP down on bottom mid. They will trade bottom mid, so they'll get more points in their favor. Saiyan, I think he spotted that shot. He was up. But he's got a player in front of him to delete first. That's Trippy and Penguin with their kills. Saiyan capping yard at the same time here. Just going to leave that behind and hold on to top yellow. Players in bottom mid. Saiyan trying to snipe him with the plasma pistol across the map here. His teammates almost managing to get the capture. He'll take him out and secure it. And this gives them a great advantage. That's 3 dead as well.
What a veteran play by Saiyan to understand that his team had Nest control, his team had bottom mid control. Both of them were being transferred over. He goes yard on time. He understands the situation. He stops the bleeding where he can, and then he impacts the game with the plasma pistol and the kills. And now they flip the map once again. That's all on Saiyan understanding the situation. That's what KCP failed to do earlier, and that's why Dozen Deviled Eggs has a lead here in Game 3.
KCP not out of this yet. Trippy does have camo. He's perched up in the top of the map. You can get plenty of info here. We got a player in Nest, so Trippy, easy kill for him. That's a reset on the Nest. Disrupts the plays on KCP. KCP almost managing to cap bottom mid here, but Trippy, nice save. And nice shots as well. Spawns up in Cafe. Trippy just landing in the damage. Bobbing and weaving, staying up here. The rotation to yard comes through. There's one player sneaking to Nest as well, so KCP trying to create a bit of a pincer effect here. They did get 3 dead for KCP. This is looking rough for KCP here. That's a perfect 5 out of Trippy as we hit that 90-point mark. And a trip cap as well. Might be a game over here, Wes.
KCP has to act fast, and unfortunately, Penguin gets a double over in yard. Make it 3 for the Dozen Deviled Eggs. You know the last player alive is over here at Snipe, trying to clamber up, trying to hit a lift, trying to go into the loser's bracket is what's going to happen because Dozen Deviled Eggs shut them down, all on the back of that one play that Saiyan made. They never looked back, and because they're able to analyze the situation and break it down at such a high level, they put themselves in a premier opportunity to take this tournament now, having advanced to the final.
Deviled Eggs are the kings of the clutch today, Wes. Just a shout out to you, I guess, my man. You also voted for them winning. You had predicted that they would win this. I thought KCP would take it, and I'm sure at one point in that rig game, you might have been thinking about changing your prediction there because KCP had a massive advantage in rig, but this is not the first, but the second time that Deviled Eggs have just clutched up when things seem impossible. They did it on Strongholds. They've now done it on rig, and now they've earned their spot on Winner's Side Grand Finals, and now everyone else is going to need to clutch up on them to reset the bracket to stay in this tournament. But we got a hell of a losers bracket coming up. I can't wait to see the matchups. In the meantime, so give us the lowdown on that last series.
Great work so far, gentlemen, and I do definitely have the lowdown for you. So back here in the GVO zone of the Esports Arena Orange County studio, and KCP falls to a Dozen Deviled Eggs in a full distance series. They went all the way to 3. It's a 2-1 win for a Dozen Deviled Eggs, and now they wait in grand finals. We are now down to 2, 4, 6, 8 teams. We're down to our top 8 right now. A couple of matches going on in losers round 6 as we speak to decide who will move on to losers quarterfinals. Remember, we have Flyers and Gambichos waiting in those slots for those 2 matches. So we'll check in with those in a little bit. But first, let's get to the stats of the last match we just saw. Obviously, it was our winners finals, KCP and a dozen Devil Eggs. So let's pull those stats up for you folks at home here. We can walk through them as we go. We started on Truth. It was capture the flag and KCP taking the win. And that is, as I mentioned earlier, a more characteristic CTF match that goes 3-2, 10.5 minutes for this game. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this one. And look at that, dang. Manny, 30 kills and 10 assists to his name, 22 deaths. He leads the entire lobby there. Talik and Soul Snipe as well getting up into the 20s. They're both of them in the teens as well for their assists. So great fragging across the board for those top 3. Even Druck, 15 kills, 20 assists to his name. The only player in the lobby to hit that 20 assist mark. Let's go to the final page here for game 1. Obviously, strong game here from KCP. Tightly contested on the scoreboard, but they were able to get it done. Talik leading the way with the KDA, 59.2% accuracy. So not only was Manny getting all of those frags, but he was just not missing shots there. Over 3,700 damage. Talik able to do the same, 3745 actually, leading the entire team, but the lobby led by Saiyan with over 3,800 damage at 57.6% accuracy for him. Let's go to the second map here. It was Slayer, and we are on the rig, and this one was really close. It looked like KCP might be able to pull out the sweep, but dozen Deviled Eggs said no. Pistola leading the way, 16 kills and 12 assists all to himself. Everybody but Saiyan getting into the double digits in assists. The entire team in double digits for kills. Same story for KCP on the kills front. Talik leading the way with 13. Meanwhile, everybody between 6 to 8 assists in that game. 45 kills, just 5 behind a dozen Deviled Eggs, and they tie up the series, and they forced a deciding game 3. Let's go to the second page here. Good headshot numbers there. Penguin able to hit 10, protecting his teammates. Only a single perfect kill, and it was Manny. No surprise there. Really a star on that KCP roster. Let's go to the final page. We'll close out this Slayer map. It was 55.6% accuracy there for Pistola. No surprise there. Over 2,400 damage. He does not miss. And a dozen Deviled Eggs tied this series in Slayer. And that meant we go to our final game of this best of 3. And it was Strongholds on Plaza, and a strong 100-61 win for a dozen Deviled Eggs pushes them into the grand finals. Let's take a peek at the Slayer stats for this one. Leading the way, Pistola once again in the kills department. 21 kills, 10 assists to his name. Trippy leading the way in the assist department. 10 kills, 16 assists for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, bit of a rougher game here for Manny. Only 8 kills and 10 assists. Meanwhile, Talik leading the way for KCP. 17 kills, 11 assists himself. Let's go to the final page of stats here for Strongholds. Great accuracy numbers from Pistola once again, 61.9%. Just encroaching up towards that 2,900 damage mark. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soul Snipe leading in the damage. And great accuracy numbers as well, 58.8%, but it wasn't enough, and that means that KCP has lost one of their 2 tournament lives. They now wait in the losers finals. So definitely a lot of wait for them. They have to wait for a few matches. If you guys use !bracket in Twitch chat right now, you can check out the challenge bracket that I'm looking at now. So obviously, we've got a dozen Deviled Eggs waiting in grand finals. KCP waiting in losers finals. That's losers round 9. On the other side, Free Matt Hancock, their day is done. They have lost to Fire and Ice 2-0 in losers round 6. So Fire and Ice now move on to face Gambichos in losers round 7. I'm very curious. I don't think those 2 teams met up. They did not. They were on opposite sides of the bracket. So Fire and Ice versus Gambichos, that's promising to be a very fun matchup there. Meanwhile, Virginia Velocity and Potros still playing. The winner of that one will face off against the Flyers in the other losers quarterfinals matchup. So things starting to get down to the wire. Fire and Ice and Gambichos should be a good one. Still plenty of Halo to play, though. Flyers again waiting for their opponent. Losers round 8 will get us down to our top 4. So we're getting down to the wire here, folks, fighting for a piece of that $1,000 prize pool. And if you want to get a piece of it, you have to make it to losers round 9. You have to earn that chance to play against KCP if you want to get in the money. So we will whittle down what was 8 teams, now 7, all the way down to 3 here over the next few rounds. I think we're ready to keep it rolling. We've got more Halo 5 action, so I'm going to send it back to Shyway and Clutch to get you all ready for our next matchup.
All right, that's winner's bracket down, and Deviled Eggs remain on top. Not only do they taste great, they are apparently pretty damn good at Halo, too. It's just a double whammy there, Wes. Now we're jumping into the loser's bracket, though. The lower bracket is my favorite bracket to cast because everyone has their tournament life on the line, and it's just the stakes are higher. You get intense, sweaty matchups, and that's the type of Halo I came to see.
Backs are against the wall. And only one team's going to be able to climb through this losers bracket. We got about 3 or 4 teams already in this losers bracket that can make it to the finals, can create that upset. But who's going to step up and who's going to make the right plays, right? You see KCP's down here, Flyers is down here, Gambichos, Fire and Ice. A little bit of a rivalry to kick this losers bracket round off. Gambichos, Fire and Ice have so much history against each other. The two major Latin teams that we see compete at a high level in our tournaments, and they match up probably a little bit earlier than they're used to here in the losers bracket.
Haven't seen Fire and Ice at all today, and they could surprise us. So nice to see them, make it through to this point in the tournament here. I wonder if this is the last line for them, though. Gambichos have been pretty incredible recently, but I have seen Fire and Ice get the best of them, and it really will depend on, of course, how they're playing today, but also what composition of players we see on Fire and Ice. I know they do kind of change out a select few different players every once in a while, so I wonder if they have, I guess, their A team today. We'll see, but definitely going to be a close matchup, and can't wait to see it.
Yeah, very exciting. I feel like these teams are always playing against each other at a high level, but Gambichos, with how strong that they've been recently, they won last week's tournament. They've looked pretty good today. They just ran into one of the best teams in North America, and with that, I think that they're primed for a losers bracket run with the confidence that they were able to build last week. We're going to see if that's able to be the truth now that they've lost the series. Are they able to rebound, or are they able to get the train back on the tracks and downhill?
Yeah, that's a good point. Is Gambichos have kind of punched through recently. They won as PK, I want to say, almost a year ago. So it's been a long time since they've won an Esports Arena tournament, but they managed to pull it off last week. And I think that type of clutch factor, that momentum they've gained, has definitely carried over this time around. So I expect to see similar prowess out of them today. They just have to continue to hit hard here. They had a very, very close series with KCP. They really were just steps away from winning each one of their games. They just needed to clutch up in certain engagements. With Fire and Ice, I think they might have a couple more of those opportunities, and I expect them to capitalize there. So, I mean, tapping buttons, give this man a sniper, or Drift, give him a sniper, they pop off. Atso, typically the designated camo man. He's wonderful with the power-ups. So, and Chester as well, kind of coming out of nowhere. We know he was previously Gambino, has been playing amazing with this team. So, can't wait to see what they put together, but I want to see who's on this Fire and Ice. We haven't gotten a chance to watch them today, so they could surprise us for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see what combination of players make them up. Unfortunately, they're going to have their hands full here, right? And we did not see them in winner's bracket, which means they must have lost a little bit earlier than they typically do. So that's probably something that could potentially throw them for a loop. Or have they rebounded mentally from a loser's bracket run already? They probably won a couple of series to get to this point, so they're excited to get this match underway, get into the gameplay, and see who's going to take it.
Of course, we have best of threes for all of our maps, game types here. It's going to be, of course, an objective, a Slayer, and then an objective for this series. What would you want to see? I guess, Wes. We'll jump back into this discussion here. I am looking at the format. I think we might be getting a Strongholds Eden to start. I might be wrong here, but what are you thinking would bode best for Fire and Ice up against PK or Gambichos?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not gonna just like lie around what I would assume that their strong game types are. These teams have a lot of experience against each other. I think that they, as players, know that answer, but from outside looking in, I don't have any idea what kind of game types they want to favor over game bichos.
Sure.
But knowing that these guys have so much history against each other, they know each other's strength and weaknesses fairly well. These guys as players and their history against each other. So it'll be interesting. I think that you'll see that actually play a very important piece to how this series goes is if you get strong game types for either one. But we're going to have to sit back and watch that unfold through the gameplay itself.
Yeah, you're right. We don't know till we see it. I do hope to see a flag game to start just because I'm a fan of CTF, but I think we will be starting off with Strongholds this time. Just judging by format, I see it might be Eden, Regret, Fathom. Either way, going to be a hell of a series here. Wes, if I had to ask you predictions, I feel like I already know the answer, but who do you think is going to take this?
I think Game Beachos, right? I've made that kind of clear from this point. They've just been playing very well and at a high level. I think they're playing pretty well today as well. They just ran into a better team earlier, and that's no shame. It was a close series. They could have won game one, but they fumbled on like 3 straight flags and allowed KCP to kind of get away with some things that they shouldn't have gone away with. I don't expect the level that KCP was playing at to be met like Fire and Ice met by Fire and Ice. So I think Gambichos has a little bit of an easier series ahead of them here, one that they can use to build some momentum, get some confidence back, and hopping into an Eden Stronghold game one. We're going to see if they're able to do this. So.
Well, I like the sound of that. Let's see it happen. Drift will just power slide his way into that OS, not managing to get it on the body. He'll burn it instead, but Atso does have the camo. We've seen this one before. He'll sneak his way into Nest as well. It's a nice little back smack to open it. Doesn't go into the capture just yet. Still looking for that one straggler over in Tower. He's got a teammate up in Cat. So they're both managing both caps at the same time. Getting slays at the same time as well here. That Rocket player will dive into Nest, take a flurry of nades, and Atso will stay alive and draw the attention as well. He's been such a nuisance, and he'll win himself the Rockets and positioning for this.
Yeah, good teamwork out of Gambichos right there to keep Atso alive. He didn't have to shoot his gun. He just backed up, let his teammates from across the map melt. And now they find themselves in a trip cap. It's the best start possible if you're a Gambichos fan.
Atso going to rotate his way outside here. Nice little pinch with Chester, so an easy kill and a trip cap. Still being held on to here. Just got to watch the spawners. You got Fire and Ice likely spawning on red side of the map here as Atso blocks blue. So there they are all across a red window. Going to try to rotate through Tower as well. But Fire and Ice, they need to make a play. They got to do it quick. They're starting to... the points are slipping away from them here. That rocket doesn't connect. So Atso's been holding on to that rocket for quite a while. But he does manage to connect with his 5-shot instead. They will cap Red Nest to stop the bleeding, but they're losing numbers left and right. We might still see this trip cap.
They need to be careful for nades, but it looks like they know that. They get 3 kills, spot the last guy over, spawning in blue catwalk. He does find a kill, but the trip cap once again in effect. 34 and counting. You got overshield, camo, rockets all coming up here in 15 seconds. So it's going to be another opportunity for Fire Ice to either get back in this game or Gambichos to shut the door real quick on a game one.
Ah, that was so sneaky by Chester. Are you kidding? He was wedged up in that snipe spot, jumps out, and then gets into the cap the instant before that player caps it and then steps out thinking he had it. Just that kind of timing is the most disruptive type of timing here. He's got himself the OS because of it as well. 52 points counting. Doesn't see the camo, though. And there you go. He meets his maker. That's a nice little answer bag.
What a bit of an aggressive play with that overshield. You know that they have camo. You probably want to take your time a little bit more, but you got yourself a 55-point lead. Just now, Fire and Ice gets their first couple points on the board. What can they do with it from here, though? Because Catwalk seems like it's going to be uncontested as it goes over towards Gambichos once again.
All that effort out of Fire and Ice, the backsmack with the camo has only earned them 4 measly points. And is this Control Warrior. I've never seen this player before. By the way, we got a look at this this composition of Fire and Ice. So Warrior here, a new addition potentially. He's going to hold it down for Blue Bend. Going to try to snipe him with the rockets into Red Nest. Unfortunately, that does not connect as planned. They still have some points on the board here, but Drift going to dive into Nest to quickly stop that from happening. So 62 and counting. Players up on Catwalk. Quickly deleted, though. That's likely a reset in just a second if they can get there. But things looking good for Gambichos.
Yeah, once again, Gambicho is able to transfer a stronghold very quickly into their favor. Fire and Ice can't seem to figure out the rotation battle well enough. They're getting outslayed, but there's been situations where they haven't even needed to die, and they've lost strongholds. Catwalk can't get there just yet. It finally, I believe, just gets transferred over to Fire and Ice. Gambichos give it up. Rockets coming up in 13 seconds. I think they're going to play for the power-ups and power weapons coming up. With a 71-point to 13-point lead, I don't argue with that at all. Just make sure you don't let this snowball out of control and allow this comeback to manifest.
Need to be careful with their numbers here as well. The power-ups about to spawn. You already got Bullet outside on the rockets here. They don't have timing to get there. They do have shots in from Turbine, though, but Bullet going to try to sink a rocket into him. You land. I believe hit markers with both, but not the kill, unfortunately. That OS was burned, I believe. I don't see it on the overlay, so it was taken off the map. The camo I have not seen picked up, but likely somebody has it. Either way, looks like Gambichos are going to fend off the storm here. I think that was the camo player right there. So Magico down in a 5. They're back up into top catwalk here. Player's going to come off a spawn to try to stop tapping buttons, who will manage to get a trade. And they'll keep the 2-cap in their favor here. Chester going to try to turn 1 into 2. But they've got them back on the back foot for sure.
The perfect shots under the camo player, and then that trade is going to reward Gambichos with a little bit of control. Red Nest, Blue Bend, you want Catwalk to be a part of your 2-hole, but for right now, you're continuing to score. Fire and Ice, with their backs against the wall here in Game 1, in loser's bracket already, have got to act quickly.
Warrior trying to hold it down from Nest. He does go down last second, but they do manage to cap it. Going to lose their numbers for this as well, though. Chester and Atso and Tapping, they all get their picks. That's going to force spawn them over to Blue Catwalk as they cap Blue Cat. That's a quick spawn kill as well. Warrior just could not get anywhere out of that clamber. And that's a trip cap for them in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding. Blue players will dive into Blue Bend, only to get assaulted from both directions here. Drift looking to pick up more. That was a quick 3 dead, though, for Gambichos. So Fire and Ice, maybe a chance to stop this in its tracks, but this is their last chance to stop it.
They're going to get Red Nest. Are they going to get Catwalk as well? The answer looks like it's yes. The trip cap might come through here for a short second. Fire and Ice with a little bit of life. We've seen a comeback of this magnitude already once today. Does Fire and Ice have it in the toolkit in order to shut this Gambichos team down for the entire time that it's going to take to mount this comeback? It doesn't look like the answer to me is going to be yes, but we're going to see Atso pushing the tower. Red Nest getting some pressure. The reset comes in. Catwalk is the name of the game right now for Gambichos. They're going to hop in it. Already over 3/4. Atso able to get it. And no pressure from Fire and Ice is going to deny that. And now they're hopping in Red Nest with 2 fresh dead for Fire and Ice. This could be the game.
Signs of life for Fire and Ice, but is it too little too late here? That one player will rotate out. Atso will replace him and take a nade instead here. Actually, oh, he does go down. They still have the 2-cap, but they are dropping. That was the camo player who got a big back smack to stop that tower player in his tracks. Nades coming in to hopefully delete him. That's Noble down for the count thanks to Chester, but they still have yet to cap 2 here. All members of Fire and Ice outside. Chester back into Red Nest. No immediate pressure on him if he caps this. They're in a great spot here, but Chester does not want to die too quickly. What a rocket, though. He ends up putting himself in the worst position to take the splash damage on it. So still, they're kind of just clawing their way back here despite the deficit.
Tapping's got to get Noble out of Catwalk right now. It's already over halfway. No one else there. Tapping able to get the reset. Red Nest gets transferred over as well. So now it looks like Fire and Ice has put all their eggs in the Red Nest basket, but they get shut down. 3 go down for Fire and Ice.
Yep.
A momentary trip cap's going to end this game if it even gets to that point. The answer is yep. And that's Gambichos, 1-0. It looked like Fire and Ice got some momentum towards the middle end of that game, but it wasn't enough to mount that comeback. They didn't have everything they needed to make up for the deficit that they allowed to be built.
They did prove to us that there's some firepower on the roster, though. The Slays do somewhat say otherwise, though. It looked like Gambichos had the clear advantage in slaying power there, but Fire and Ice, they woke up, they got some momentum towards the end, and showed us potential for quite a comeback if they did it. But that gives me faith that we'll see a closer Slayer game coming up here if they can find their opening just a little earlier on, right? That was the biggest issue here, is to find their footing, their momentum out the gate. If they can do that, maybe it's a totally different story that will unravel here. It's really going to come down to power up, weapon control. We don't quite have a lot to work with, though. It's going to be regret for our next map, West. So we'll have the OS, we'll have the caster and the combo, and a very small snowbally map as well.
Very snowballing map. When you get control of regret and you're able to collapse correctly, you're able to flip the map continuously one by one by one. And with that, if a team can perform that strategy, this game could get ugly. Gambicho is definitely the team I would expect to, when they have control, to be able to implement the dominance and strategy that they want. This this Fire and Ice team, they have that new member in Critical Warrior, and unfortunately, they, even when they had control of like two of the strongholds and that comeback was coming, it felt like they should have been able to do more with like the opportunities they were given. And because they weren't, I almost think that maybe they just don't have the strategies down as well pat as they're going to need to beat a team like Gambichos in a game.
What's interesting is we actually have, so apparently Critical Warrior is a player who has been playing for years, but came back recently. And that might be part of the reason why there's a bit of rust in the strategies here on Fire and Ice. But it's nice to see players jumping back into the fold. Of course, I assume this is just the grind before Infinite. Got a lot more excitement around Halo here, so players starting to pick up the sticks again and try to get the reps in before the game comes out.
The 3-0 start for Gambichos. The Overshield player gets absolutely melted. Top blue, Drift finds himself by himself. Because of it, just a 5-2 lead for Gambichos, what could have been a lot more. All those players top blue get away with their lives for the moment. Fire and Ice trying to come back in this series. Losers bracket, backs against the wall, already down 1-0 in the series. Have got to win this game too to stay alive.
Gambicho's not going to make it easy for him. All of them on blue side here. They will try to get up to top mid, but tapping. He's got the combo to stop him in their tracks, though two players in front might deal with tapping here. Drifted at, so they do get some kills just to extend the lead a little bit here, but just a 3-kill advantage. Critical Warrior up on top car in a great position to clean up this kill, and he will do that. He's got the advanced positioning to help his teammates get back up the center map here as well. So if he stays up, there's the cavalry that comes in to help him. They'll make the collapse on the blue base here. 2 dead on the side of Gambichos as they thin out the numbers here. Just a 1-kill deficit.
Done a good job of weathering the storm without getting that overshield at the start. Just 2 kills. Nobody really taking control of this game as of yet. Tapping buttons over challenges, and Critical Warrior with a nice kill onto him before he loses his life. But Gambicho is doing a good job of trading those kills efficiently, getting map control right now. And with multiple players stuck top red right now for Fire and Ice, this could be a moment where Gambichos is able to get a couple of kills without trading them out.
Chester just fending off the bait and switch there, by the way. He got shots into both, dove out, repositioned. Going to try to get this kill, but can't survive it. He'll go down. OS about to pop up here, and Atso, he's going to get it for free because wait, actually, maybe not. A nade comes in. Tapping in a nice little double just to thin out the numbers here, but this must be a very late OS. We'll see it pop at 44. We'll dive onto it late here, pick it up at 39. Either way, the plan was a success for Gambichos. They just got 6 more kills as they warmed up to the snowball that's about to ensue here.
Yeah, Tapping got 3 kills as that overshield was coming up, and because of it, it created that space you referenced for his team to be able to get the next few kills, get that overshield secured. And now it was a 2-kill game. Now it's 9.
Just going to dive underneath the base, try to get a flank here. That caster up. We've seen the caster make plenty of plays on this map, so I'd like to see somebody grab it. They might not need it, though. Just landing the laser beams across the map with the Magnum here. Trying to help out Drift, who will go down in a trade. Atso going to try to clean up one of his own, and he will die before taking one down with him there. Tapping. Just going to keep it back on top map. As long as Gambichos can hold down that top map when they lose numbers, they'll keep their advantage.
9-kill deficit is going to be very tough for Fire and Ice to come back. Gambichos has done such a good job of trading their kills since they've gotten it. It's remained 9 for almost 10 straight kills at this point. 20-30. No overshield coming up for another 45, 50 seconds. So nothing that gives Fire and Ice that spark that they need to get this comeback and make it a reality.
Might need to slow things down just a little bit, though. Tapping, not going to let him do it. He's up on top map here, looking for spawners. Pre-nades in, but another player up on top map with him. That's Noble, who got some great advanced positioning there. Critical Warrior, he'll go down. Chester, the winner of the fight, can make his way up to top mid. And then back down to bottom mid, whiffing that jump, unfortunately. Teammates spawning up on red side might be able to help him, but a flank out through pink and a deal with him quickly. So unfortunate for Chester with the movement there. OS going to pop here shortly as well, so all the delaying and all the tricky movement out of Atso will be beneficial here. He's making these players unsure as to whether or not he's going up and down. They picked up the OS, by the way. Gambichos got the timing on 39, but apparently they didn't remember it. So instead, they give that OS up to Fire and Ice.
Not only that, but they give up a lot of kills in trying to force themselves to get it. 35-30 is our score. It was a 10-kill game, 5 kills and an overshield. This is all of a sudden doable for Fire and Ice.
Oh, Bullet with a nice little melee from down below. That's a spree for him. And they're starting to really heat up here. 33-36, just a 3-kill deficit. Everyone's spawning up on blue. They'll try to force a spawn collapse here with a perimeter. You can see they're already rotating out through car. Bullet trying to get into the fray here. He's got a teammate up on top map. Nice shots in a drift. He'll delete him. Turn, and can he burn the second player? So close to he made it happen. My God, what an exchange there. Didn't look good for him, but he'll take Atso.
You can see the momentum shifting towards Fire and Ice. What is Gambichos going to be able to do to get out of this trap?
Wow.
Nothing from Chester's point of view, because Bullet not missing a shot,
God.
staying alive, looping around. Can he win the one-on-one against Tapping? The answer is no, but just a 2-kill game. It's anyone's game as we enter the 40-kill mark.
Bullet just made massive plays from the spree to just staying alive in situations he should absolutely be dead here. Bullet again. Look at the plays that he's making to take Tapping here. Now 40 all. He'll get back up the pink side. Map control in their favor. Can he delete another? A stray nade will take him out, though. That's a little unfortunate that the score remains tied in the meantime, though. 42 all here. Player up on top car. Tapping. Going to back off. Focus spawners. Bit of a double dilemma for him. He's caught in the middle of it all. Atso with a big opening kill, though. Tapping still on low ground here. They're aware of his position. He might need to spring jump out of this. He'll rotate bottom blue. We'll see if he can sneak his way through here. I like this play. OS going to be coming up late in the 30s. Tapping needs to hit a spring jump. Round 4, he'll connect it just in time to join his teammate to clean up 2.
Calculates missing the spring jump a few times to perfectly get the timing to jump up, get the kills. Tries to get the kill on the bottom red, can't do so, but he created some space for Chester to get this overshield. Chester's overshield, it's getting melted off. There's multiple players bottom red taking that overshield. It's completely off of Chester right now, and these 2 players bottom red, they have to go down, but he can't land a melee. He's by himself, and because of it, that overshield, it means nothing. All of a sudden, 46-45, Fire and Ice now have the lead.
Fire and Ice pulling this one out of nowhere. They were down by a huge deficit just a second ago, but they're about to close it here. 48, now 49, 1 kill left. And it's all but over for Fire and Ice, unless Gambichos have some sort of wild comeback story here. Noble going to keep him back on red base, and that's going to be a nice little double team to close it out. But 50-47, Fire and Ice, they came to play. They're still in this.
That comeback, absolutely out of control. Overshield a little bit late, and because Gambichos used so many resources to try and get the burn, try and get the overshield, and literally lost not only like 4 or 5 players in a row trying to go for it, but gave up the overshield at the same time. That's where the momentum completely shifted, right? It was 10-kill game. All of a sudden that happens. It's 5 kills, and we have overshield. 1 good push, we get 4 dead. It's a 1-kill game entering the 40-kill mark. And a little bit of a blunder with that last overshield as well from Gambichos' side. Like, even though you have overshield, that doesn't mean you just like recklessly push the other team and get melted, right? You want to back up, use it with your team, find an opportunity to like take over with a push, not necessarily an individual play. And because of it, you see Gambichos now, they're in game 3 against Fire and Ice, a team that they probably should have 2-0 with the way things were going, but Fire and Ice, their resiliency, they're here to play.
Yeah, a couple unfortunate mishaps out of Gambichos there for sure. I mean, first off, Bullet played incredibly well, right? He turned up
Yeah.
in the second half of that game. We saw him with a spree, with just unbelievable kills cross map. And then the way that he lived on top pink, he was being chased down. He kind of rotated around and then forced tapping to go down the street and look at him and just wasting the time of so many different teammates. So that was massive out of him. And then it was the massive blunder by Gambichos to miss the timing on the OS they should have had the timing on. But either way, that brings us to game 3. That gives us a Fathom CTF, one of my favorite maps and game types to cast. So I'm not complaining, Wes.
No, not at all. We got ourselves another game 3 for the day. I mean, this rivalry, we talk about how much history these teams have. It's only right we go to a game 3. It's only right that these games are exciting, they're close, that whether or not who beats who in this series, you know that these two teams are always going to match up against each other very well. And ooh, this is just another one for the record books.
Yeah, here to give us a show, for sure. And what a melt, by the way, with that bolt shot that Atso had. Close range, that thing is deadly. Just 4 bursts and the dude's off the map. That's 3 dead, by the way, as well. They should be able to break out a red base here, but multiple spawners on Silo. Atso about to face the cavalry here. He'll take a nade, going to try to bob and weave his way out of this. Up the top treehouse, and it looks like he has done it successfully into the pile driver, but he'll go down.
Can't quite get his shield back from that nade that just nicked him, and because of it, he pays for it with his life. But Drift did a good job getting top mid, has the railgun in hand. Can't hit the shot, and a good kill by Warrior to get that power weapon out of the hands of Gambichos for a second. But Atso, the duo, there to pick it up right off his body, put it to work. Bullet, put the flag down. Tapping, picked the flag up, and now the flag being ran for Gambichos is going to be a very difficult stop for Fire and Ice, but they do have a player in the base.
Nice little transition out of Atso, though, just barely getting that flag through, but I think that might be return. You got a player stepping on top of it to re it last second. Magico whiffing an important jump there. He'll have to go back down to bottom mid for it. Bullet, Noble, they get their kills. Nice little execution on 3, and then the 4th player, a double for him. Flag out of the base. If they collapse on spawns, this should be a clean one for Fire and Ice. They need to be ready for those overextenders, and they're already coming through. Multiple players up on the elbow here. Got a defender with him on the generator, but it looks like Magical might be in the clear. Gonna try to play it slow. Just keep that player back from damage. Diving into the pedestal here, but the flag gets picked up. The exchange comes through. They got to get the return before they get this one in. Bullet with a 3-shot beatdown. A player dives on top of it and gets the in the last second. So Gambichos, the clutch factor came through, and I think they got the camo as well.
Clutches on both ends keep this game tied 0-0. Gambichos, the ladder of the clutches, tapping buttons, does what it takes to hop that return and apply some pressure. No counter caps, though, and 3 actually dead. For Gambichos is going to let this camo player by himself front the base. He's getting away with this. There's no way. Why is he choosing to shoot? They can't touch him.
What, the entire team was just looking at that camo player. Nobody shot him once, I'm pretty sure. There's multiple people looking at the camo player, winding up rail, and whiff it. That was, you know that song? That's just all I could think in that one moment.
That's literally what that was.
Yeah, anyway, the game continues.
No harm, no foul. I think they finally got dispersed to the camo player, but after seeing that, that cannot bode well for the confidence of some of the players. If I'm sitting there trying to knock down a camo player for more than 30 seconds, I know I'm frustrated. So they've got him out the base. No harm, no foul. Game still ties 0-0, but they've got to square up. They've got to step it up here. Fire and Ice, you had that great comeback from game 2, but is that the last story you want to tell about your tournament lives, or do you want to make this a series to remember?
Honestly, just the beauty of Fathom CTF is just how much of a brawl this map is, a bloodbath. You go back and forth multiple times a game. The map is so short that it's so easy to overextend quickly here. Get some exciting fights as well. Noble will take that trade up on top. We got a new rail about to pop here, and Magico going to try to win his fight for it, but the cavalry comes in to make sure he's dealt with. And still, actually, no, quite a flank there. At a bullet snuck through. He got the kill and the rail for it, and trying to preemptively get spawn kills, but he'll go down.
Railgun currently on the ground right now. Chester trying to do his best to get these players off top middle, but Magico finds a double in the feed. Gambichos feels like they're on their back feet, their back heels for the most part of this game. Chester goes up under Bullet, ends up getting the trade, and that's probably a pretty good trade from the positioning difference that Jester put himself in there in that situation, but Drift with a nice nade kill finds the camo player back. The engine can't finish the kill. That finally Atso's able to take him down. Unfortunately, no flag run's going to be in Gambicho's favor, but Fire and Ice did lose their camo player. They did stand strong on a little bit of defense right there, but using that camo for defensive purposes is always tough because you want to capitalize on the objective when you get that power of control.
Camo definitely breaking a couple ankles today, though. Players just windmilling left and right trying to hit these camo players, and especially with the pressure on the line. I imagine it ain't easy. We do have a rotation coming through Silo in the meantime here. Chester with the rail. He could put something together. Multiple shots to work with. Teammate up on top mid. That's 2 slays on the board for them. He'll dive over to red to cut off the straggler. That's a kill. Defensive kill for him, but he's going to have to go back for the damage here. And part of me wonders if he should have just stayed on the court side. Got kills with this rail. Either way, he's back for the challenge. But there's a player behind him, and he's down for the count because of it.
I really thought Gambichos was going to be able to get the flag out of the porch right there and get a solid flag run, but that player on the elbow staying alive and making his way to the tree, just being a nuisance overall, bought so much time for the rest of the team to spawn up. 2 straight kills go into Gambicho's favor, make it 3, 4 dead for Fire and Ice, and that perfect shots from Drift is going to capitalize on this flag run. Tapping finds the first spawner, and that's got to be the first cap of the game going in the favor of Gambicho's. Up in the window, he gets taken down. The overextenders are there. Do they come back with the flag? Somebody, please, for the love of God, come back with the flag. It's the oldest trick in the book. They don't get the touch. The return comes in. Fire and Ice somehow clutch up off spawn. There's no way that should ever happen, but a textbook lesson needed to be learned by Gambichos today. You have to come back with the flag.
It's like somebody's lining up a dunk. He's about to connect, and then just a hand comes in out of nowhere and just slaps it, you know? It's just left and right. This continues to happen. Dreams being crushed here, but it keeps us at 0-0 halfway through the game. Tapping gonna have to turn and try to delete this camo player, but that player will get the best of him. So camo definitely in the hands of Fire and Ice here. Can they do anything with that advantage? They just have to fend off the pressure, it seems, in the meantime here. Bullet goes down. He'll leave Atso 1 shot. Chester in a brawl up on top mid here, and he will get the melee to the face. He's now down along with his teammate. So another pull for Fire and Ice. Can they do something here?
He's got camo. He knows that these players are spawning silos, so he's got an opportunity here to cut off some reinforcements that could potentially be the counter cap. But he actually ends up losing his life. 3 go down for Fire and Ice, and all of a sudden what you thought was going to be a Fire and Ice cap, nope. Nobody has the power to put this flag in. The flag gets fumbled, and that buys some time for the overextenders off spawn from Fire and Ice to get here. Can they take him down this time around? No. Atso finally punches the first cap of the game in. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock left in regulation, and Gambichos take the lead 1-0.
I thought that fumble might lead to yet another stop, but Gambichos, they do pull away with 1. And a 1-point lead, actually massive, considering what we've seen so far in this game. Might be 2 in just a second, though. Multiple went down. Chester going to rotate the flag out through elbow. I love that safe rotation. Spawners and generator here, and Atso a defensive line. This is perfect. Atso going to continue to lend shots in across the map here. That flag is already out in red courtyard. Players going to throw nades in to try to stop it in its tracks, but they can't do it. That's 2 flags back to back. Gambichos, they got the opening, and now the floodgates are open, I guess. The water's coming through here, Wes.
No counter cap opportunity for Fire and Ice's. Chester tapping buttons. They both find kills. This 2-0 lead is huge for Gambichos to shut this series down, take this one for themselves. Fire and Ice played such good defense, had so many opportunities throughout this game so far, but it's all resulted in a 2-0 scoreline. Gambichos in the lead.
Atso, yeah, rough fight right there. Jiggle peeking is effective when you can't see through the wall, usually, but that didn't help him out too much. So he will go down, tapping in a turn, toss a couple nades for defense here. He's going to end up in the middle of a 2v1 sandwich right there. He's dead. It looks like Fire and Ice might have a chance to push through red for this. Magico needs to stay up on top mid. He'll keep Atso back, almost cleans the man up, but he drops down and tries to get that last second peek. Can't quite do it. His teammates doing everything they can in red base to try to delay the situation, but Chester pulls away with a rail, and while he whiffed the first shot, he's got another chance in that chamber.
Chester shouldn't feel pressure right now to try and push into the tree. Just play defense right now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, nothing. Fire and Ice has shown you, and a nice stick for the double kill. Chester putting that railgun to work, making the plasma nade.
Ooh.
Find the double drift as well with the nice reversal kill with the dis height advantage right there too. It's a wingman with a third flag being run. They're going to be able to punch this one in. And Gambichos, it wasn't pretty, it wasn't easy, but they take this series 2-1 over Fire and Ice.
Gambichos, they came to play. It was a brawl, like you said, a bit of a bloodbath, but that made it exciting for us, the viewers, the casters, and I'm sure for the viewers as well. What a match, what a series. Fire and Ice, despite the fact that they had a bit of a different team composition, maybe I guess just Critical Warrior jumping in. I know that he hasn't been playing as much Halo 5 recently. I'd say they still had a pretty stellar performance despite that, and I only expect bigger, better things for them in the future esports. Hopefully we have more esports arena stuff coming up, though. I know that this might be our closer for the next little while, so this is all the more reason to continue to clutch up, stay in this tournament. So Gambichos, they prevail through loser's side. How much longer can they stay in? I guess that's the big question. But let's keep this rolling. I want to see more games. So give us the breakdown from the GBO zone.
Thank you, Shyway. Again, back here in the GBO zone. And Gambichos taking a big win over Fire and Ice. And a very interesting series. They're obviously going the distance. Fire and Ice able to push it that way. But Gambichos will move on, looking to defend their title from a week ago. And they will play the winner of Flyers in Virginia Velocity. That is the other side of that losers quarterfinals matchup, but Gambichos move on. Let's check out our stats here from this last match. We'll pull those up on your screen right now. We started on strongholds here, and Gambichos taking an early lead, a 100-69 win here in just under 8 minutes. Let's check out the Slayer stats for this first game. Leading the way, though, for Gambichos was Tapping Button, 17 kills and 14 assists, leading the squad in both of those categories. Great game there from Tapping Buttons. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magico, 19 kills, 9 assists for himself. Great game on that side, but it wasn't enough, and Fire and Ice fall behind early. Let's check out the final stats page for this first game, as we see Tapping Buttons leading the way again in the accuracy department. 3,000 damage from Tapping Buttons in that first game. So hitting a lot of shots, a big part of Gambichos taking that victory. Meanwhile, Magico leading once again in the accuracy department, 54.6%, and in the damage, almost 2,500. Damage from the member of Fire and Ice there. Now we go to game 2, and Fire and Ice on the brink, but they were able to clutch it up. It looked like Gambichos was in position to close this out, take the 2-0 victory, and end Fire and Ice's run here, but they were able to keep their tournament alive at least a little bit longer. We saw a lot of great clips of Bullet getting some clutch kills, 16 kills, 4 assists for him in this one. Had a great second half of this game. Was a big part of why Fire and Ice were able to tie things up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tapping Buttons leading the way once again. 14 kills, 4 assists to his name. Let's go to the next stats page. We'll just breeze right through this one. A perfect kill there from Magico. 6 on the side of Gambichos. So they didn't win the Slayer game, but they were getting some very clean kills in it. Let's go to the last page here for this game on regret. Bullet leading the way in the accuracy department, 55.8% accuracy there. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was Chester, 53.7%. Now we're even in the series. It's 1-2-1. Fire and Ice able to force the deciding game 3, and it would be capture the flag. Let's go to that third map here. It was on Fathom, and a strong 3-0 win for Gambichos. And this was a game that was at a stalemate for essentially the first 8 minutes. We were locked at 0-0 for so long, and then once Gambichos got that first cap, they were able to roll it into multiple more and grab the win. 2 caps for Atso, 1 for Chester, and that was what they needed for the win. Let's check the Slayer stats for this last game. As we jump over, it was Tapping Buttons once again. no surprises here. 33 kills, 7 assists, and 19 deaths. So Tapping Buttons having a huge series here for Gambichos. Keep an eye on that name as the day continues. Obviously, they are waiting in that loser semifinals, and Tapping Buttons is going to be a key. If they want to repeat as Microsoft Sunday champions here for Halo 5, Tapping Buttons is going to need to continue these kinds of performances. Meanwhile, Drift picked up second place on the team, 19 kills, 12 assists to his name. That's a great game. Critical Warrior, 20 kills and 9 assists to lead Fire and Ice. But it wasn't obviously enough. Let's take a peek at our final stats page for this series. The accuracy numbers, great across the board from Gambichos. Everybody at least 56%. So everyone was hitting their shots. Tapping Buttons with an incredible 4,200 damage, just below 4,300 there. That is one of the highest damage numbers I have ever seen in one of our Microsoft Sunday competitions. So Tapping Buttons was just laying into absolutely everybody. Meanwhile, Bullet leading in the accuracy department. On the other side, Fire and Ice falls, that 55.2% accuracy. Not enough to keep them alive. Their day will end here in our top 7. So their day is done. Gambichos, meanwhile, will move on. And again, they are waiting for the result from our Flyers versus Virginia Velocity matchup on the other side of losers quarterfinal. So whoever wins that faces off against Gambichos. Then the winner of that semifinal faces off against KCP in losers finals. And obviously, a dozen deviled eggs waiting in grands. We're going to head to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we come back, Clutch and Shyway will continue an awesome Microsoft Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We still have more of our ESA Sunday yet to play, and I can't wait to see what we have left. Of course, the competition has been thinned out quite a bit at this point. We are still in loser's bracket. We just had Gambichos succeed over Fire and Ice, and I believe Gambichos will now move on to face Flyers. The winner here will be into loser's finals. So this should be loser's semis, meaning we only have, I believe, 4 teams left in this tournament at this point, Wes.
Yep, the math checks out. All 4 teams, probably what I would have said at the start of the day, are the 4 best teams in this tournament. So rightfully so, we're going to have a lot of competition here left to be decided. This Gambichos team, this Flyers team, they both got upset in those winter semifinals matches, and they both have a ton of interest in still winning this whole thing. So you know that they're both capable of it. Only one team can obviously advance to that losers finals round. Flyers being all too familiar with this kind of success, Gambichos having this success literally last weekend. So we're going to have to see who's going to bring their A game here. I was just watching the Flyers game off stream, and they had a very, very close game too. I didn't see what game 1 was with the team that they were facing. So they're going to need to pick it up. They're going to need to step up and bring their A game even further to beat this Gambichos team, because Gambichos has looked good.
I do feel like Flyers tends to excel more in the objective than the Slayer, though. So game 2,
correct.
I assume with Slayer might have been a little tougher for them. That said, I expect them to come out the gate hot here out of the top 4. We haven't seen Gambichos and Flyers go up against each other yet, right? They both had very close series with their respective competitor. I think Flyers had to go up against the ones in Grands right now. What was it? I'm blanking on the damn names.
The Deviled Eggs.
I don't even remember the name anymore. The Deviled Eggs. There you go. Either way, close series on both sides. I expect yet another close series here, so let's get right into it. CTF, Callie.
Flyers typically a very strong CTF Collie team, so I wouldn't be shocked to see them have a lot of success here in this game 1 of our losers semifinals. But Atso, he's having success already. He's found himself a kill. Rockets, he's in the window with a nice jump. Can he find some kills to open up this map, get his team a lead? The answer is no. Rockets are immediately dwindled off the face of the planet right now, and tapping buttons already finding ahead with the snipe. Gonna lose 2 teammates though, forced to fall back. I'm not quite sure if I like the positioning from tapping there, but it's not really on him. Like, his teammates needed to find a kill there to open up the map. And speaking of teammates finding kills, 3 in the kill feed go towards Gambicho's. Tapping still anchoring with the snipe fairly well towards the snipe side of the map. That means the rest of Gambicho's, they're pushing up the elbow side.
It was more unfortunate that Tapping's thrust back didn't connect with BR. He landed on the floor because of it and missed the opportunity. Either way, it looks like new opportunities have presented themselves. He'll get, maybe a double. Almost connects. Does have the spree locked in, though. Multiple players up on Rock's side here, so Tapping with a rotation up through center. CC with laser beams, though, and then he gets caught in his own melee there. But CC definitely had him dizzy before he went down. Ryan Noob going to clean up the cave as well, and this might give Flyers a chance to break out of Snipe's side here. They've struggled to get out of their base all game.
Yeah, Tapping kept them locked into their base for the first minute and a half right there with Snipe. He went on a killing spree, but nothing really amounted because of it, right? And now you're seeing Flyers. The second the Tapping doesn't have a snipe in his hand, they've got the flag pulled down towards the elbow. Tapping does find a kill. Chester finds one as well, and they are able to hop the return before this next set of rockets come up. But it's like, when in my head, when I watched the first couple minutes of this game, I'm like, what is it going to take for Gambichos to get a flag pull? Because Tapping was doing all that work with snipe and still nothing. But now you're seeing kind of the counter argument. Flyers is running the flag top rocks. Drift needs to make a play. Unfortunately, I think he finds a kill, but it's not enough. So commonly able to hop the return, able to continue this flag run well, doing all of the objective himself right now. There's one player that could potentially stop it. It's Chester coming in from the cave. He does get the pull, so he buys some time for his team. Players coming up from the elbow. No one there to relay that flag, punch it in. And right now, Flyers with a bit of a blunder. Gambichos really gets in there and finds the kills. Now Tapping pulls it out snipe side, and that was a play all sparked by a kill from Drift and then Chester with the touch. And this should be the first flag for Flyers if the kills go in their favor of Gambichos here. Sorry.
What a save by Gambichos, but not out of the woods yet, though. You can see Flyers. Okay, here we go. Nice little double. Going to sit on the return, which it's the flags just a little bit farther back than Tapping was aware of, but the read does come in, and they do manage to cap a Gambichos. What a save out of them in blue base to create that situation for themselves. A sniper about to pop here, and I love the nades out of Tapping. He'll launch it the wrong way, though. I think he launched it over to blue instead of red there. Either way, it looks like nobody picked it up, so Tapping going to try to barrel through. He does go down, and we'll see where that sniper ended up. In the meantime, flag already out, though. Flyers going to pull it through Snipe's side, commonly with the Rockets as well, to keep him back. He's dodged, duck, dip, dive, and everything. He will manage to get the flag through Snipe.
Not the most ideal flag route being taken by Commonly, but it doesn't matter because kill is still in the favor of Flyers right now. Ryan, Noob, CC, they both find one. There's a third player, top Rockets. He's stuck. Commonly still has one Rocket to his name. Ryan Noob finds a snipe, and all of these kills still in Flyers' favor. The flag, second one, it's being pulled, so a 1-0 lead for Gambichos quickly tied up, and it looks like it's at risk of them falling behind now in the game with another kill and maybe a potential touch. Yes, Super CC is going to continue to run it. A rocket comes through. Not the best rocket, though. He does take his teammate's shields down a little bit with it, but Commonly still finds the kill, able to jump in the window, and non-stop action is going to result in Flyers taking a 2-1 lead.
Oh, Commonly does eventually go down there. They did their job in the defense, getting the flag in either way. And it looks like the pressure's still on, though. Gambicho, they're trying to do everything they can for a chance at a counter here. Chester will live, replaced by a teammate to push in through Albo in the meantime. That player now alone, though. Ryan Noob in a flurry here on Snipe side, trying to win this snipe for himself. I don't think he ended up playing it, though, so that will likely go to the hands of a red player. In the meantime, the battle still ensues on Blue Bend here. Drift going to try to get into a melee there. He doesn't get it. CC will double back, pick up the snipe. So another chance here for Flyers to light things up.
We've seen CC go off with a snipe before. It wouldn't shock me if that's a similar story we see, but he's choosing to use the pistol, and because of it, pays forward with it was life of an over challenge there. Would have liked to see him back up, stay alive, but good job by Gambichos to get that power weapon out of his hands. Unfortunately, it was a couple members themselves that do have snipe control for a second. Envor are going to be a nuisance on the elbow, though.
Such a great place to be here. Envor will push forward. He might be double teamed in just a second, though. He's got to be quick with this kill. Can't grab the flag on his way out, and he does end up going down. His teammates do have positioning to keep the pressure up, but will they have the numbers to get the pull? You got a player on blue bend. Ryan Noob holding it down from DMR, whiffs the shots onto Cave. He'll try to get some nades in. Does clean it up. A nice little snap, too. And Ryan Noob turns to try to burn a second here. And gets a preemptive stick as well. That was beauty. He must have either heard the sprint or saw it on the radar, but just the timing.
Radar for sure.
The coordinate there was, yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah. Guaranteed the radar play. It's just the awareness that Ryan Noob has, right? Like, he's having to snap his shot. He's having to fight somebody bottom rockets, but he also is able to pay attention to that radar, right? Gets in that double kill, creates so much space for his team, and because of it, they've been able to try and get off their spawn. But Atso in control of Flyers' elbow right here. Flyers needs to get him off, and it looks like that is exactly what the strategy that they're going to employ. Tapping buttons. You know what he can do with snipe, but he's in a terrible position front Flyers base. Unfortunately, can't hit the no scopes. He pays for it with his life, and all of a sudden, all of the map control is going to go over to the Flyers right now as they look to try and end this game with one last push.
According to the overlay, Ryan Noob has rockets. Super CC has the sniper as well. He's up on top cat there beside Envor. So pressure on in a big way for Gambichos. They're hiding in corners trying to stay alive, but Atso now down. Spawners up on snipe side. They will need to overextend. There's one split spawner on elbow, honestly, who just ruined their day. And a nade comes in, gets a double as well. So Gambichos, they have weathered the storm temporarily here. CC, the last man to survive, drops the snipe on his dead body and tapping with a final bullet to the brain of Ryan Noob. That's how you answer back. Can they do anything else with this pressure here?
Flyers had snipe, rockets, you mentioned it, but it was Chester that made the play to stop that entire flag pull himself. They try to get one of their own, but the return does come through. Chester not in a position to try and deny that return from coming, but he does get a kill. If he plays his life correctly, there could be a push from Gambichos, but he immediately gets taken down, and as well as 3 of his other teammates, and now Flyers resets the map and a look to once again trap Gambichos in their base.
Envor going to take a wide rotation here. The perfect perimeter to deal with Chester, who's being a difficult target, but Envor will make quick work of him. Living up on Cave. Flag going to be pulled here as well. 2 dead on the feed. You got one player who is overextended through snipe side. I think he is still alive. He's right below, just ticking off on the radar here. So Envor on the chase. That flag out being ran. 2 dead as well. They might be closing the game here, depending on... Actually, no, it's not out, is it? It got returned. So I'm trying to predict things that aren't currently happening here, Wes.
Difficult to tell from this point of view, though. I mean, with the 70 FOV on board, not necessarily looking towards the flag at any point in time. He was sniffing that player out bottom middle that was going to have to interrupt that flag run if his teammates didn't get the kills they got. But Rockets, they went in the hands of Ryan Noob. He's able to find one, gets the second one off the map, and we've seen Flyers in control of the last power weapons other than maybe a bullet from the snipe and tapping buttons is favored, so it needs to flip a little bit more in Gambicho's favor if they want to win this game. These next set of power weapons are crucial to their success to getting a flag cap.
Got 10 seconds left to win that sniper, and Commonly just trying to cut off this player who snuck through that window to go get that flag. Commonly will... Oh, both players went for sticks. They both whiffed. Commonly taking shots from behind, though. He will get taken out. It's a nice little flank from that red player here. Atso holding it down from center. He'll dive forward. Likely going to see more spawners on bend as he backs off. Nice little pre-nade, though, to get rid of Ryan Noob. He'll look back for the challenge here. The spawners already lighting up a carrier who probably should have taken it snipe still. Flag gets rallied. They'll take it across the grass and try to stay alive in maze. But flankers, I believe, have already come through from the other side here. So you got a player in maze. Envor with 2 on the feed. Commonly will drop. Flag almost returned. Ryan in a close fight up on Rockets that he loses, but the flag, I believe, should be returned and reset.
Flyers doing everything they can to just make this game go in their favor. A nice double killing spree from the stick from Envor right there. Just a 1 cap lead, but with 2 minutes left on the clock, that time starts to become a major factor in Gambicho's options as far as what they can do to get this game tied up.
Envor going to try to back up here. Teammate up on top rocks as well. I believe he just grabbed that rocket launcher. So Cavalry about to come in here. Getting shot up from multiple angles, though. Envor going to try to live. There is a player flanking out through Blue Bend as Envor takes a very risky fight up on top. Cat, he'll lose that. Chester going to go down for the count as well. Time, a big issue here for Gambichos as they continue to play from the 50-yard line. They got to get behind enemy lines. They need to get a pole here. They're running out of chances to do it. Tapping, putting shots into literally everything in front of him. Drops a pre-nade behind as well, but once again, he's down, and they just keep dying before they get these crucial opportunities. And commonly might slip away with one here if he keeps this up.
It feels like every time we see like Tapping in a good position, his teammates are dying across the map, right? They have to wait for each other, get one good push, and see if they can get this flag pulled properly, rather than one by one trying to flank, trying to be sneaky. You see this one player for Gambichos, Chester, like he's by himself at snipe right now. When he goes down, it resets the entire opportunity Gambichos has.
Connolly back up on elbow. Multiple players dead at this point. A minute left on the board. Gambichos would need to play perfectly, get into base, and then do a perfect flag run to have any sort of chance here. Connolly, all he needs is defense. He's got a teammate with him on the bend to at least help get some slays here. Multiple players, the Flyers back in blue base, but nobody on Gambichos, despite Tapping's wonderful one gunfight there. It's not going to be enough. We got 30 seconds left. We need to see somebody in blue now.
He's trying to make his way over there and drift, but no, Envor overextends all the way back to his base to make sure that nobody's getting a touch on this flag. Pays for it with his life, but if you reset Drift on the other side of the map, a stick off the floor. Jeez. And Ryan Noob pulling his best Read 18 impression out, lands a nice double, making a trip. Do it for me, Ryan. Thank you, sir. Triple kill with 9 seconds left. That's going to be all she wrote for game number 1. The flag being ran, but it doesn't matter.
Try to cap it.
It's going to go in favor of Flyers.
1.
Nope.
Oh, I think it. Oh, he didn't make it quite in time. That was a nice little attempt, and I think he body blocked him too. I like that. Player on blue gonna make it difficult. Either way, like we said, Wes, that is a nice win in the favor of Flyers. Gambichos, many opportunities for them, especially in the beginning of the game where they seemed to have the pressure, they had the map control, but despite all the beautiful snipes out of tapping buttons, we didn't see one coordinated pull, and that's really what matters in the end of the day. Flyers had the coordination necessary to hold onto the lead the whole game.
Yeah, there wasn't ever a real moment where it looked like Flyers was ever at risk. They went down 1-0, and then pretty quickly they took the lead 2-1, and then steadily kept map control, steadily got the kills they needed to make things not too risky, and really implemented like a good defensive strategy while trying to. Like, they would try to push him for that third and final cap, but they wouldn't give up the entire map and risk power weapons being lost over it and whatnot. Like, they did a good job of just controlling the pace of the game from there on out. And Gambichos is going to have to figure out a way to break that for game 2 if they want to continue this series.
They'll have to do it in Slayer, and Gambichos can be well-coordinated in Slayer. We've seen them make big plays there before. Flyers, I'd say their biggest weakness is Slayer based off of what we've seen today. So this is the chance to hammer them, and their only chance, really. If they can't take this, they are out of the tournament. So we got to see it here. OS, of course, a point of contention. Atso going to take the yard, though, for his positioning. Hopefully grab the combo on his way, and he does. Up the top yellow now, so a nice little line of defense. A player will dive for the OS, and he's quickly cleaned up, dispatched, so Connolly out of the picture. Atso with not a second kill, though. Nice little double team from those players on blue to keep them back. So a relatively even start, but looks like Drift might be able to make something happen with this sniper if he doesn't die first.
Can his teammates keep him alive? No, Drift tries to overextend, and that player bottom dip Envor takes him down. Actually sprints right for the snipe. Envor able to no-scope Chester there on the bottom of our screen. That's Chester trades the melee with him. 5-6, so no harm, no foul yet. But Super CC has found himself the snipe, and we just saw him land a body shot from Tapping Button's point of view. Tapping can't figure out a way to find either one of those kills, but the rest of Flyers is there to capitalize. It was a 1-kill game a second ago. Now it's 4, make it 5, and Ryan Noob has, or Super CC has the snipe in hand.
Yeah, Tapping just diving into a sea of piranhas there for sure. He died instantly. Snipe in the hands of CC, I believe 4 shots to work with, and he plants 1 into the chest of that red player who now needs to back off. CC going to hold it down from loop here. Trying to keep his head on a swivel. That player on Snipe was dealt with. CC, can he take 1 down with him? He can't. He'll drop that Snipe with, I believe, 1 bullet. We'll see if somebody makes the rotation to pick it up. Of course, Drift, he's got an eye on it, so we'll see if he can plant this into a brain. Of course he can. Drift with a big play to keep it close.
Good job by Gambichos there to shut that down. You saw CC landed a couple of no-scopes, but nobody on Flyers really able to capitalize on that damage from CC. And because of it, Gambijos has made this a 3-kill game. They got the snipe out of CC's hands. It's off the map for the next little bit. Overshield coming up here in about 20 seconds. Love that Atso is once again going to be in a position potentially, if he's able to kill this player now. A nice combo land. Patience is the name of the game. He's able to get that kill, but he needs to get back up top yellow for that overshield that's spawning up right now.
Yep, Atso with a great line of sight to defend OS here, and beautiful shots on top of that. We'll take Ryan Noob out, getting pelted though, down to 1 shot. That OS though, what a quick grab. Somebody dove in there, grabbed it, went down to bottom mid, rotating out through yard here. And Atso, head on a swivel, he does seem to be aware of it. But the cavalry's there with that blue player, so they are there to defend him. Atso does go down to a nade here. CC back to glass, wants to get over to Sniper. In time to pick it up, needs to pick up the stragglers on the way though. Tapping and Chester drop. CC gonna rotate out to Cafe here, clean up Drift. And another player spawning in blue gonna have to hightail it out to yard. They need to out-rotate this blue team, who clearly had the advantage.
What an OS pickup by CC, right? Atso gets that first kill. You think there's no way Gambijos doesn't get this overshield, but CC somehow makes his way top middle, gets away with it too, not getting comboed. And it's created this lead. Although 3 members immediately go down for Flyers, the 4th one just picks up snipe. Envoy, he's going to be top snipe by himself. Does Drift expect him to be up here though? Perfect shots from Drift on the first player, but he's taken down by that sniper. It's traded out immediately though, so good job overall by by Gambijos to come back in this game.
Looks like we got 1 blue player left on Hotel. He's dealt with. Tapping buttons will get the kill. Atso now going to rotate through Cafe with tapping. Try to get the spawners up on Tram side here. You got Atso up on top yellow. Nice little perimeter position here. Shots into posters. Keep that player back. No nades. Actually, he's got 2 plasmas. Hopefully he can use it on this player directly beside him, who drops down to driveway, though. Going to try to find him. Cleans him up. Gives him a 1-kill advantage. Player up a nest as well, and he's getting pinched from both sides here, so Atso going to try to duck out of the gunfire. Almost lives in that exchange, but he will go down, and just back and forth we go with this one. Very close the whole way through.
As close as it could be right now as we cross the halfway mark. It's tied up 26-26 commonly. Knows that this overshield's coming up. They have the time on it because CC was the last one to pick it up, but 2 kills go in favor of Gambijos, and Gambijos is going to be right there to try and get it, but commonly burns that overshield. 3 kills go in favor of Gambijos in that trade, though. So what will that mean for the map presence, the potential of space, and the collapse that comes through? Commonly did a good job of burning it, but you would have wanted to see Flyers win those fights before overshield's coming up if you're a Flyers fan. But no, Gambijos has flipped this game too on its head now with a 5-kill lead.
Gambijos going to still try to put the hurt on here. Chester looking for this player in dip. Cleans him up. Getting shot up from top yellow, though. Does get a spree before he dies. 6-kill advantage here on Gambijos as well. And Envor, teammate beside him. They'll work together to rotate out through glass. Need to get some better positioning here. And some great timing on these exchanges as well. You can see inside map control heavily in the favor of Gambijos here. They got setups on S4, one on LR. Envor with a teammate, they'll rotate through loop here. That player who was on LR went back over to yard, so these timing's a little unfortunate, right? Gambijos getting the best of them on a lot of these exchanges. Chester right now being such a nuisance as well. Look at him just bobbing and weaving behind the cover here. Nobody could get the angle they needed, and instead they're getting double teamed out in yard. Multiple will drop left and right. Now 38-31, make it 39 as Gambijos just get the best of these trades.
An 8-kill lead all of a sudden. It was 26-26. Now it's 40-31. Gambijos has ran away with the second half of this. Slayer Drift trying to apply some pressure over here towards glass. He knows that there's an enemy player over here. Easy kills for Gambijos in this game. The way it's going to be a blowout in Gambijos' favor. They've really turned up the dial. They're going to continue the tournament lives here. Get to another game 3 for the day. Flyers, not the strongest team in Slayer, and it's coming back once again to bite them.
The Flyers definitely been showing signs of weakness in Slayer today. Gambijos taking full advantage. Likely going to give us a game 3 out of this unless we see something wild. But Atso going to bring us to 45. Can't get the OS in time. So Flyers actually in a great position to ensure they pick it up. You got tapping and teammate all down to 1 shot. Nate's coming in just to keep them back. And Drift somehow pulls a kill out of the deficit they were in, though. I don't know how Drift got that little Magnum snipe there. But the OS in the hands of blue. And no more mistakes allowed for this. Was it Burn? Did he burn him?
I guess CC
I guess
has
Drift
a little
burned him.
glimpse
It
of.
must have been
CC might have a
CC
little bit
does
of
have it.
overshield right now, but
Yeah.
it is not effective. They were not able to use it. And even if they had 2 overshield players right now, 49-36, this game, all she wrote, Shyway. We're going to see a game 3 here on the back
Tell
of
me he
a
didn't kill.
unbelievable performance from Gambichos here in the second half of game 2.
Yeah, Gambicho's getting the best of many of these exchanges, despite the fact that Flyers, especially with the OSs, it felt like Flyers earned most of the OSs, or at least burned them, right? We had Atso up on top, Yellow, who you thought had earned his team OS when he got that kill, but CC slipped in, picked it up, and then we had Conley with a burn shortly after, CC with that final OS, but none of them really seemed to help in the end of the day. Just the timing, the collapses we saw at Gambicho's seemed to be just a little better. And I think a good example of that was just the team rotation over on loop there, where the moment they went to loop, they missed their timing, where that player rotated back to yard. They triple teamed the guys in yard. So it's just a little bit of a unfortunate series of events for this this blue team. But of course, we got a game 3.
Game 3, and we're back to an objective game type. So Flyers probably going to feel right at home. That Slayer, though, eventually losing that many Slayers is going to bite you in the rear, right? Is this the series that it comes back to bite you, where you can't win both the objectives in the best of 3? I mean, Gambichos, they have a sign of life, and they look dominant in the second half of that game too. So if they're able to continue that momentum, this is going to be one hell of a game, because they had opportunities in game 1 early and were shut down. It's going to be game type specific going into this map 3 of how I think it's going to go. But if you're Flyers, like, there's got to be a little bit of doubt there, because you want to be able to beat even Gambichos in a Slayer if you want to have an opportunity to win this whole thing, because you're going to have to beat the Deviled Eggs boys or even KCP in a Slayer later on. Like, there's no way you can continuously just give up the Slayer in every best of 3 and expect to win.
Yep. Up next, we'll have Empire Strongholds, Wes. My worry here for Flyers is getting into the same situation they got into with Deviled Eggs, where they had a massive lead. They were at 91 points in Eden Strongholds and got completely came back on. The entire game flipped. That was a heartbreaker. You don't want to see that again with Flyers. That said, though, having the heat that they had off the start, off the rip there, was incredible. So they just need to be able to close things out this time around. Empire Strongholds, even more than Eden, snowballs, right? We've seen some incredible comebacks, especially you and I casting. We've seen some wild 99.2, maybe 30 or less, and a comeback and a win. So you never know with Eden Strongholds.
It's Empire, though, correct?
Yes, Empire, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Empire, that's one of those games where it's not over until it's over, because you can get a trip cap, you can swarm the other base, and it is very easy to control both power-ups when you get the right times and they get offset from each other. You turn an overshield into a camo, vice versa. We're going to see what the power-up story is early on, but I expect whatever team kind of gets the better of that story to have a real opportunity to steal this game 3.
Well, a real opportunity has been handed to Atso, as he's got himself 2 kills, a camo, and soon a third if he can connect on this last player, but it looks like his teammates got that instead. They do have the pit captured. Atso can't get away with his life in the pit, and that quick little round of slays is going to be a nice transfer for Flyers, and the pit back in their favor. They'll dive back to blue, ideally, to finish off that cap, but Ryan Noob going to get cut off in his tracks there. His teammates, though, they did make the rotation, so 2 caps and the first points on the boards for Flyer.
Flyers are going to have bottom middle taken away from them right now, as Gambicho is able to transfer it back. Kills go in favor of Gambichos as well. This Envoy, Ryan, they both go down. And right now, with outside control, they're going to be rotating back towards red. Make sure that they don't lose red. Bottom mid, let's get the reset on that as well. They find a few kills, make it a third if they're able to finish off this player. Unfortunately, Drift not able to, and with that, Ryan Noob, with the assist, gets those kills taken straight out of Gambicho's hands, and Flyers looking to be aggressive, potentially transfer bottom mid, once again start scoring. And I really want to see this next set of power-ups, because that camo, the overshield got burned, obviously. The camo, it was a nice little bump to the start of the game, but it's the second sets of how teams keep composure and how they weigh the strengths and weaknesses of going for them and prioritizing them that's really going to dictate how this mid game goes.
Managed to catch the tail end of that double out of Chester, though. That was a nice little snapshot to get the kill. He'll flank through tower as well and likely grab himself another. He'll pick up commonly here. Shortly, we will be seeing the camo, the OS come up, so Chester likely going to want to control tower side if he doesn't get taken out first. CC going to mount the challenge here, changing lanes on a Chester who was not prepared for it, getting caught up in the fight on Blue Ben. Atso still hanging out nearby, though, might be able to get into this camo. Does get the kill. Now one shot, tapping button's going to pick up the OS, and he will get away with it, so that's massive. You got his teammates actually, I believe, won tower side. So this could be a big swing in the favor of Gambichos, who are already on top in points here, looking at a trip cap.
Yeah, 3 were dead for Flyers, and now a trip cap ensues, tapping buttons with beautiful shots. To not only get the overshield, but quickly get the kill on the onboard, rewards his team with that trip cap for a brief second. Decides not to push into red there with this overshield, knows that there's a player front red. There's actually one in the window as well. Tapping.
Oh, no.
Finished this kill onto Ryan and pays for it with his life. I was pretty unsure about the angle he was taking because he was isolating himself away from his team. And right now, Flyers get that huge momentum kill on the overshield player, shut him down. Can they make it, turn it into any objective? Can they get bottom mid? It doesn't look like the rest of Gambichos is going to allow that to happen. So good job by Gambichos to make sure maybe the overshield didn't tell a ton of the story there, but at least they're keeping it out of the hands of Flyers.
Yeah, they do have the lead, despite the small blunders they made along the way here. Flyers doing everything they can to get some captures, and Onboard cannot succeed with Blue. He will get out. He'll get shots into Chester as well. Drift will go down for the count here, so that's 2 dead. They can dive over to Blue and maybe turn this into a trip cap if they keep the pressure up. CC, he'll get a trade commonly with a kill with a melee, so I think commonly might have advanced timing on the Blue here, but Chester looking to be the line of defense. Where does he contribute? Does he go to Blue? It looks like he'll nade Blue. And that'll keep commonly back at the very least here. There's multiple players out on Blue, though, so Chester, not a good opportunity to push up. Just needs to be a line of defense. His teammates likely going to coordinate over to red side in the meantime. And both players on Blue here playing it very slow, right? Nobody really wants to bite. They know they have the 2 cap, so they'll keep the slight advantage they have and wait to pounce.
What a patient play by both teams. You never see that on Empire, right? You never see a stalemate play my life situation on Empire, but it looks like Flyers perfectly executing that. Is going to be able to continue this double hold. It would have been a trip cap if that kill went in their favor, but instead Ryan Noob's going to pick up camo. He's going to have to deal with this player that just flashed right by him. How did he not see that player? And all of a sudden he gets back whacked, and Atso able to finish Ryan. Unfortunate for Ryan Noob, he's not able to. That player just passes by him at the extremely wrong time, and with it, Gambichos now hop in bottom mid. They transfer it over. The dub cap comes through, and they start to score. They've got red control as well.
Yeah. What an exchange, though. Like, wouldn't that player, I didn't check the radar. I don't know if that player had popped up on radar. You would hear him just whip past you, too. So an interesting timing that just was quite unfortunate for Ryan Noob. As a result here, Gambichos with map control once again, so 54 and counting. Atso up on top tower, going to get some free shots into the side of commonly. Tapping buttons will finish it off. He'll turn and burn Ryan Noob here, so multiple players dead on the feed. Likely spawning up outside or red here. We got multiple outside. And Flyers on the back foot, scrambling just a little bit here as Gambichos continue to lay in the pressure.
Yeah, Gambichos is clutching up, making this power-up story theirs, right? And because of it, they're in control. They're up 30 points right now on Flyers. It's game 3. They're looking to close this one out. There's one player over towards red, but Pitt, it looks like it's in the clear. And they know this player is over by red plat. They're going to flush him out potentially. But as they do that, they spend so much time looking for Envor that multiple members of Flyers hop into bottom middle, and now all of a sudden, they're at risk of losing that bottom mid hill.
Oh, Envor making massive plays, by the way. He just dealt with 2. He out-rotated 1 to front. Red jumped back in, got the kill, and then came back into red for a second kill, all while Pitt was being captured. So Flyers getting a momentary trip cap off of these nice little coordinated plays, and they'll need to hold on to it. 1 cap, though, in the favor of Gambichos just to slow the bleeding here. New OS, new camo coming up very shortly as well. So Atso already got the combo in hand for a plan B, but he's going to get jumped on from above. CC going to go in to try to get the kill. Somehow Atso lives just a little longer. That camo, I believe, is now up, though. Tapping it a whiff of melee. Does get the double. Can he clean up the triple? No, he can't. And I think that might be, is that the camo player? Either way, just players dropping left and right here.
Ryan who picks up overshield outside. It's a very late overshield that he's able to take control of. They're going to be able to transfer blue. Are they going to lose bottom mid, or is Ryan Noob with this overshield going to be able to make the play? He does hop into the pit. The reset comes in, but kills all in the favor of Gambichos right now, I feel. 3 go down for Flyers, and with it, they're going to lose not only blue, but potentially bottom mid if this one player outside isn't able to anchor. It looks like Envoy's done enough to keep them subsided for now, but 2 players in bottom mid. Envoy finds 1, but he's traded out immediately. His teammate CC commonly can't find the kill, and 2 back-to-back perfect shots from Drift are going to reward Gambichos once again that bottom mid stronghold.
Yeah, Flyers start revving up the engines, and Gambichos, they just put the pedal right back down to answer back here, but 76 and counting. Holding on to center map, going to be so crucial. Chester will fly and get the quick reset. Going to have to double out just a second here. We got players outside to double team pressure his teammate here, I believe, is Drift, who's doing everything he can to fend him off. Honestly, doing a great job.
Behind him.
He got between them and underneath them somehow, and that definitely delayed their timing. Both of them did die, but 84 and counting here, and we're running out of chances on the side of Flyers.
Yeah, there's going to be 3 members in the bottom mid stronghold, so this is going to go over towards Flyers. And this next overshield, it's super late. So you know Gambichos does not have a time on it. Ryan Noob picked it up for free last time around, and it was very, very late. We're going to see Camo come up long before.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about Camo, and I came and interrupted you with the incorrect information, Wes. But plenty going on here for sure, and it looks like Flyers actually holding down 2.
Ryan Noob pushing the trip cap right now is going to force Gambichos to make a play. They're going to go back to blue, or are they going to extend to red? It looks like they're choosing to go back to blue. On Ryan Noob's radar right now, he's going to be able to find 1 potentially tapping buttons front of base, 1 shot.
Oh.
They both thrust the side. Overshield actually does go in the hands of Gambichos, but the trip cap could be very dangerous for Gambichos to try and answer. This overshield player needs to do so much in bottom mid right now, and unfortunately he's joined by a few teammates. All the kills go in favor of Gambichos, so they're able to get bottom mid, but they don't control a side base.
What a scramble at a Gambichos. They were in the lead. Now they're losing everything. We're at 97 here. They could cap red. It's going to be a last-second capture at a red base. And it looks like they managed to do it. Players already dive in the pit here, and Gambichos need to win their fights. If they want any chance, they do get the reset. That's massive. That can bring them up to 90 points here. If they can hold on, they can make this happen. Flyers with 1 coordinated push, 1 coordinated play. They can make this happen. Look at all 4 members of Flyers are outside, rotating together. They don't want to lose numbers. They just need 1 round of slays, and that's a capture and a game over. But look at this. Look at the angle out of Atso as he puts in all the damage he can to keep them back. That's a spray out of him. A massive nade. 2 go down. 96. Now you got players in the pit. But I don't think they can do this in time. Gambichos, can they clutch this up? Wes, I think they've done it. Flyers, despite coming so close, they're yet so far. Gambichos have taken this 198 and a 2-1.
Oh my God, Gambichos clutch up. I love the positioning out of Atso. The nade was beautiful. I expected him to die in that explosion, but no, he is able to just play his life so perfectly. Get that killing spree, hop into the hill, get the reset, hop out of it. Understand that he doesn't have to take a gunfight. His team has control, right?
Right.
My hair's everywhere right now because I'm freaking out about how wild that was. And I don't have much hair up there. So for it to stand up like that, that's how exciting that game was. Clutch up from Gambichos. They're going to the losers finals. They're going to play KCP. And they got some momentum behind them, man. Like, that was a huge win.
Gambichos making massive plays recently. Wes, they won last week. They clutched up against Flyers. This is 3/4 of Flyers, and it's Ryan Noob to round it out. So it's not like that's a deficit by any means. Like, this is a well-coordinated team. The Gambichos have now just clutched up and taken out. They'll take their momentum into KCP next, but I think it only gets sweatier from here on out, Wes. So can't wait to see it. Yay, so thoughts on that last game? Quite a close one.
I think that losers semifinal delivered just the way you hope a match of that caliber can. Gambichos with a 2-1 win over Flyers and a back and forth finish. You saw Flyers were just 2 points away from closing out that 3rd map, but they couldn't get it done. Gambichos clutching up there, grabbing the win, snatching the victory from the jaws of defeat there at the end, and they will move on. As Shyway mentioned, they face off against KCP in the losers finals. So it promises to be a fun run to the finish here. Let's check out the stats here for that last match. And wow, we kicked it off on Coliseum. It was capture the flag and Flyers taking the early lead here. It was a 2-1 finish, so we went the distance, didn't have to go to overtime because Flyers had the lead, but we actually get a CTF game without a team getting the full 3 needed to win. So a very tightly contested match here of CTF. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this first game, and leading the way is Envor there. 29 kills, 15 assists. Great numbers really across the board here for the Flyers. 13 assists with 25 kills for Commonly, and then we go down to the bottom side. I talked earlier, Tapping Buttons was a player to keep an eye on for Gambichos if they wanted to continue a strong run. 26 kills, 14 assists for him in the first game. His team couldn't get the victory here, but still a very key part of that game. We'll go to the final page for this first game here. Check out those accuracy numbers leading the way. Commonly there, 54%, just a stone's throw from 4,000 damage, excuse me. Envor leading the damage department though, 4,308 damage there. Meanwhile, Tapping Buttons was just shy of that 4,000 mark himself, leading in the accuracy for that team. Atso, 56.4%. So honestly, a well-played game from Gambichos. We talked about how tight it was. It goes the entire length of time. A 2-1 score wins it for Flyers, and they take the lead early in this series. And now we got a game 2 with Gambichos now on the brink, right? Their tournament lives on the line. They cannot lose a single game or they are done. And they come in the clutch in Slayer. A 50-39 win. Strong performance there. Atso leading the way in the kills, 14 with 8 assists as well. And another fantastic game from Tapping Buttons, 13 kills, 12 assists, the least deaths in the game, the only player in single digits with 7. So Tapping Buttons continuing to perform well, but it's good across the board. 12 kills for Drift, Chester grabbing 11 himself, 7 and 8 assists respectively. So really just top to bottom, a good performance from Gambichos in game 2. Envor leading the way once again for the Flyers, 14 kills, 5 assists, but Commonly and Super CC both being in the single digits is why it was an 11 kill lead at the end. Didn't have that full top to bottom team performance in the kills for Flyers, and that means that this series is tied up as we go to game 3. Let's check out the last 2 pages of stats here real fast. For Slayer, great headshot numbers. Let's check the accuracy and the damage here as well, as it's 55% apiece. Atso and Tapping Buttons near identical accuracy, very close in the damage department as well. The 2 players that eclipsed that 2,000 damage threshold. So great performances there. On the other side, Ryanoob there, 55.1%, just shy of 2,000 damage. Good game there, but now we're tied and we go to game 3. It was Strongholds, it's Empire, and it is Gambichos taking the win. And this was back and forth. It goes 10 minutes, and you see the margin of victory just 2 points. Flyers was probably just a single kill, a single clutch kill there at the end to preserve one of those strongholds, and they probably win this game, but Gambichos got it done when they needed to, and it gets them the win. Let's check out the Slayer stats for our final game of this loser semifinal. No surprises here. Tapping Buttons once again, 23 kills, 11 assists, 19 deaths, a little bit of a higher number than we're used to. Atso with just 12 deaths with a great game, 20 kills, 13 assists there as well, but all across the board, Gambichos looking strong. Everybody in the double digits in assists. It was a team effort across the board. Meanwhile, Flyers, 20 kills for both Super CC and Envor, both of them up above that 13 assist mark, but it wasn't enough, and the Flyers' day ends. And I mentioned earlier, you want to get into the prize money for these events, you've got to get to the top 3, and Flyers will finish just outside of that. Interestingly enough, they were the 4th seed. Today, they finish in 4th place. Our 2nd and 3rd seeds will meet in the losers final. So well done on the seating department. To our shout out to our TOs in the back doing great work as they perfectly set that one up. Obviously, our number 1 seed waiting in grand finals. Just the last bit of stats there. Yeah, that was it. So what a game there. Very, very back and forth series. Sadly, Flyers not able to pull out, and they're certainly going to be kicking themselves as they were so unbelievably close to closing out that series. Even had a great chance in game 2, but it wasn't meant to be. Gambichos move on, and now they play against KCP in the losers finals. This is going to be a very big test. Obviously, they prove they can take out very good teams, and they beat, remember, the combination KCP Flyers roster a week ago in Grands to take the victory. Now they've beat the entire Flyers roster. Now they're looking to take out the fully put together KCP roster. It's going to be tough, but it seems like Gambichos are up to the test, and this could really be this week a huge statement from this team. We've seen very consistently, we talked about it a week ago, that we get those top squads made up of the Penguins, the Renegades, all of those guys, Frosties that come in week by week, and they seem to win consistently, but it seems like Gambichos is a squad that is really trying to shift that narrative. And if they can take back-to-back wins, and I think even if they go to grand finals and lose, I think this is still a huge statement couple of weeks for them. They have looked really
All right, Wes, let's keep this show rolling. What a series. What a final game we just witnessed. The comeback of a lifetime. We've seen some great Strongholds upsets today. I've been pleasantly surprised. Game threes, we've seen for just about every single series, and then Strongholds comeback upsets, just they've been unbelievable. I'm expecting more. We've only got 3 teams left. Up next is losers finals. It's KCP and it's Gambichos, who are on a hot one right now, apparently.
Absolutely. These two teams, I believe, played earlier today in the winners semifinals, and KCP, they got the better of Gambichos, but there was opportunity there for Gambichos to win that series with a little bit of momentum and that big hype win that they just got. This could be one hell of a show, right? Like, KCP is going to have to bring their A game because Gambichos, they're riding high after that comeback.
I feel like Gambichos got the exact type of momentum kick they needed. This is the warm-up to prep for a team like KCP where they had opportunities to clutch up and close things out, but they just whiffed them, just narrowly, right? I think in that Fathom CTF was the perfect example. We saw not one, but like maybe 3 separate flags that got within like a meter of the pedestal that they couldn't close out. If they can just change that even a little bit, and we're looking at a tie game, we're looking at a totally different reality here. So got to see a little bit more clutch factor out of these boys, and they've shown it against Flyers. I think they have the potential to do this with KCP. It's going to come down to the series, though, as well, Wes. Let me take a quick sneak peek and see what we're up against here, because we just had, I believe, round 8. That was CTF, Kali, Slayer, Plaza, Strongholds, Empire. So I believe we have Strongholds, Rig, Slayer, Truth, and CTF, Kali to close it out. If I am Gambichos, I want to kill these boys in game 1 and 2. What do you think, Wes?
Yeah, you want to end it in 2, obviously. You don't ever want to find yourself in a game 3. But if you get to game 3 and you're Gambichos, you've proven you can win a game 3 against a good team a couple of times today. So let's focus on one game at a time. It would be a monumental win to win game 1. I would say the objective in this series against a team like KCP, you're able to steal that. Rick Strongholds is a winnable game type. You get camo, you get some You get some scatter shot kills. Like, you got things going your way with the railgun. It's doable, but you cannot afford to give KCP that kind of momentum that makes them think that they're going to like run over you this time around, right? Because I feel like that's always a potential outcome when KCP is clicking on all cylinders and things are going well for them. Like, they roll with the best of them, man. Gambichos, you got to make sure that doesn't happen early.
KCP coming in quick off spawn. Druck already on the yellow bend here, and he'll meet the shotgun in his end because of it. Manny, though, he did grab himself the rail. He got a kill for it as well. So nice little exchange of power weapons, and then he kills himself with the rail. So not quite what he was looking for, I don't think.
Yeah, that's frowned upon most of the times. I hadn't seen Royal 2 do that one yet, so typically if Royal 2 doesn't do it, you aren't supposed to do it. But Gambichos off to a good start right now. It looks like they got a railgun in hand. Talik applying some pressure back. Carbine here. Can't finish that first kill. Does spot the railgun player in perfect shots. With a missed shot of the railgun, they're going to take down Drift. 3 kills straight in the kill feed for KCP. A melee onto a barrel, and strongholds are being transferred in KCP's direction. They start to score on the board.
Manny lost his railgun privileges, so Talik will take it instead, and he'll do just enough to clean up that kill. That's Drift down for the count as well, and 2 caps on the side of KCP. They'll get some points for this. But inside map control in the favor of Gambichos. Most of them are already extended out a little bit here. A couple spawners going to try to break out of BR as well. And Talik with a nice little flank, but he's been found. And can he escape here? Down to a single bullet of health. And he's literally just going to rotate this entire engine and make it back alive. His teammate's going to take the brunt of the damage as well. But Talik, he's back to cap BR.
He honestly created a lot of space right there, though, because players are forced to look for him, try and catch him, and if he just kept doing what he's doing, he obviously stays alive. He's able to turn that into a BR-based stronghold. They do need to defend Nest, and a great angle from Talik with the DMR and Soul Snipe are going to be able to take down that kill. Another player does hop in Nest. Does he know Talik's here? I believe he saw him on the radar. Manny and the teamwork of KCP are going to get the reset on Nest. A great job by 3 players to influence that from staying in control of KCP.
Oh, Tabby, did he get stuck? He did. What a play at a Soul Snipe who was at a clear disadvantage in that fight, tapping with all the damage, but Soul Snipe still managing to pull a trade out of it. Chester not able to pull the rail out of that situation, though. Druck will get away with it instead, and can he get a kill? He's already got that perfect reticle placement. You gotta love the awareness to know that instead of just challenging from the back-of-back catwalk, they always jump up to the wall. So he's ready for it. Druck gonna turn 1 kill into 2 and a spawn just a series of slays as well for KCP.
All of these players are going to be spawning back Carbine and the barrels. They got the trip cap in effect, 42-8, and Gambichos, they got off to an early lead, but ever since then it's been all KCP.
Flyers looking like a completely, KCP looking like a completely different beast than Flyers did in the last series. It shows in the point total. And the deaths as well, as you got multiple dropping left and right for Gambichos. Druck being the biggest nuisance in the world. He's still working this rail. I think he's gotten a kill for every shot so far. And, of course, a caster cursed him as he dies before punching in the last one. And it looks like Gambichos, with a couple kills that they got, they might be able to stop the bleeding temporarily here. But looking rough for these boys off the rip.
They do hop in Nest, and he's going to need help in Nest, and he's immediately taken out. It was going to be a member of Gambichos trying to transfer that over, start scoring once again, but phenomenal job by KCP to get off their spawn over on BR base to defend Nest. Now they're rotating back towards BR. There is one player hopping in BR, but Talik's going to take care of him, and now they look to once again apply pressure to long hole and potentially go for a trip cap here. There is a player in Nest. They said, we don't want the trip cap. We like the inside Nest hold. Now with BR base spawners, the Needler in hand. Can't find the triple, but damage has already been done. 77-10, and they're going to get basement, they're going to get basement as well. Like, everything going right for KCP right now.
The KCP are feeling comfortable. They're feeling themselves in a big way. Like Soul Snipe, just watching his movement, you can tell that he's just having a good time. Diving in, tossing nades, getting kills, and then going in with a needler like that. Just, man's just getting a little greedy with it. But either way, they got 83 points, so they can afford to have some fun here. They'll get the rail once again. They'll stop the Nest. What a heartbreaker. I think this might be a game over already, unfortunately, unless Gambichos wants to just give us a miracle.
This is what I was worried about. When KCP gets on a roll, they start feeling themselves. You see the double kill, flying, soul snipe with the kneeler to your point. Like, this game could get ugly, and that's exactly what this is. This is ugly. This is a trip cap, 92-11. The trip cap taken away, but 93-11 still counting. They are hopped in BR. He doesn't have a pistol. He finds one on the ground. Finally, man, he's going to try and be able to shoot this player in BR. They're going to lose it, so the game's not over just yet, but if kills go in their favor, it's going to end shortly. And Soul Snipe Talik, they have every plan to make this game end shortly.
Oh, it's about to happen here. KCP just look like they're playing much quicker, at least in game one. That's 98, now 99 here. If this player lives, he might delay it a little longer, but not long enough to stop the 100-14 victory. We've seen some close stronghold games today. We've seen comebacks in situations that look dire, but we have not seen one go 114 today, and we're seeing it in losers finals. KCP, they came to play. Gambichos, despite all the momentum they've created for themselves, they got to wake up and take things to a whole new level if they want a chance in this series, it seems.
They're going to need to find some more gas in the tank, and I'm not sure if they have it. They showed zero signs of life there, right? They won the opening break. They got 8 points, and then from there, nothing. Not a individual battle felt like it was won from their stance. KCP was making plays all over the board, controlling every railgun, scatter shot, camo, you name it. They had it. They were literally rotating perfectly too, and like, we know what this KCP team is capable of when they get that momentum, when they get that confidence, they get the ball rolling downhill, and they just gave us a dosage of that right there in game one.
Yeah, that was kind of quick and dirty, Wes. That was not a long game. Just absolute domination the moment they got control. And we might see more of it. A little worried about the potential here for Gambichos. Of course, they have a chance in Slayer, but it's their only chance. We need to see something beautiful out of them. It's going to be a Slayer on Truth, Wes. So, of course, point of contention going to be the camo, going to be the combo on top mid. There is a silence pistol bottom mid, but that's it for the resources on the map. So you really got to be smart about how you play this and precise with your Magnum, and probably grab a couple stickies along the way.
It's not over yet, and Gambichos has done a good job of winning their Slayers and getting to a game 3. They've lost game 1 before, but not in that magnitude, to your point. So how are they going to start this game 2 off is the important question. Looks like they have the lead and potentially camo with it. Druck going to be the only one to find a kill on his team, but he gets taken down. And Gambichos, they do a good job of not letting game 1 obviously interrupt the start to game 2, but how will it go from here?
Soul Snipe not aware of that player hiding in the cubby on pink side. Now he's tagging him up in the back here. So that was a camo player, so no wonder. Tapping with an advantage off of this opening. We'll see what else he can make of it. His teammate is in trouble, and he'll at least get the trade. Beautiful shots to clean him up. Not easy to connect with. You got spawners up on car bubble. 2 shots into that player. He'll get the call out over to him as well, and ideally focus these blue spawners. You can see his teammate in some trouble with 2. Tapping and to get into the fray here. He's got a stick in the back pocket as well if he needs it. But teammates doing an excellent job to start here. That's 12-6 and make it 13 in just a second. If Soul Snipe can just die already. There we go.
Great start for Gambichos, right? Tapping did work with that camo. They won that opening break significantly, and now they need to make sure they're able to trade effectively from here on out, right? You don't want to see this lead dwindle now that camo is not part of the storyline. It's just a 5-kill game, and that can be erased immediately with one clean sweep of a team, right? So you want to make sure you still continue to find openings. You don't give away any free deaths. Tapping buttons loses his life pink 1, but I believe it's going to get traded out. Unfortunately, Chester having to go red side pink should lose his life, but Atso, I guess, over his shoulder, able to find another kill. And Talik, he rotated around the map, but couldn't impact any of the fights that just happened. So you want to see a little bit more involvement out of Talik's route there in order to stop the snowball from going against KCP right now.
Talik keeps poking him from pink door, but spotting like 3 people every time he peeks out, so having to double back every time. And Nade's coming in just to keep him 1 shot, but still he'll take Drift down with them. 21-11 though on the board, and Gambicho still with positioning, I believe, for camo. They dropped like flies though on pink side, so that camo might actually still be up. It is. This is going to be a huge fight for it. You got, I believe, Drift, who's just diving in to get there, but Druck cleans him up. Man, he whiffs the camo pickup, but he doubles back and still gets it, and he'll get out with his life. That was almost a little scary, but now they have a chance. You can see all 4 members of Gambicho stuck on car side.
Yeah, they're going to need to get some kills. They got 2 already. They find the 3rd bottom car. There's another one blue side car. Can Manny stay alive? He's no shield. The information is there, but nobody on Gambicho is alive to take down Manny. Now Manny sees these shots coming from top red. What is his play going to be? I actually like the fact that he's going for this plasma pistol. Maybe he can find a quick opening pick. But unfortunately, he charges it up, and the window player spots him because of it. 5-kill game. Make it 4 now with that kill on the top car. Can they trade it out efficiently? The answer is yes. But Destruct, not that this player is ping 2. He does now, and those kills go in favor of Gambichos real quick. And that camo didn't necessarily do a ton, but a 7-kill game still within striking distance.
I mean, for a second there, KCP had a huge swing comeback, but now Gambichos have weathered the storm. They've created the gap that they once had here, so a 9-kill advantage. Nice shots in a blue bubble. He's got a teammate, I believe, on car side to keep Manny back here. That teammate's going to try to challenge. Second player going to come in to help out. Druck get a taste of a 5 plus a nade into Manny. What a beautiful double at a tapping. And this allows for a great opportunity to keep the snowball rolling here. They had multiple up in the blue. Now spawners in red side and tapping. Going to take it low.
Yeah, I asked if Gambichos had any gas left in the tank. The answer looks like yes from tapping buttons. He's playing perfect right now. Nades coming to the left. They're going to force Manny to try and play his life. Manny with a nice stick, but damage has been done in a 13-kill lead on the back of tapping buttons, killing spree. As well as that nice double from Drift right there. You know Gambichos wants to get this to a game 3.
The beauty of that double out of Drift is he missed his jump. He was like falling down the side of car, but he still snapped and hit the headshot. In situations like that where your movement kind of flubs in a way you didn't expect, to be able to still be confident and focused enough to hit the shot is just a testament to the talent of this player here. But Chester, speaking of hitting shots, what a clean kill with that Magnum. He's going to try to live here. KCP player flies in from nowhere, and in the meantime, while he's waiting for camo, Druck already has it, but Druck didn't have it long. And it looks like this advantage has likely earned Gambichos a win into game 3 here if they keep this up.
7 more kills to go. We're going to see another game 3 on the day. Atso trying to spot these players. Red side car, get some good shots on the player in the bubble. Chester finds a kill in the kill feed. Atso going to turn his focus on the Manny. Good shots before Manny can get around the corner. And now Atso playing his life perfectly. No free deaths. Wow. They've given up great leads before. They don't want that to happen again. Could be a stake here in game 2 to your point. Just 3 more kills before KCP finds 2, but I don't even think the stake is important. The fact that you're able to rebound after that game 1 is what's important, and a double kill killing spree from tapping once again is going to get that stake and make it official. 50-29 Gambichos take game 2.
If there was any way to answer back on that rough Strongholds loss, I mean, this was it. Stake them in Slayer in game 2 and show them that you came to play. So that was the gas in the tank that we were talking about, Wes. They still have something. Can they carry it into CTF? That's the big question. But, man, we got another series on our hands. We keep seeing this, Wes. The more game 3s in this Sunday that I think we've seen in what, weeks now. So lovely to see. By far. And I expect it to continue here. We're about to jump into a CTF on, I believe, Callie. It is a CTF Callie, which is a bit of a worry for Gambichos.
Yeah.
Especially considering we've seen KCP play insane on CTF Callie.
Yeah, I think the one game type you didn't want to see for game 3, CTF Callie against KCP, right? You know that's the bread and butter of these guys. They love to control the enemy's elbow. They're very quick to get the flag out and underneath that rocket run. What are we going to see Gambichos do in order to kind of compete with that? Because the pace that is going to be dictated by KCP, you'd have to think. We've seen tapping button pop off with some snipes earlier today. He's got to get control of that snipe and continue to try to create openings. Gambichos also, we want to see more team pushes out of them on this game type. Last time around, it was like 1 by 1 they would try and push in, and before, like, tapping would hit a 6 snipe, but you would be looking at the observer mode and like 2 of his teammates would be dead by that time. It's like, no, you need tapping to hit the snipe and then you push in and have numbers, right?
Ooh. Okay, Druck, I see you. So Druck just connected the super slide from the bend instead of going off the pedestal. That is a clean connection and not easy to line up. Sorry to just nerd out for a second there, but Druck, I mean, he got into back base because of it. That would be the most optimal starting strat to get to bend, I would say. That's the fastest you can do it. So Druck, great work threading the needle with that.
see if it amounts to anything. I don't think they're going to be able to get the return, and 2 players go down for Gambicho's truck. He's got the flag out. There's this player in cave that's being a nuisance, but it could really turn into a quick cap for his team if they're able to get this kill and grab another touch on this flag. There is a player bottom snipe that's lurking around. Not a big fan of Druck's positioning right here, but I guess the flag is also pulled by tapping, so he's baiting that in. Can't get that. He does trade with tapping, but unfortunately no one there to hop on the return, so that trade actually a win for Gambichos.
Yeah, Gambicho's managing to get the return because of this. And do they have the cap now as well? I don't know if that came in on blue side. They do. So yeah, 1-0 for Gambichos, who turned that into an advantageous situation for him. So Druck, I mean, he showed the moves for sure, and he got into base and had an opportunity there, but didn't quite amount to what they had wanted. Either way, KCP, I expect him to bounce back, but Drift might have a back smack handy before that happens.
Yeah, Drift. I wasn't sure if that player was going to hear that or get some kind of sound cue of him clambering up behind him or not. But Drift able to get that kill real quick. Spots this player bottom middle and just creating a lot of space for his team right now. There's going to be one more player on his elbow. I'm not sure if they know about it. But whoa, the predictive Drift. See you later, Manny. You're going back to the death game here. Drift's going to try and get to the fight, but he's not the no shield. He's got to play his life, but he's going to be taken down, unfortunately, and that's not going to be a flag run opportunity for Gambichos. 1 by 1. They fall into the same spell mistakes that they had last time around, and if they continue to die 1 by 1, good shots by tapping to stop that from happening for a second, but they're going to give up a lot of map control is where I was going with that.
Yeah, they had the opportunity there for a bit, and tapping dying definitely brings things back to a reset. But man, Drift just with the next level IQ plays though, the placement of that nade, I can't believe he predicted it. Either way, KCP, they're taking advantage now. The pressure on for them. They'll take the flag out through Snipe's side, and you got Talik coming up through the window here. Looks like his teammates have dropped those, so he's got a focus flag. Gonna delete a couple players under base, pick up a rocket launcher. That's convenient. Tapping in front of him for a triple, not quite. But Manny will take the kill, and that flag still not being rallied. So the defense at Gambicho's good enough to completely stop this one in its tracks.
That was a blunder by KCP. I mean, they killed 7 players and couldn't get the flag, like, past the halfway mark. Like, that flag needed to be ran by somebody in that situation, but overslaying from KCP, an uncharacteristic quality of the KCP boys, keeps this game 1-0 in Gambicho's favor.
Drift just trying to avoid so many different directions there. He does go down. Talik with the snipe in hand, though, so things can change very quick here as he makes his way up to top arch. And just barely whiffs the headshot on the sliding player. Whiffs another shot. That's 2 down. You got Mikey, our soul snipe, sitting on the blue bend to at least kill 1. And Talik, this is where we need to see him light up with the snipe. That's big out of soul snipe, though. He'll pull the flag out. This is the distraction Talik needed to line up shots. So perfect. They'll now run that flag through Rock's side. There will be overextenders on snipe, but Talik, he's positioned. And, well, he's still whiffing snipes. I think his job is done here as long as he holds things down and hopefully takes one with him.
Tied up 1-1. KCP do a good job of getting that flag run while getting those slays they need. Soul snipe, nice double kill. He knows that there's a player below him, but didn't see him, so he's just going to go for Rocks. Drop down, and now that player below him, being a nuisance, he does find the kill with the rockets, but pays for it with the trade. And unfortunately, Soul Snipe could have been able to apply a lot of pressure if that player hadn't been in that location. Talik now with this snipe, all of a sudden in-game Bicho's window, they're not going to expect him to be here. He gets sniped. Nope. Tapping gets his head ripped off. He's like, wait a minute, sniping in our window? That's not a thing. And then now, if a kill can go through, no, Chester actually pushes up on Soul Snipe, stops that flag potentially from being ran, because if that was in the other direction, KCP's running the second cap right now.
Talik, one hell of a rotation to bring that snipe into cave, get the kill. He's still alive, still being difficult here. Can he do anything with this? He's lost his teammate, so back to the cave where he started, but this time with only a Magnum and maybe a stick before he dies here. You know he's going to be looking for it. Stick coming in. Nope. Magnum instead. That player whiffed. He got the reload out, so it will be a trade. Druck going to dive in, take his position, and a kill as well, and a sticky to drop 2 in one shot there, but it's just enough to keep things centered, and really.
Druck has been making plays all day long. No surprise with his team needing it the most. He's making them right here. He creates so much space for his team to be able to push up here. Tapping buttons, trying to fight his way out of the cave. Has a player flying at him from the DMR. Can't get the melee to land. This player on elbow If Soul Snipe
No
can
way.
win this one-on-one, this could be huge, but unfortunately, he's not able to finish that player, but he does come up and then eats 2 nades back to back, and the flank from elbow is what KCP really needed to get this flag pulled, and unfortunately, they're going to be forced back. The map's going to be reset once again.
Man, is this ever scrappy, though. The brawls we're seeing in blue base here as players just spawn and dive in to, get into the action here, stop this flag. Druck right now going to make his way through Maze, right below tapping. Chester tapping, going to go down for the count. Druck right below another player, but he's going to go right past him. Look for a flag here. That player turns to put damage in. Now Druck, they're caught in a 2v1, so unfortunate for him and just a little early on the timing. Atso going to try to chase down another. That player is one shot, and I think Soul Snipe had a rocket, but that player has a snipe. That's Talik, who somehow slithering out there like a snake. He escapes, and tapping does find him, though. And there's the sniper in his hand. So this is what we need to see. Gambichos, can they put something together?
This is a perfect situation for Gambichos. Tapping with a full snipe. Can he find the kills he needs to find? Can't land the shot onto the player back base. Wisely, that player backs down, knowing tapping is going to rip his head off. Stick comes through, but tapping's teammates go down. And unfortunately, no kills come through. That was a moment Gambichos is going to want back if they lose this game 3.
I sniped down. I think one bullet left in it. Chester doesn't need it. What a 5 on the Manny. He's got to live here, though. His teammate's spawning up. Going to come through Snipe side to join him in just a second. Lost one in the window as well. Chester alone for 3, though. He'll take one with him, but player going to come up to Blue Bend to get a perimeter position here. Drift, they don't see him just yet. He'll get shots into Druck. What a 5. That flag is out. He'll take it out to Silver here. Can he get away with this? It sits down in grass. You got a player up on catwalk behind him, and he does. He gets him with the melee. Flag still sits there. And you got overextenders coming out through Rockside. The nades deal with Soul Snipe. 3 dead. This should be a flag in a 2-1. I don't think there's anybody there to stop him. Drift is a step ahead as he pulls another flag out. He'll toss it down under rocks. But Gambichos, they're doing everything they can to close it here.
2 dead.
No, I think you won it here. You're kidding me.
There's one player.
Pull the flag out in the pedestal.
On the flag. He gets a double and the return. No, one player from KCP gets behind Gambichos. Wow. And with it, the counter cap could be a reality.
So, sorry, after all of that, Tali tries to super slide the flag and just narrowly whiffs it, but it doesn't get anywhere. Still, the flag's still going to bend, though. KCP put it in. All of a sudden, it's 2-2. This game has sped up to 11. And we are tied up with 4 minutes left. What a series of events. Druck will take another for defense. You got a player, I believe, on that red bend, but Druck about to be assaulted by 2, so he's now down. But man, is this heating up.
What a play by Talik to get in there with 2 teammates down, to get the return, pull that flag, get it across the map, and have his team tie this game up when it looked like for sure Gambichos was going to take this series. Tied up 2-2, 3 minutes left. The next cap will win. Drift's going to be able to get this flag out the window, down to bottom rocks. No, it's down in front of base. That's terrible. You want that to just make it a couple of feet further. The slays come in for both teams. 3 go down for Gambichos, 3 go down for KCP. And all of a sudden, Soul Snipe hops the return, and tapping would have been right there to run it if he hadn't made that decision. So a huge return from Soul Snipe is going to keep his team and his flag back at base.
I was going to say that the flurry of events gave Drift the sniper, but Drift not anticipating that player in the cave. Talik now getting tagged up with his snipe, but they have no choice but to leave it, go for the flag run instead. Talik going to try to stop this run with that sniper in a second here. Axo a step ahead with the nade, though, to drop Druck. And he's got to keep the defense up here. 2 dead. They're going to run the flag out. The last 2 members are trying to get defense. 3 dead. 1 under blue base. I don't think anybody's there to stop this. Gambicho, they whiff the touch. But it's okay. They'll play. Come on, dude. Plant the damn flag for a 3-2 and a 2-1 series. Gambichos, it was not pretty, but you did it. That's a dub. My God.
Wow, what a game. And to beat KCP and their bread and butter, that was huge from Gambicho. They made it chaotic. They made it sloppy. They made it, you said it best. They played to 11. And when the decimal's at 10, typically when KCP plays that game type, they turned it one more notch up to 11. And in that chaos, they were really able to find a rhythm and find success. They had enough players make individual plays. I honestly thought that the first time they were running that third cap and Tolick gets behind him, like when Tolick ties that game up, I'm like, oh no, this is like all the momentum KCP needs. But no, they weather the storm, they clutch up and somehow just get the kills they need to while pulling the flag instead of waiting to get the kills and then pulling the flag. And in doing so, they find themselves in the back-to-back finals.
Yeah.
They won this thing last week, and they have all the momentum on their
Wow.
side.
Ridiculous. What a series of events. Gambito came to play yet again. They're surprising us. Wes, this is already a bigger performance than last week. Like, sure, they won last week, but when they won last week, they won against a different, like a mix of good players on a team, right? It was not an official team. This is KCP. This is their full team, their roster. I don't know what their practice schedule is looking like right now, but this is a top 4 team that was just beaten by Gambito. So Gambito's playing at a top 4 level right now, going into grand finals against our current reigning champs, and we'll see if they can take it the distance. I'm expecting a hell of a series. You don't want to go anywhere. We've got the biggest match coming up. We're going to be jumping into a quick break, and we'll be right back with Grands. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the last time. What a tournament we've had today. It's been insane today, Wes. We've had game threes left and right. Every single series has been a game three, and then we've had upsets left and right as well. Gambichos are playing even better this week than they played last, defeating even higher caliber teams. And now all that's left, the last bastion, grand finals. They're going to go up against Deviled Eggs, which despite the diminutive sounding team name, this is the best players, some of the best players in the world. But at this point, I think they can handle it. I've never seen Gambichos play this well, Wes. I'm excited to get into this. How you feeling?
I feel good, man. I mean, this is like a true Cinderella story. And I know I didn't cast last weekend, and I know Gambichos actually won last weekend. But, like, to your point that you've been making all day is, like, they didn't play against KCP. They didn't play against some of these top caliber teams, like full teams. I love to see like the LATAM scene stepping up, creating these upsets, like being a contender, right? And
Yeah.
we're gonna see if they have what it takes to take on a team that I'm not sure they do. I'm gonna once again count them as like a severe underdog. This Deviled Eggs team, I mean, like these are some Halo, like these are some of the best in the world, right? Like, let's see if Gambichos can do it against these guys. Now that's a storyline for the ages.
Yep.
Like, they've already made this a very memorable tournament. To your point, we've seen so many comebacks, game threes, like absolute insane score leads being dropped and deficits being made up for. But what else is in store for this finals? Or is Deviled Eggs going to put their foot down and say, absolutely not here?
Any more surprises? I don't know, Wes. At this point, I've become accustomed to expect a couple surprises at this point. So I'm going to keep myself composed. But just in case you're just tuning in, by the way, Deviled Eggs, this is, so we're saying high caliber team. This is Saiyan, this is Trippy, this is Ola, and Penguin to round it out. Of course, Saiyan, Trippy, Ola, this is Team Envy. They're going to be representing Envy in Infinite. So they are grinding together. They have plenty of experience together. Penguin will be representing C9. He's filling in today, but C9, I mean, he's a top world-class competitor to round out this roster. If Gambichos can somehow push through this, then Gambichos is in a whole new echelon as far as their caliber as a team. And man, does does it set a precedent for their potential in Infinite? This is our final Esports Arena tournament that we're having for I'm not sure how long. Hopefully not for very long, because I'm going to miss all you guys. I love doing this. But man, what a way to go out with a bang if they can take it here.
Yeah, I mean, they've already done such a good job of providing entertainment for the day. There's still more to be done. This is the finals. This is the one you want, right? We're going to see as we hop on to Eden Stronghold. Saiyan going to eliminate the camo player. Drift, however, does find himself an overshield. No one has rockets as of yet, but I would assume that with this overshield, it's going to be pretty easy for Gambichos to get those rockets. You see, Chester gets those rockets in hand. Wow. Drift with some more perfect shots from the losers finals to the absolute finals. You see the shot, it doesn't waver, and I love to see that Gambichos already off to a lead.
Grand finals, and Gambichos, they are not letting up. They're here to bring their A game. Let's see if they still got more left, if they can hold the momentum here, because things are only just getting started. And saying good luck fending off three there. Somehow he does get the capture, though. Ola comes in, saving grace, gets 2 kills. Atso not going to pressure that. Instead, he'll turn and burn Trippy immediately. What a play. That's 3 capped, though, on the side of Deviled Eggs, and they're going to need to do something to turn things around here. Atso going to dip his foot into Catwalk. A little risky, though, but 2 are dead, so timing is right to turn this around, though. He does die quite quickly there, and Trippy, who got his kill, going to take advantage of what was teammate as well, but either way, it's okay.
Trippy landed some perfect shots onto that player in the Catwalk, which is why he died so quickly. Thought there was a player flanking him, but it was just Saiyan. But you've seen quickly Gambichos has been able to get out of that trip cap, continue scoring of their own, and right now we have a pretty even set as the second group of power-ups are going to be coming up here in about 20 seconds. That's going to be where this score lead goes in one favor of the other significantly, I believe.
Yeah, we have seen Heartbreakers on this map today, so you never know, but like you said, things very close to start here. OS Camo about to come up. Multiple members of Deviled Eggs sitting over on Tower's side. Chester going to stay near that OS. He'll be likely the first one to dive on top of it. Drift just knows he needs to stay alive here, continue to be a nuisance, and make sure they don't get that camo for free. You can see it looks like they have the advantage for it, but 2 big slays make it 3. Drop on the side of Deviled Eggs, and I believe the camo was grabbed, but that's Ola who snuck out with it. And actually, Ola, he might live here, which would be a huge play, despite his team going down.
Yeah, but 3 more actually go dead.
And now
4 dead for dozen Deviled Eggs. And Gambichos with Overshield, with Rockets, they're going to be able to get a trip cap here. And they've already got the jump on this blue bin push that we're going to see dozen Deviled Eggs try and go for.
Gambichos, an entirely different beast. An entirely different beast today. Not sure what's happening here, Wes, but Gambichos getting multiple rounds of slays on these world-class competitors and tapping buttons. Look at this positioning. They're not ready for it. He'll dive in. He will take the trade on the Penguin. A trip cap still in their favor, though, as they keep him back. Ola does win his kill. Trippy gets one as well, so this is a chance for them to break into the captures here. They'll start with Red Nest, and maybe they'll get the catwalk here. They are getting multiple slays, but look at the points kind of escaping them.
We've seen dozen Deviled Eggs come back from 92 to 14 on this map. So don't count them out yet, but Gambichos have so much momentum rolling. They seem to just be playing perfect with the rotations and whatnot. Look, they're already capturing Red Nest. They're able to get it as soon as they lose Blue Bend, and with it, they're going to continue to score here. Drift staying alive, being a nuisance, just being a difficult kill, still alive in this situation. And this is just forcing dozen Deviled Eggs to focus on him, when in reality, they should have been able to move on from him a long time ago.
He's been a huge nuisance. He was just getting tagged up, and then he doubles back, puts shots into Trippy, who dies shortly after to Atso. Now he's rotating the tower here, and this nade going to do damage as well. He kills one with the nade. You'll get the melee for the second. That's a double for him. 72 points and counting here. We got the OS, we got the camo coming up. If they can win this, they can really make this snowball roll here, and it looks like they might just do it. Player goes down. I think the OS was picked up by Penguin, though. And like you said, 4 dead, so a chance for Deviled Eggs, and they got to take advantage of it.
Hey, this is the moment that Gambichos needs to get out of. They're going to have to deal with an Overshield player, a Camo player, and potentially total control. Yes, that's 3 strongholds in dozen Deviled Eggs' favor. They get some trades. They get 3 dead. It's a one-on-one, all 4 dead for Gambichos, however. And Trippy, last player alive, is going to have this Camo. Read this situation perfectly. Spots this player isolated towards Blue Plat. He's going to get taken down very shortly. In this trip cap, we've seen how long dozen Deviled Eggs can run away with this earlier today in a very similar comeback score. They give up Red Nest, and then have the information that these players are going outside. Trippy getting some solid damage onto a player out there. Look for them to defend Blue Ben and then push the trip cap once again.
Yeah, a bit of deja vu from our series against Flyers just earlier here, and whether or not Gambichos can win today will be whether they can answer this map control out of Deviled Eggs, and they are holding things down. They got the bleeding slowed a little bit at least, but the 2 caps still in favor of Red. And Trippy, the thrust back, the cleanup onto Drift. Penguin saying they get their kills. That's 3 dead, last one up in tower, and honestly
nice
not much
nade.
he can do. It's a very nice nade, but Trippy, he's got the ability to stay alive just a little longer. And they will push for a trip once again. So this is the worry. This is what we've seen previously with Deviled Eggs. The moment they get control, they continue to clutch, and things are narrowing in this scoreline.
Things are narrowing. Kills are going in their favor. A triple kill for Pistola. Last player alive is going to be rotating to Blue Ben. Pistola, he smells him across the map. You see him immediately going towards Blue Ben to try and help defend this. The trip cap ensues, and the score now all of a sudden within 10.
Ola being so difficult. They dive back in. They keep Blue Ben captured. And, I mean, it was within 10. It's about to be overlapped. Red team about to take the lead in 1 map control sequence here. And at least the camo was dove on top of there, but that was just a burn, if anything. Sane takes 2 as well on the Drift. So the man's only just heating up. Look at the angle in the blue as well to keep him back here. In the meantime, Trippy has the OS. The trip cap's still in play, and it's looking hopeless for the boys on Gambichos, who started so strong but closed in a dumpster fire of events here, Wes.
Not like this. Everything was going in the Gambichos' favor, yet saw momentum in this series just get taken from them. And with that, that's going to be the game. Dozen Deviled Eggs do it once again on Eden Strongholds. they get a huge deficit, and they just flip a switch, and on that flip, they take over and don't look back. And you give these guys just a little room to breathe, and they just take it from you, right? And that's the nature of the game in Halo 5 when you're playing at such a high level. You saw Gambichos was able to do that to them earlier in the game, but you have to finish. You have to cross the finish line to some of these games, because leaving the door open to players like Saiyan, Ola, like Trippy Penguin, like they're gonna figure out a way to keep that door open as long as they can and make their impact on the game at some point.
Wild how they create two of these sequences. They did the exact same thing just earlier on the same map in the same way. Just incredible map control and spawn awareness. All it came from is just you get an OS and a camo at the same time, and better be scared, right? Because one round of power-ups in the favor of this team, and they turn that into a series of slays. They have awareness of where every single spawn point is going to be following. So the pre-nades are already coming in. The 2v1 collapses are coming in. They're split spawning. They're scrambling. The pressure is on. You're trying to dive into a cap. It's just, it's a multitude of things that make their loss inevitable once this team seems to get control. So the worry here is, despite this being grand finals, this is a best of 3 series. So our Gambichos team needs to not only win the next 2 to reset the bracket, they got to win 2 more after this. If they lose this Slayer coming up next, that's it. That's a GG. This Slayer is going to be, I believe, regret. So this could snowball even more so than Stronghold's Eden. But Gambichos, I hope you've got defibrillator handy, and you could just, punch yourselves back to life here, because you're about to go 4 dead off the rip.
And Ola starts the game with the triple kill, 4-0. Dozen deviled eggs start this game off perfectly. Speaking of perfect, it's perfect shots from Pistola. Mr. Do-It-All himself. 6-1, his team. I mean, Ola is a closer, always has been, and in a game to close out a tournament win, Ola's going to bring his A game. He's already got 5 to his name, sorry.
He's alone here. Multiple players trying to dip their toes into the fight here, but Ola just a turret. And as we switch over to Saiyan, speaking of turrets, man got himself a 5-shot kill. 8-3 on the board here. 5-kill deficit. Gambichos, a bit of a rough start, but can pull this back quick if they can coordinate here. But the coordination a little better on the side of Deviled Eggs. They'll take it 10-4 now. Combo in the hands of Saiyan. Car side control. Spawners up in blue. And Saiyan, he's going to light him up in just a second.
Perfect spawn trap from Saiyan, and you see the rest collapse. Penguin finds one, 13-4. It's a bloodbath. How game 1 ended is exactly how Dozen Deviled Eggs has continued the momentum to game 2, 14-5, and I'm ready to throw in the towel if you are, Skyway. This is
no. I still believe. It's still early. I believe that Gambichos, one round of map control. You never know, though their chances of map control dwindling at this point, 17-6. Getting quite oppressive. Make it 18 now. Spawners up in red, but starting to split here. Dead on Carbine. This teamwork is insane. We got to be honest here. Deviled Eggs are moving as a unit, looking like a SWAT team, busting down the doors. You got one looking left, one looking right. They got all the angles covered. 21-7, Wes. All right, I'm losing hope. I'm losing all my hope and faith here.
Overshield coming up. That's the saving grace if you're Gambichos. You need to get control of this, and unfortunately, Ola just sneaks in, picks it up, and looks to even just back up. Smart play by Ola to not give his life or give the overshield away. He lost the entire overshield, but he wasn't gonna die trying to get a 1-for-1 kill there. He's too big, too much of a veteran. 24-13. A couple kills go in the favor of Gambichos, so some signs of life here. Maybe some map control to go behind it. Nice kill onto Saiyan top middle to help his teammate, but his teammate just got perforated by Saiyan, so you never want to see that be the case in the trade, because Saiyan, Pistola, we've seen multiple perfects in them so far this game. They haven't been missing.
Drift. Speaking of not missing, can he do something here with the caster all? But the flank, a player gets right above him. I believe that was Penguin who got the kill. 27-16. It's not unwinnable, but an 11-kill deficit now for these boys. Ola going to try to win this fight somehow from a low spot, but tapping will take him. Tapping and hopefully take another here, and he does have Drift to help him out. So that's now 28-19. Spawners up in blue. Gambichos with maybe a bit of control on their side if they can kill that player on car, which it looks like they can't. Unfortunately, Penguin being a nuisance. He finally dies, but draws the attention long enough for Tapping to be in a horrible position here. 30-20. 9-kill deficit now, so it's not over yet, Wes, but still looking grim.
Not over yet, but the entire team is going to have to step up and start making plays. And how well Deviled Eggs is playing, I'm not sure they're going to even allow that opening to happen. This flank from Chester could be what the doctor ordered. Finds the player, knocks him to no shield.
Sweet.
Knocks 2 to no shield, but no one there to trade it out immediately. And because of it, all that damage, pretty much irrelevant, right? And Deviled Eggs, they continue to extend this 9-kill lead to the 35-kill mark.
We're getting to the end zone here, Wes. Not too much time left to make an impact. 35 to 25. The caster, this is just the insult to injury type of weapon when you just launch plasmas into bottom mid here. All the members of Gambicho's dead. That's a free OS on the body of Ola. And Ola's already been making plays today, so only expect more from this man as he flies his way in the car here. Should be a melee kill, now 39. Dare I say, it's over already, Wes.
It's not looking good, and if you're Gambichos, it's a tough pill to swallow, but hold your heads up high. I know that this series didn't go your way, not to start giving this speech early, but there's nothing that Gambichos showed me that they're going to stop the train that is a Deviled Eggs. They are in a groove right now. The momentum is there, and as great of a day Gambichos has had, there's always a bigger dog out there, and a Deviled Eggs happened to be that dog that they ran into.
I mean, just the sheer calorie count of a dozen Deviled Eggs is a force to be reckoned with. So, I mean, you know, add the Halo talent, and it's an unwinnable situation, Wes. I don't know what else to say here. 47, now 48. 2 kills left to close our game in our final Esports Arena tournament, and hopefully not for too long. But 2 more left. Make it 1 in just a second. You're 49. He gets the shields off of 1. Who's going to get the final kill here? It will be Ola. And, of course, it's Ola. He started out the game hot with a triple. He'll close it with the final kill for a 50 to 34. If I'm Gambichos, I still hold my head up high off of a performance like that. I would still say, even with a second place, they played better today than they played last week. They are improving at a quick rate, and I only expect great things for them come Infinite. But, of course, as expected, the boys on Deviled Eggs, they are just a cut above right now, and man, there's a good reason for it. They've been champions for a while.
Great series from Deviled Eggs. Fell behind in game 1. Were able to once again show why the veterans and the elite players that they are. Big congratulations to those guys. Do want to also give a congratulations to the Gambichos, because, I mean, what a day they had. What a roller coaster of emotions they've been throughout some of the games that they played in. They fell short in the finals, but it happens to even the greatest. So take from it, learn from it, and understand that you're on the right trajectory, right? That's what I would say. But Deviled Eggs, they've been on that trajectory. They've been at that spot, and they once again show why they are the top dogs.
That's right, Wes. Thank you, my man, for joining me once again on this. But that is our day down to a close. Special victory, or what I want to say, a shout out, I guess, to our champions today, Deviled Eggs. Not the team name you'd expect to win a tournament and a 1K prize pool, but I mean, that's the players earned it. They are that caliber, so they are our champions today. Wes, once again, thank you for joining me. Any final words before we close out?
Man, it's been a pleasure. We've been doing this for a long time. I said that a few times, I know, but it's been a pleasure to get to cast with you every other Sunday for what feels like almost a year now, right? It's been off and on
at least
for
a year, more than a year.
Yeah, it's been off and on for a long time. I know you love Halo 5. You got a real passion for the game and casting, and it's a pleasure to be alongside someone with that kind of just want and like love for the game like I have. So great job. It's been great to see you grow and do your thing and just become the person you are. To all the viewers out there, to all the players that play every week, thank you guys for showing up every week. I know a lot of players that don't have any intention of winning these tournaments, but they compete just for the sake of competing, getting better, seeing where they are in the community and whatnot. That's what it's all about at the end of the day, and I'm happy that Esports Arena was able to provide that during this past year and a half for you guys as well. So big shout out to everybody that's competed, everybody that's enjoyed the shows, everybody that's just supported the community that is the Halo 5 community, the Halo community itself, and I cannot wait to get this Infinite thing under wraps and
Yes,
get it out to the
please.
players, get it out to the communities, and watch this thing just grow and prosper the way it needs to. So much love to everybody out there.
Wes has been hard at work on Infinite, and we're going to be patient, but it's looking good. Wes, I'm very excited. I also got to say thank you, man. Honestly, I've learned so much working with you. I think out of everyone I've casted with you more than anyone, next to Tony. I think
I was gonna
so.
say,
It's been such a
big shout out
pleasure.
to Tony too.
Shout out to Tony, who's been holding it down as well. Unfortunately, he's not here today, but you guys, obviously, we've seen plenty of Tony. He's been killing it. But man, it's been a pleasure working with you throughout. Hopefully, this is just the beginning. This is, we're closing the chapter on Halo 5, about to open a new one, and hopefully, it's a golden chapter, a golden era for Halo once again. I can't wait to see it. But thank you, Wes. Thank you, everybody who watched us today. Thank you, Esports Arena, Microsoft, for putting these together. Incredible events. Hopefully, we have plenty more. Even bigger and better in the near future. I'm going to be there. I can't wait to see what's coming. But for now, have a good night, and can't wait. We'll see you again soon.